stands and delivers to T.J. Hockenson, who bounced off two Falcons defenders and has some speed. T.J. Hockenson. There's an angry run candidate. 29 yards for the tight end for the Vikings. Dobbs is 7 of 9 passing, 78 yards and a touchdown. Falcons still hanging around in this game. In fact, let's pull them in because they just hit another one. We've got two NFC North offenses on the move in opponent's territory. Chicago on the left, who just started, back them up 5 yards. Minnesota here on the right. Number 70.
The fifth time ever started.
In trouble to Dobbs. He's run for first downs already in this game, gliding down to around the 15-yard line. Got another first down. Well, he felt the pressure right off the bat. He's trying to get this ball snapped and landed right there. It goes, get out of here. Really nice job. He was on that side of tennis last week in L.A., and he was running the game, so there's a rhythm that comes with it. Third Bears penalty on this drive. Foreman sneaks through. D'Onta Foreman to the 15. And he found a hole.
I think everything's for you.
Which is basically mean you're going to pull one guard. You're going to see Cody Whitehair right here come from the left side of the hole, and he gets into open space. And Foreman does a great job of hugging Whitehair, staying tight to him, staying skinny through that lane where he allows himself to get into that second level. Really good blocking up front. Excellent job hitting the hole and getting downhill with speed. Also with pace. When you run, when you're going with pace and not dinking and dunking and trying to find the hole, good things happen. Right back to Foreman who slipped. And he loses it. Or something like that. Something of that nature. Cam Akers has it. He works his way to the 50, and then is shoved back by Caden Ellis. A tackle game last week for Goal 58, including next week's must-see matchups. Tried for free today. Bears won their only Super Bowl 20, right here in this building. The Patriots 46-10. Second and 11. Agent steps up again, gets away from Jordan. Pump fakes, now he'll keep himself and run out of bounds at the 13-yard line. Chased out by Demario. Some pressure coming. The pass is incomplete. They went to Tristan Jackson the other way. And Atlanta's defense. And you expect Minnesota to try the field goal to make it a one-point game. So the Texans don't have a kicker right now. So they go for two after the long C.J. Stroud to Brown touchdown, and the two-point conversion gets intercepted. And then the interceptor whipped the ball at one of the offensive players. It was a personal foul on the end of that. And so they're going to assess that on the kickoff, helping the Texans out because they have no kicker to kick off. That is incomplete. Intended for D.J. Moore. Good coverage by the Tebow and Tyrann Mathieu. And now it's fourth down, and out comes the kicker. Given the circumstances, the ball certainly was on time, Chris, and a good ball right there. Greg Joseph from 32 yards away. I think a very good defense there. Yeah. And coverage by the New Orleans Saints. Yeah, Tyrique Stevenson recovered really well back from being underneath and just got his hand between DJ Moore's hands so that it was incomplete. And this time, Santos is good from 31 yards away to tie the game at 17 with 3:20. A frustrating situation for the Cleveland Browns. That's their left tackle, Jedrick Wills, starting left tackle, former first-round pick out of Alabama, being carted off the field in this game, and his teammates coming over to give him some consolation, but big fella knows that this game is done. And frustrating look there for Jedrick Wills for the Cleveland Browns, who otherwise are having a decent day of 13-0. So here's the kickoff back in Houston. Dare Ogunbowale. Now we got 15 extra yards, so he's kicking off from midfield. You don't see the result of this one, but it actually went into the end zone for a touchback. And Well, they were celebrating on the sideline. They were going super slow. Yeah, trust me, there was some reaction to the sideline of his teammates saying, way to get it done. Because the wall kicking it into the end zone for a touchback. Aaron Jones loses the football, and the Rams are there to scoop it up and get a little return on the fumble. Aaron Jones puts it on the ground. Duke Shelley, number 26, is the man on the spot for the recovery, and the Rams are working their way into field goal range. Browns suddenly into the red zone. We'll show you how in a moment.
The initial tackle gets close to the 5-yard line, as that'll be a third down.
Little game rewind presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. As Clayton Tune from his own 20-yard line looks to throw, gets hit from behind. The ball is loose on the ground. And Myles Garrett comes away with the recovery. Shelby Harris on the strip sack. And this Cleveland Browns defense, number one defense by a couple of different metrics in the NFL. Number one total defense. And one of the better at pressure has a touchdown to David Njoku. Deshaun Watson, the quarterback, checking on his tight end. And now it's a comfortable 3-possession lead for the home team in Cleveland.
It's just miscommunication here by the two linebackers, and the Njoku's just going to sit it down. But both Kaiser White and Woods.
Well, you see the replay on the left, but on 4th and short, the Ravens lining up to go for it. They will snap it to Lamar. Takes his way. Lamar, 2-3 yards conversion on 4th and short.
Edwards, so good at short yardage, and they sent him out wide. That confused a few folks. Jackson a little limpy. Gimpy.
This is one of their go-to plays in short yardage. They overload one side, so they get a bunch of blockers. They put Ricard on the right side. Just a really tough one to stop. Just a power play, but they overload you.
Another set of downs at the 35. It's Hill. Look at those big jump cuts. It's up 4. And get into the arms of Adams and others. And Lamar, he is still looking a little shaky after picking up the first down on 4th down. And
well, Leonard Williams disrupted another one. You're seeing him kind of figure out he went right through the line, and that'll give you a chance if somebody can just dominate right in that middle. And that's the one area I haven't seen. Reed's playing great, but there's a different size element to Williams, who's right up there right now.
Down at 6. Pass. At the 20 and down to the 15 is Beckham.
This is a perfect little grit route by Beckham, who's having a day today right now. Without the fumble, it would have been very good. And Lamar missed him earlier on a slant. This time he throws a perfect strike in there. You see the pressure.
Little game rewind here. Earlier on the drive, this was another 4th and 1 that they got the Seahawks to jump off sides. So they actually snapped it and went for a 4th down. Then they did the hard count to get them off sides, and now they're in the red zone. Andrews, for what it's worth, one touchdown catch away from tying the all-time franchise receiving touchdown record. Todd Heap has 41 touchdown catches in the Ravens record book. Mark Andrews one away from tying that. Sam Howell back foot throw, and he gets enough of it to get to Terry McLaurin. Nice job by Howell. I thought that was an awkward looking pass, not stepping into it, but that one went for 26 yards and a big chunk play for the Commanders, who are in business. Lamar loses the football momentarily and then scoops it back up to cover it. What a scary looking play for the Ravens, who are just trying to hold on and build the 17-point lead. Fumble at the mesh point with Justice Hill. Hill wanted it. Lamar wanted it. The ground got it.
Second down at 9. Howell looking. Hill throws back in the end zone. Too far for time.
Brooks, who is shaking up his back.
Watch the quarterback's legs here.
3rd and 9. Duvernay. Only gets 3 or 4. That's Diggs who brings him down. Then we got another field goal attempt coming up by Tucker.
I'll tell you.
Not allowing Logan Thomas to get up there with that big frame of his every time spot.
Five and 7 on third down. Commanders have made some big plays on third and long.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Powell throws it through the back of the end zone. So the Patriots defense holds.
This is 31 yards. Tucker, his third of the day. Future Hall of Famer, who is, well, Mr. Automatic.
And we'll show you the other field goal attempt that's coming up here in just a moment. Commander's going to kick on 4th and 9. But first, to Georgia.
Those pre-snap helmets, they've had a bunch of
Quick throw.
You could tell by his intonation.
The roof is open. 60 yards. Wow. I'll tell you what, he's
Yep.
right here, and you're going to see him watch this second year. He gets thrown into the blitz. They always say that if you can throw it into the blitz, you're going to have an opportunity to make a big play and throw that perfectly into that blitz. And look at Janu Smith just hit that guy. I don't know what year that is, but slips down.
That's on a soft spot. Heineke didn't hit that connection. That's Atlanta's biggest play, their longest play of the year. That's cool. That's the extra point. He's
Another point for Steve.
So the kick is up and good there after the long Jonnu Smith catch and run. He stepped away from the Bucks before Chase McLaughlin could hit a 55-yarder, which is exactly what he did. It's a 7-point lead for Tampa Bay in Houston. The Rams got into field goal range, snap, spot, and the kick goes wide right. Haversick, no good. Rams have gone through 2 kickers so far this season, and that still maintains the Packers' 7-3 lead at Lambeau. 17-17 here. Check it down. The Kendre Miller and the rookie out of TCU has some turf in the Superdome. 31 yards on the screen pass, catch and run. Derek Carr is 17 of 24, 168 yards passing, 2 touchdowns passing. Trying to get a score here to break this tie before we hit the fourth quarter.
It's learning the people, learning people's names, understanding where to go eat, all those little things. It takes time to get comfortable and into your routine. And he's a guy that throughout his career has always been routine driven. And I think he's starting to find that here in New Orleans and feeling comfortable as a New Orleans Saint.
Third down and 10. Sweat's coming. Carr gets rid of it. Caught by Johnson and tripped up at the 40. There's Sanborn again. Jack Sanborn having a big day.
So instead of going back to watch the New Orleans Saints, but we've got an immediate pressure point here. Luke Musgrave for the Green Bay Packers just made a leaping catch, and the rookie tight end has the Green Bay Packers inside the red zone. 1st and 10 from the Rams 12.
Rhythm right here on this drive. Their longest play of the day, 25 yards. After a 3-for-3 start on this drive, they'll hand it off. For Jones inside the 10, he tumbles with a hit from Mosby.
Just because we got the Houston and Tampa Bay game on 2nd and 8. A little bit of motion and a fake inside on the run. Then it's the pass over the middle, and Nico Collins, who scored the first points of the game, the first touchdown for the Texans anyway, makes the grab for a 23-yard completion. C.J. Stroud, 243 through the air and 2 touchdowns through the air for the Texans.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's Dillon. A.J. Dillon. Shy of the line again, but inside the 5. Third down drop.
It'll be 3rd and short coming for Green Bay. 3rd and very short here for the Texans, and Devin Singletary pounds through for the first down. No Dameon Pierce today for the Houston Texans. Dameon Pierce out with an ankle injury, so Singletary expected to be the bell cow.
Offense number 63. 10-yard penalty. Third down.
And it's gone. Here's William Goff down here one-on-one. That's the looks that he looks for in these situations.
We look for him here. He's looking in that direction. Love trying to take off. Got tripped up. Aaron Donald with his big play ability is able to come up with a huge plays.
And so it'll be fourth down at Lambeau Field, 3rd and 5 for Joshua Dobbs, who takes the shotgun, looks over the left, looks to the middle. Jordan Addison gets popped and cannot hold on to the football there. Fourth down upcoming for the Vikings. 3rd and 11 for C.J. Stroud, who wants to go off the left side. Instead, comes back to the right. Dalton Schultz broke the tackle. He had to break. That's a first down and more. And take a little of that with the Scarecrow. That was no small defender either. It was Devin White that Dalton Schultz said hello to. 3rd and 11 is a 1st and 10 in Buccaneers territory. The chip shot field goal for the Packers is true. 10 to 3 is the Green Bay lead over the Rams. Watch this at the end of the play. Bang! That's big fella on big fella to finish this play.
Rondé Barber.
Both of them in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And then Devin White got some of the business at the end of the play. Stroud to the end zone. Touchdown. Takedown. Perfectly thrown by C.J. Stroud right in the bucket.
Tank Dell.
Carlton Davis III, the defender.
Stutter and go. And that ball is perfectly thrown. And the mechanics in the pocket by C.J. Stroud, equally as effective as what Tank Dell did downfield with the stutter and go. Little shoulder roll, fake, and then throw it
First of all, what a pass by C.J. Stroud, whose reaction said it all. He knows he's a bona fide NFL franchise quarterback, even in his rookie year. And they'll go for 2, not because of the score or the time on the clock, because their kicker, Kaimi Fairbairn, is injured. Try to get it inside, and just as we're hyping up Stroud, he misfires on that pass, and this reaction says, I'm not perfect after all. But what a touchdown throw by Stroud, who undoubtedly has some perfectionist in him. Stroud wanted both of those scoring plays. Instead, he makes it a 1-point game between the Bucs and the Texans. So here's what we have. Look at this big shell coverage by the Ravens, and Kyle Hamilton stepped up one more step, and he may have had a pick 6 for his team. In fact, he thinks he dropped that one, and so he does the old junior high school quote-unquote punishment for dropping a pass. The push-ups on the sideline, even still incomplete, and the Ravens will get a punt back up by 20 against the Seattle Seahawks. We're going to step in for a little bit in the New Orleans-Chicago game, but that game is going to the end of the 3rd quarter, and we've got an interception by the Browns defense. I mean, hey, the Arizona offense has just not had anything with Clayton Tune, and this is a tough circumstance. Clayton Tune forced into action. Kyler Murray maybe will be available next week, maybe probably Kyler Murray next week, but so far, the Cleveland defense has forced Arizona into the following on their possessions. Punt.
They're trying to run a high, low, and watch how Taki just baits this play. Excellent job. Tune thinks that he has it high. Taki sinks into that window, and the Browns have another takeaway. That's just experience. He thinks he can fit it in because college players, they don't go from low to deep. But the NFL, that's an easy play for Taki. Well done. Deshaun Watson and company back over the field trying to build on their big lead. But look at Watson threads the needle. finding Cooper in one of Watson's better passes.
So yeah, he's touching 7 punts forced by the Cleveland Browns defense, 1 fumble and 2 interceptions. There'll be better days, Arizona Cardinals fans, but it does not look like today will be one of them. Oh, and Amari Cooper walks to the sideline.
At the end of the route, Amari Cooper, very important to this offense.
Back in Foxborough, the New England offense working with a 1st and 10. Towards the end of the third quarter now. Deep shot, Mac Jones. Just off the arms of the intended target. That ball was there. It hung up for a while, but Jalen Reagor could not pull it in. No Kendrick Bourne for the New England Patriots. Kendrick Bourne out with the rest with a knee injury for the rest of the season. So other receivers going to have to step up, and Reagor couldn't do it on that play. And we just had Bijan Robinson seeing some daylight against the Minnesota defense, and then the rookie gets it stripped at the end of the run. Minnesota strips it away from Bijan Robinson. They point in their direction. And I'll save you the suspense. It was a Minnesota turnover back to Atlanta. So, fumble by Robinson, just the 2nd fumble of his rookie season, but a costly one at that. Minnesota has the ball, down 1 possession in that game against the Falcons. 1 possession game here in a low-scoring affair. Rams and Packers, and Puka Nacua hauls in the Brett Rippon pass for a big play. Los Angeles, and a 1st down Rams.
Well, Keyshawn Nixon's going to play inside leverage against Puka Nacua, and they've got the perfect route call.
As we'll get back to the Rams drive in a minute, we're going to check back in at M&T Bank Stadium. The Ravens forced Geno Smith and the Seahawks to punt.
Keep an eye on it.
As Mitchell breaks it, here's that speed. Mitchell to the end zone. And a touchdown.
If you were wondering who that was, it's Keaton Mitchell, one of the backup runners for the Baltimore Ravens offense, breaking it off the left side, and that game between first-place teams is broken wide open with the home team doing what they want on offense.
He's just late to finding out who has the ball. And that's why I said you've got to get your safeties down in there. If you're back there, he was just waiting a little too long, but it's really difficult from that depth to say to Lamar, keep that. Are they throwing a screen over to the right? It's an RPO with multiple facets.
That was a 40-yard run for the rookie out of East Carolina, who left after his game.
And we'll come back now to Atlanta. We showed you the Bijan Robinson fumble, and Joshua Dobbs turned it into something. Every time Dobbs has scrambled, he's brought it to the right side. We'll see if the Atlanta Falcons defense adjusts. It's a 1st down, though, in field goal range. They'd love to get a touchdown on a 2-point conversion to knock this thing up.
They're pushing it inside the 25. Addison, who had a touchdown catch earlier, his 3rd of this season. He's one rushing touchdown. In fact, the Vikings got their 1st rush touchdown last week, trying to win their 4th straight game. It's the 1st down, and the clock runs under 3 minutes to go in the 3rd.
Hopkinson coming across the formation. He's going to run the kick out. So you've got that cutback right there. I don't know if he hit his wrist or.
The Rams are going to line up on 4th and 2, but there's only 3 seconds on the game clock at the end of the 3rd quarter. Yeah, they're not going to snap it. We'll see what they decide. They can think it through at the end of the 3rd quarter. It's the Rams trailing 10-3 at Lambeau Field against the Pack.
He's going to try to outrun the defender. He gets another 1st down. That's a touchdown for the Vikings. He kicked it himself. And we're going to try, as you see, to go for 2. A 23-yard run.
First off, he knows this is great because he knows he's picked up. Right here, tackle's going to come off. He knows that. He takes his time, slides in the pocket, little pump fake right there to Ellis. And then everybody just giving him some opportunity outside, getting some blocks for him.
But that's one thing he's got. He's got some athleticism. He shows it right there.
He ran for key first downs on the touchdown drive in the first half. And has brought the Vikings back to within a couple. Of course, he suffered that safety when Calais Campbell got to him.
Shouldn't be starting.
Vikings have not tried a two-point conversion this year. Fake to Madison. He can't run this for two. The throw is caught. What a catch by Preston Jackson. And we're tied. And what a game.
The Minnesota Vikings with a unknown quarterback to them. Joshua Dobbs known in the NFL, but not known to his Minnesota teammates. Have tied it up at 21. And Alvin Kamara with a beast run inside of the 10-yard line. It's first and goal, New Orleans Saints in a tie game in the Superdome. One more look at it's actually Tristan Jackson. I thought it was Jordan Addison. It's not. It's Tristan Jackson, the Syracuse product, with the two-point conversion catch to tie it up 21-21. Vikings and Falcons. I guarantee you the Minnesota Pro Shop does not have Joshua Dobbs' jersey in it today. By Monday, it might.
In year 7. I mean, he continues to be as explosive as he has been in year 7.
Here's the defensive tackle, Colin Saunders, in on first and goal. We got back to the backfield with Taysom Hill and Jamal Williams. While Saunders ran a route, here comes a wide open Johnson for a touchdown. Juwan Johnson, his first touchdown of the season.
Colin Saunders is the decoy. Everybody's eyes are on him, and Taysom Hill does a great job of looking to the flat and then coming back. This is wide open, as easy as it gets. And another productive play for Taysom Hill. He's timely. Yeah, his numbers might not be through the roof, but he contributes at timely situations in games. It just puts so much stress on a defense.
That's exactly right, Pat. Taysom Hill doing Taysom Hill things. One receiving, one throwing, and it's a 7-point lead for the New Orleans Saints. Let's look big picture, ladies and gentlemen. There are 7 games going on across the National Football League right now. Most of them getting to the end of the third quarter or already into the fourth quarter. We have 5 one-possession games. Touchdown lead for the New Orleans Saints. A touchdown lead for the Green Bay Packers. A 3-point lead for the Washington Commanders. A 1-point lead for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And a tie game in the Atlanta and Minnesota game at 21-21. It's the first witching hour of the month of November. Time for wins to become losses and losses to become wins. Buckle up. 5 one-possession games as we go to the fourth quarter in most of these contests. Final 60 seconds of the third quarter here as the home team trails by 1 in field goal range.
You think, hey, at the very least, you're going to take the lead on a field goal.
Throw. Schultz. First down. Will you believe this? The Minnesota Vikings have the ball in the red zone again. Just seconds after we saw Josh Dobbs score the touchdown and get the 2-point conversion to tie it up at 21, the Vikings get it back. We'll try and show you how in just a moment. But we've also got the Houston Texans in the red zone with the clock stopped at 34 seconds. They'll have to run at least one more play before we get to the fourth quarter there in Houston. Arthur Smith looking up in disbelief, perhaps at the replay of what just happened in the Falcons-Vikings game, which again, we'll try and show you in a moment. But we're going to stay with the live football in case Minnesota punches at this end to take the lead. Devin Singletary goes nowhere. Welcome back to the lineup, Vita Vea, who missed the game last week.
Oliver back up tight end. Knocked down right away. A.J. Terrell.
So here it was. On 1st and 10, the very first play after the Vikings kicked off to the Falcons, after they tied it up, Taylor Heineke throwing, and he wants that one back. Byron Murphy jumped in front of the pass, picked it off, and took it back inside of Atlanta territory. Heineke getting the start because Desmond Ritter had some questionable turnovers. Heineke comes up with a tough one right there. The Texans game has gone to the end of the third quarter. We'll bookmark the Houston drive for you.
Colorado Warriors Akers. Again, A.J. Terrell aggressively up to make the play.
Well, Terrell knows he's got help over the top with Grant. He reads that coming off and just rolls up there, sees that offensive line release. So it's a zone corner that's just in the flat, got that press going, and as soon as he sees those offensive linemen release triggers, he goes and makes a tackle. That's just good football right there.
On third down and 14, already in field goal range. The third quarter will come to an end with Joshua Dobbs thrown right in there and has responded for the Vikings.
So the Vikings will be in the red zone when they start the fourth quarter in Atlanta. The Texans are in the red zone when they start the fourth quarter against Tampa Bay. The Jordan Love-led Green Bay Packers will all be careful there, Jordan. That ball comes loose. I think they called it an incomplete pass, but everyone was scrambling for it as if it could have been a fumble. And this play is a bang-bang play that they're going to call catch and fumble. They're going to call this a catch, a fumble, and a recovery. Let's listen in.
No signal yet, and now incomplete. Alontae Taylor with the big hit for the Saints defense. And near disaster for the Bears as we take another look.
And real time, I thought it was the right call, and I continue to think it's the right call. But this is the second time on screens Alontae has fired and just come up and made the play. His timing today has been excellent. I don't think you get a second football or 2 feet in a third football move, and I think that's the right call on the field.
Dennis Allen agrees as he will not challenge the call. Second down and 10. Agent over the middle. Intercepted. What a play by Marcus May.
Point three.
Page's second pick of the afternoon and the second this season for the Baron May. Marcus May does a great job of making Tyson Bagent think this play is going to be over. Just screams underneath it, undercuts.
And we are back out of the TV timeout, beginning the third quarter. Any score here will give the Texans the lead.
Wildcat, Singletary, it fools nobody. No gain.
Easy to second guess because the plays run, but without a field goal kicker, I'm not taking C.J. Stroud off the field. I want him having the football to make my plays down the stretch because it's a 4-down territory. So if I'm going Wildcat, I'm limited in what I do. But C.J. Stroud, his ability to throw the football and make plays with his feet, I want that on the field for all 4 of my downs.
Third and goal. Operating out of the gun. Stroud lost it. Out of bounds. Collins with the grab, but along the right of the sideline.
Nico Collins ruled out of bounds. That'll bring up 4th and goal. Houston will likely, will they kick the field goal? They don't have a field goal kicker that we know of. They might have to go for it. Meanwhile, 3rd and 14 in the red zone, and that's a conservative play call for Minnesota, who wants to get any type of points to break the 21-21 tie. What do the Texans do? They've got the offense in the field. Kyrie Fairbairn out with an injury. It would have been a chip shot field goal. Instead, they feel they have to go for it on 4th and goal from the 9 with no kicker.
Instead, it's Stroud. Throws. End zone. Touchdown. It's Dalton Schultz. And Stroud with another BB. That's strong.
Tampa Bay, one of the bigger pressure teams in the league, number 3 in pressure percentage, decides not to press it on that one. Rush 4, drop 7, and Schultz wins a one-on-one against the cornerback, Carlton Davis. A great example of what tight ends are in today's NFL. An extra receiver, albeit in a bigger body.
No kicker, No problem. C.J. Stroud, and the Texans will go for 2. Trying to take a 7-point lead. This is why you just don't see this all that often in the NFL. You know and your opponent knows you can't kick it. Stroud gets there for 2. C.J. Stroud likes to squabble. The touchdown to Schultz. Puts Houston in front.
C.J. Stroud continues to impress. Meanwhile, a 3rd and 3 for the Saints trying to add to their 7-point lead. Pass goes incomplete, looking for Michael Thomas, and a penalty marker comes in against the Chicago Bears. Illegal contact or pass interference, either one will give the Saints a first down, which they did get. They ran one play, and now we're live again with them. 2nd and 9.
And this one is blown dead, and we might have the first Saints penalty of the day.
Full start. Offense number 83, 5-yard penalty.
We've got Brett Rippon on a 2nd and 10. Still looking for their first touchdown of the day. Rippon left side. Ball is tipped. Ball is picked. And it's Anthony Johnson who comes away with it. Shout out Iowa State. Anthony Johnson Jr. with the interception, and Green Bay gets the football back at the start of the 4th quarter with a touchdown lead.
2nd down and 14 for the Saints, who have taken advantage of 3 Chicago turnovers today. Carr over the middle, almost caught at the 25, and it's Taysom Hill getting to the 24. What a day it's been for Taysom Hill. He's got a passing touchdown. He's rushed for 40 yards, and he also has a touchdown catch and 4 receptions now on the day.
Tiki and I have been talking about it all week preparing for this game, but it's like, it's hard to wrap your head around how good of a football player he is and all of the different things that he does.
And he's 33 years old. He presents like he's still a young man in this league. And obviously he took a mission and he came back and he started late. But he doesn't look like he's an age vet.
3rd down and 8 for Carr and the Saints. Carr fires. It's caught right at the first down marker. Olave brings it in. And let's see where they spot this one. It's very close. Kyler Gordon made the tackle, and it's going to be 4th and short. Dennis Allen has Taysom Hill, can just try to stuff this one across or make it a 2-score game with a field goal.
I think you go up and you try and get him to jump off sides real quick.
They're running it, trying to push Hill forward. Not a lot of burst there for Taysom Hill.
I think that was Derek Carr. That wasn't Taysom Hill. That's the challenge.
That was Carr.
If you're going to do that, we'll have to get him.
Hill was on the field as well.
It's hard to tell with the pile, but I don't think he made that.
Carr is insisting he got enough. Bears say we stuffed him. And now
the yellow line is unofficial, obviously, but the spot looks like it is a first down.
No official signal yet. And they will measure. Will it be enough?
6'4", see the measurement on the left side. Extend the chains. Get out the note card if you need it. Gene Steratore. Torbert's the official there, but that's short by a couple of links. And 3rd and 6 on the right side. Oh, Ramondre Stevenson had a step, but the ball didn't get on him in time, and the ball gets knocked away. Washington does its job. It'll be 4th down, New England. forced to punt, we would expect back to Washington, who holds on to a field goal lead.
Put the ball in his hand, or to come in with that big package. It's something as a Saints fan, you're wondering why.
Yeah, the big mistake here is that, as Andrew alluded to, before the measurement, or actually before the play, this could have been a 2-score game, and it's now still just a 7-point game.
Is there anything about having to go quickly? They wanted to get to the line quickly, where Carr had to be the QB instead of Hill?
Yes, I would think that's it, but I also think that's one of the situations where you try and draw them off sides. Very quickly trying to force the hand, maybe get a cheap first down, and then reassess after that.
On this season, coming into today, Taysom Hill on 3rd and 4th and 1 was 3 for 3rd and short for the Packers in the red zone.
Dillon trying to stretch it, and he got grabbed by Laurel Murchison. Another tight yardage stop by this LA front.
Yeah, Laurel Murchison right here.
These sections, making it a 10-point game, making them score towards the Superdome.
You're right, and a defense that has played very well here in the second half. They've been much more aggressive.
Bajan gets ready to take a shot on the release. That was Anderson who hit Bajan, and now it's 3rd down.
That's really the first time that we've seen Tyson Bajan look hurried, trying to make a decision.
We've got a red zone drive, in fact, goal to go for the Cleveland Browns. Kareem Hunt. That's fantasy important for some of you, and reality important for the Cleveland Browns, who look like they're well on their way to a victory. 26-0, the score when Hunt broke the plane there midway through the 4th quarter. Anders Carlson to make it a 2-possession lead. He got it inside of that left upright, 13-3. Green Bay with the lead.
Quickly got through.
And we'll come back to the Tampa Bay Houston game, which has been one of the most entertaining of the afternoon.
Of course, they have a different QB. Mayfield, step, deep ball. Mayfield looking for Evans. He's got him. Evans with the grab and a touchdown.
Did he touch him down in bounds before he went in? That's going to be what they're going to look at. But what a beautiful pitch and catch.
54 yards. Mayfield Evans just streaking past defenders like he done so many times before. He needed 68 yards coming into the day to get 11,000 on the season. Mike Evans, the Texas product, waiting on the they're going to wait to see if he was touched down inside the 1-yard line. It was called a touchdown live, but they're looking at the replay. In fact, they're going to say that he was down, guys. We're going to have to go to Houston a second for 1st and goal. But until then, the Baltimore Ravens, Tyler Huntley in, and Odell Beckham Jr. has a touchdown as a Raven. His first touchdown as a Baltimore Raven. This is 1st and goal for the Buccaneers, and Chris Godwin cannot haul this one in, so they reviewed it and overturned the touchdown that was called by Mike Evans to make him down at the 1-yard line. 2nd and goal upcoming.
Have it all. And just put it in the ground. I know there's a little bit of rush, but he had time. That felt deliberate to me.
Pressure came from Denzel Curry. 2nd and goal.
On the give, ripping through. Rashad White, touchdown, Tampa Bay. 2nd of the day for White. 1-point game.
Say thank you.
3rd and 9 for Tyson Bajan. Down by a touchdown, 5 minutes remaining, and it's another interception. The New Orleans Saints may have just closed the door on a victory at home. Tyson Bajan, who has had some big moments and some tough moments, makes one there for the Bears' 4th turnover of the day, forced by the New Orleans defense. The extra point is up and good. We are tied. Buccaneers 30, Houston Texans 30. Let's go back to this Baltimore play. We had to cut live back to the Buccaneers play on 1st and goal from the 1. We wanted to show you what was OBJ's reaction. Catching his first touchdown as a Baltimore Raven. Oh, he's been waiting to cut that dance loose, especially in front of the home fans at M&T Bank Stadium. OBJ, he's had quite the route to get back into an NFL roster, back onto an NFL field, back into an NFL end zone. And he is right there. The Ravens rolling today and making a statement 37-3 over the Seattle Seahawks. And by the way, I know many of you in the Bay Area in California, San Francisco 49ers fans, you're watching Red Zone today with your team on the bye. Congratulations, because that Seahawks loss, we'll just say it's going to be a loss, down by 34 points in the fourth quarter. Seahawks loss would put the Niners back into first place in the NFC West. 3rd and 6 for Minnesota.
This is up. Dobbs throws. Hawkinson lets him try on the marker right after 30. And shot backwards.
Moving right there.
Here comes a live 3rd down for Los Angeles, down by 10.
Rippon. Just trying to buy time. Was swinging for Freeman. That pass was wayward, deflected by Carl.
Ribs, that's what he looked at. You knew you were going to get that thing hit.
He struggles, but he hangs on. Hawkinson stumbling out of bounds, taking people with him.
You know he's hurt. I mean, but that's where you want to go to, right? You want to go to your go-to player. Remember, again, Joshua Dobbs just gets here on Tuesday, and you know this is a guy he probably hasn't done a lot of work with over the course of the week, but Hawkinson just showing some toughness with those ribs, gutting it out.
Madison will get the first down. Some tough yards up near the 45-yard line. Let's check in with Carissa.
Thank you, Chris. Letting you guys know what's coming up next. America's Game of the Week, and it's a good one. Dak Prescott 7-1 in his last 8.
As Carissa Thompson tells you about the late window, including the Eagles and the Cowboys, we'll have that game and 2 others for you in the late window. Want to let you know that Minnesota running Alexander Madison between the tackles. Cam Akers has been ruled out for the Minnesota offense. An ankle injury for Cam Akers. He's done for the day and just filed this away with 10 minutes still to play. Joshua Dobbs is the only quarterback on the roster right now who has the football helmet and shoulder pads on. Cam Akers was expected to be the emergency quarterback if anything happened to Dobbs. Cam Akers is now out. We have no idea what would happen, and hopefully we don't have to find out if Dobbs were to get hurt. But the Minnesota Vikings somehow finding a way to get it done on the road so far, holding on to a field goal lead. It's a field goal deficit at home for the New England Patriots against Washington.
Patriots must get to the 41-yard line. Jones, airing it out. And he overthrows Rager. So the Patriots will punt it away.
Let's give General Manager Quincy Adele Clemenza credit for the acquisition during the week after the injury to Kirk Cousins to go out and get Dobbs. Who knew he'd be playing and trying to lead them to victory here in the fourth quarter in Atlanta on 3rd and 5. Incomplete. No flags. Hawkinson, the target.
Get this thing past the
And that'll bring up 4th down in Atlanta. The Vikings with the lead will undoubtedly play conservative and punt it away. 3rd and 9 for the Saints.
Carr, incomplete, looking for Michael Thomas, who is still without a catch today. And on 4th down and
So the Chicago defense does its job. They have Tyson Bagent's back. The turnover did not turn into points for New Orleans. And Chicago should get it back with plenty of time left to try and go on a game-tying touchdown drive. 30-30 as we play on here in Houston. 400 yards today through the air. Nice cutback, Singletary. Throws it back for Stroud. Creativity.
I don't think Bobby Slowick has this in the playbook. Stroud just gets out there. I'm open, hit me. And how about Singletary? Probably the last time he pitched a ball like that was Pop Warner. How about that? Guaranteed Bobby Slowick did not draw it up that way. But those two created on the fly.
That doesn't look like a guy who drew it up that way.
No, he's like, okay, that worked, right? Don't do that again.
First down at the 36. Stroud sets. Floats it.
Caught by Brown. Driven to the sideline at the 5. Penalty marker down. Noah Brown is having a monster day.
Another flag down that came from the secondary. Let's see what we get.
Foley. Defense number 24.
And it was Carlton Davis on Noah Brown who got away from the hold. And what a play.
CJ Stroud just going bananas as back in the Minnesota game. Kevin O'Connell just linking up with Mines in the last 4 or 5 days with his new quarterback, Joshua Dobbs. But if the Vikings finish that off, it is one of the biggest adapt, improvise, and overcome victories of the year. Houston looking to regain the lead. First and goal at the 5. Give it to Singletary. And the play whistle dead. Flag was thrown at the 8.
Ball start. Offense number 19. 5-yard penalty. No first down.
It's Hutchinson, the false start. That's 6 penalties for 96 yards against the Texans.
So right now, the receivers, Coach Ben McDaniels, he's making a little note. Receivers, you didn't get the ball in that play. How are you false starting? It's a running play.
So back it up to the 10. The Bulldogs in a 3rd down for the Chicago Bears, deep in their own territory, but just 3 minutes remaining. As CJ Stroud fakes the pass out to the right, then comes back to try and play a screen in the middle. Tyson Bagent, right side, ball gets batted down, and the Bears with all 3 timeouts and 4th and 4 way in their own territory. You would think they'll punt this away, and they will. Bagent goes to the sideline, so the Bears defense is going to have to try and get a stop one more time. The Saints will get it back via the punt and could put this thing away with 2 or 3 first downs strung together. Nice job by the Buccaneers defense to snuff out that screen attempt by the Texans. So here comes your 2nd and goal from the 11-yard line. Shaheed drifting over from the 42. Slips the tackle. Shaheed is so dangerous. This is McCollum. Fake, then a give for Dell. And Dell goes down after a gain of half a yard. Winfield and White, they were grabbing at the jersey. So double box in with the Atlanta Falcons down by a field goal, approaching the halfway mark of the 4th quarter. Taylor Heineke and company just trying to hold on to the football and get it downfield, shy of midfield right now.
Or score on a touchdown. John Robinson straight ahead to the 43. Heineke hasn't run much. He scrambled a little bit.
As we talked about, field goals don't appear to be an option.
Maybe CJ Stroud can drop kick it.
Probably could. On 3rd down for the Texans. Stroud out of the pocket. On the move. Throws on the run. Sliding attempt incomplete. Schultz, the intended receiver.
Robinson across midfield. Found first down. Now you look at everybody's going to walk up in here. You see all these guys in here pitching outside, getting away from the blitz.
Try a 29-yard field goal.
If I'm Tampa Bay, I'm very alert on fakes here.
Gunbowale, 7-year NFL veteran, normally a running back. The field goal attempt is good. Houston leads. Smiles for everybody inside the stadium.
He has had success running the football in the Big Ten at Wisconsin. Success running the football in the NFL with a variety of teams.
Some emergency kickers in our 15 years at NFL Red Zone. I'm not sure we've seen an emergency kicker kick a go-ahead 4th quarter field goal, must have it, in a situation like this to break a 30-3. Even Baker Mayfield. Got to tip your cap, man. Dare Ogunbowale, he is stepping up in a crisis moment. Joshua Dobbs has stepped up in a crisis moment. What action we're seeing here on NFL Red Zone week number 9. Hope those of you who are enjoying the free previews will stay with us for the second half of the season. This is how we do it. We take you to every game, show you every touchdown, all of the great moments, no commercials, all throughout the afternoon. And we've still got more here to go in the witching hour. The field goal deficit for the Atlanta Falcons starting to look more and more manageable as in the sub 6 minute mark, Taylor Heinicke and the Falcons, well, I was just going to say, are into Rams territory. But here comes a 5-yard penalty. They're going to call. I thought we were going to have a false start. Sean Smith will just check.
False start.
Yeah, it is a false start, so that's going to bring it back towards the 50-yard line. Meanwhile, we can sneak in this play here. A 2-possession lead for the Packers. They have the ball as well. But we show you every touchdown from every game, including the rookie going in, Luke Musgrave. Nifty design on the play. Love fake to the left, fake to the right. Shot it back over the middle to the rookie tight end. 20-yard touchdown. Green Bay looks like they're on their way to a home victory. 20-3 over the Rams with 3.5 minutes remaining. 3rd and 8.
Pressure. Picked up for the ball. Heinicke's going to keep. He's got to run to get the first down. Diving. He's got it.
And that's the energy that Heinicke brings. That's what they love about him.
Huge play by the Atlanta quarterback. Now they're in field goal range, can work some clock. They can start thinking touchdown, perhaps. And a 3rd and 8 for the Saints. The Bears have burned 2 of their 3 timeouts. This would be a massive conversion for Derek Carr. He hits a lobby, but getting tackled right there at the spot will bring up 4th down. Now they are in field goal range. The Saints probably want to extend that lead to 10 points. Tyler Algier will get the carry and take it inside of the 30-yard line. We'll watch the game clock here as it ticks down less than 5 minutes to go.
The point of attack.
And we'll get you back to that Houston and Tampa Bay game when conditions warrant. Baker Mayfield midway through the 4th quarter with a chance to be a 4th quarter hero. But the Bucs have it still in their own end.
Averaging less than 2 a carry with it.
In fact, let's bring in the Buccaneers in a double box. 3rd and 7 for Baker Mayfield from the 30-yard line. The Falcons take the snap, hand it off. Algier. Again, Bijan Robinson fumbled on his last carry, so you would expect Algier to get some work here as ball security is absolutely paramount for the Falcons in field goal range. New Orleans trying to make it a 2-possession lead in a game that could put them over 500. Blake Grupe, kick on the line, and he hits the upright. Strikes it and back onto the field. No good. The Bears have life. No timeouts remaining. Chicago, with their rookie quarterback, Tyson Bagent, will have a chance for a 2-minute drill thrill. And Tyler Algier plows forward, not only for a gain, that's a 1st down, and Atlanta can start playing some clock management game with it down by a field goal.
Well, Baker Mayfield moved forward, then unexpectedly got the snap, and that ball is incomplete with 2 flags down on the play. That went haywire. After a timeout.
Illegal motions. Offense number 6 moving forward as a step.
The 18 in Minnesota. Algier. Dragging people. 1st and goal.
Well, I talked about it right here. These 2 guys inside. Great double team off the ball. See Lindstrom getting hooked and carry out there. And then it's this battering ram right here. Algier.
T-Man is ticked in.
There's one. One fist bump. He's got about 3 of them so far on this drive.
Harrison Phillips.
And that clock will stop at 2:13. I believe it was the. Well, we'll get you that in just a moment. But the Patriots going to get it back with a field goal that could tie the game. They get the punt and get a nice punt return. However, the Patriots were offsides on the special teams play. You never see Bill Belichick's teams making bad mental errors like that. One of the men on the right side or left side of the defensive line came forward before the play that gave Washington a first down, and now the Commanders have the ball and can make the Patriots burn all of their timeouts. This timeout was taken by the Atlanta Falcons, and actually that was a Vikings timeout, I believe, at 2:13. We'll check that. They both have used one in the second half.
Tyler Algier is powering in for a Falcon touchdown. Waddle away to camera drop. Flag down. They're huddling in the end zone. We'll check that flag.
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play, dead ball, personal foul. Offense number 15.
And Jefferson called after the touchdown.
They're going to split this right here. Fisk getting the cut, and then it's just the power of Algier. And we talked about it, how worn out this Vikings defense looked. What'd you say, 11 straight runs just leaning on people? It's like a boxer going to the body, and there's fist pump number 4 by Heineke.
We'll check that penalty after on Jefferson.
And while that was going on, you had this. Tyson Bagent with a chance to be a fourth quarter hero, 2nd and 20. Tyson in trouble, and the ball comes out. Bagent fumbles, it's still loose. Werner scoops it out for the Saints. That is the 4th turnover today. Do it. Another turnover forced by this New Orleans defense. That's 4 turnovers and caused or given up 4 giveaways by Tyson Bagent. 3 interceptions, 1 lost fumble. DJ Moore also lost a fumble. The Bears could not hold on to the football, and it looks like the Saints will get the home victory to get their record to 5-4. Well, Houston gets the football back. They need a couple of first downs here to make the Bucs burn all of their timeouts and get this thing down to a 2-minute warning. We'll listen in here for just a couple of plays, and we'll try and find another trailing team with the football in the 4th quarter.
Back on the field. Schultz has done a good job for them in key situations at tight end 86. Tampa, remember how many times we talked about pressure and then they backed off and played coverage? So Todd Bowles reverts back to his first love, which is to bring extra people.
Stroud. Knocked out of his hand. It's there. And Houston recovers. Shaquille Barrett got in there to knock it free. And then the recovery by Fant, former college basketball standout at Western Kentucky.
Look at Barrett. Turn the corner, knocks it free, try and show you get in the vicinity, and an alert play by Fant jumping on the loose ball. They got to jump off.
And jump ball goes to the offense. So Cameron Johnston will punt it. Possession arrow, Houston. Big kick. Tompkins going back at the 30. Has some room if he can turn that corner. Curtis. And hit from behind as he's brought down after the 62-yard punt, a 10-yard return. Tonight.
So here we go. What we do at this time during the witching hour, we dial in to the trailing teams in one-possession games with the football. That's the Minnesota Vikings here. The New England Patriots are going to get the football back with a 2-minute drill coming out of the 2-minute warning timeout. And we'll see what happens with the New Orleans Saints. They could kick a game-sealing field goal in just a bit. Here are the New England Patriots. They've been trailing most of this game against the Commanders, but a field goal can tie A touchdown takes the lead.
Tight end Henry out to the 32-yard line. 10 of 8. Second down and 2 with New England trailing by 3. They need to get to the Washington 33-yard line for a 51-yard attempt. That is Ryland's season and career high. Jones pass, diving catch out of the 45 made by Smith-Schuster.
Nice job. Nice job, Mac Jones stepping into the throw. Very accurate football. He's had issues on these last drives, turning the ball over his career.
Jones on first down, and there's a nice pass breakup made by Percy Butler.
Incomplete pass stops the clock at 1:32. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers need a field goal to tie, touchdown to take the lead, but that's a concerning sight. Mike Evans on the sideline in some discomfort.
Buccaneers trying to get themselves at least in the field goal range, and obviously thinking
Washington Commanders with a 3-point lead. Mac Jones on second down. Stands in the pocket. Fires to the outside. Incomplete. Smith-Schuster comes
to lead Houston. Baker Mayfield, 200 yards and a touchdown. Rashad White, 2 rushing touchdowns for Tampa Bay.
Sneaks so prevalent in the NFL, not in order here.
On the give, White slices through for a first down. Picks up 3.
Even if you're saying it's man coverage, there's one safety in the middle, I'm going to throw it to the sideline. But if the route isn't there, go somewhere else. You can't just throw that up because that could have easily been intercepted.
Now 3rd and 10. Jones a pump fake. Here's Stevenson out of the backfield. Stevenson across midfield, so it's now 4th down.
Yards today. First down at the 49.
For Kim Jarrett, the drafted free agent out of Maryland in the ball.
We go to the triple box right now. 3 games with the trailing team down by 1 possession, possessing the football. And the ball came loose in the Tampa Bay game. They got it back on top of it. But a 4th down conversion for the New England Patriots in the upper right-hand portion of the screen. Bottom of your screen, out of the 2-minute warning timeout, does Joshua Dobbs have one more magical moment in his Minnesota Viking debut? Scrambles to the left and throws. The Vikings still have 2 timeouts should they choose to use them. Mac Jones goes out of bounds, stopping the clock at 38 seconds left. The New England Patriots working it into field goal range. New England has a rookie kicker, Chad Ryland, who is warming up on the sideline. He hasn't been perfect so far this year, but he might get a chance at one to tie things up and potentially send it into overtime. TJ Hawkinson, with 90 seconds and counting, makes the catch for Kevin O'Connell's offense. And we had a stoppage in the Bucs game. Buccaneers-Texans, 2-minute warning. You're not missing anything in Houston. Keep it here. Oh, tip pass. Washington, they called it. They picked it off. Washington picks off Mac Jones on the deflection, and the Commanders are going to get the victory on the road as they celebrate in the end zone. They'll take their record to 4-5. Just as we thought the Patriots might be looking at overtime, the Commanders turned them away, and good job by Ron Rivera's guys. Mac Jones and the Patriots, they will drop to 2-7, still the worst record in the AFC, not the AFC East, although that is true as well, in their conference. And I don't belabor that. I don't say that with any emotion other than disbelief as to what we know the greatness of the New England Patriots in this millennium has been. We have the first of the late afternoon kickoffs underway. The only 4:05 Eastern game, the the Carolina Panthers and the Indianapolis Indianapolis Colts from Charlotte. Justin Jefferson still injured, hopefully returning in the next couple of weeks, perhaps, for the Minnesota Vikings. Jordan Addison has really blossomed in his rookie year when Jefferson was out there, and then certainly in Jefferson's absence, he has been able to be counted on as number 3, the rookie out of USC. They'll continue to look at that booth review there. Washington takes their final knee, and the Commanders officially have their victory. A little pushing and shoving in the Commanders and Patriots game, and we're waiting for the Buccaneers to come out of the 2-minute warning timeout. Baker Mayfield will have 2nd and 18 after they put the ball on the ground and had to jump on it way behind the line of scrimmage against the Houston Texans. They just announced the ruling on the field stands. I have Sean Smith. We could hear his voice. They didn't put him on camera, but the ruling on the field stands. So Jordan and Addison and the Minnesota Vikings with a first down over midfield. Coming out of the 2-minute warning timeout here, Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers need a field goal to tie, touchdown to take the lead with 2 minutes remaining.
So the Texans have had to change their game plan in certain situations. Tampa Bay down by 3 on a 2nd and 18. Mayfield warms it up, throws, and bounces.
Extra pressure picked up, Dobbs to throw. Hawkinson, TJ Hawkinson could not hold on. The throw was there.
And it was just a little high-low game. Hawkinson to the outside. And, I mean, this is a beautifully thrown ball. You see him make the move on top of Grant and right there on the hands.
And that's a great little punch out that right.
Oh, that's just perfect timing. I thought it was a drop. That wasn't a drop.
Because he's their big play guy.
Anderson just getting simultaneous snaps, it would appear. Joshua Dobbs trying to call out the signals, and a false start by the Buccaneers is going to make it 3rd and 24. Rough penalty for 3rd and 23, let's call it. Dobbs scrambles to the right, scrambles back to the left. He's run for first downs before. He won't get there on this play. It'll be 3rd down with 56 seconds on the clock. Again, the Vikings have to get a touchdown. The Buccaneers thinking field goal or touchdown to take the lead. But a rough penalty against Todd Bowles' offense there. 3rd and 23. You figure, it's 2-down territory, so you just want to get half of this, 2/3 of this. You'd love to get all of it, but the Houston crowd at NRG Stadium rocking and rolling on their feet, trying to will their guys to their 4th win of the year. Mayfield takes the snap, steps up in the pocket, field over the middle, hits his man, and it's down to the 40-yard line, short of the first down, close to field goal range, though. The Buccaneers will not use a timeout. 1:42 remaining. It is 4th down. Do you try an extremely long field goal with Chase McLaughlin, or do you go for it on 4th down? They've got the offense in the huddle here. 4th and 2. Maybe they're trying to draw them off sides to get the first down. They can always burn a timeout if the play clock gets down to 1. Let's listen in on the Houston and Tampa Bay game play.
Crucial call on 4th and 2 for Tampa Bay.
Mayfield 4th downs here. The Buccaneers are going for it. Baker has to get 2 yards. He runs forward. He plows his way for the first down. Tampa Bay. And a 4th down for Joshua Dobbs, who escapes pressure. Dobbs with speed. Dobbs gets the first down on the quarterback scramble. Inside of the 15-yard line. Out of bounds at the 39. Joshua Dobbs. How did he do it? Baker Mayfield. How did he do it? 2 quarterbacks that were headed into the pocket. It would have been game-ending sacks for the Texans defense and the Falcons defense. But Baker makes his magic. Joshua Dobbs finds a way. And these 2 teams are still alive. The Vikings need a touchdown to take the lead. The Buccaneers are now in field goal range, but they could take some end zone shots should they choose. Incredible action for Minnesota and Tampa Bay. Minnesota ready to run the next snap? Let's listen in.
Looking for that first game-winning drive of his career. That's time. Incomplete. Probably a good thing that Jackson didn't hang on to that. Nate Landman with a big defensive play.
Well, just sitting there in zone coverage as he comes across the football field. You see him pointing out, Okudah pointing to
Mayfield, 221 yards through the air. It's a running play, and it's Rashad White. Stood up and dropped inside the 30.
Hawkinson hit. Hangs on. Timeout, 7-yard line. The Vikings will have one remaining. We're going to recap with Jared Hall, who got his first NFL start, 5th-round draft pick from BYU because of the injury of Kirk Cousins, left with a concussion. So Joshua Dobbs, acquired on Tuesday from Arizona, comes in, nailed by Calais Campbell for a safety. But then he throws a touchdown. He rallies his team, that's Madison. In the meantime, Jonnu Smith, a 60-yard touchdown catch and carry, and then Dobbs has to run himself.
Still a chance to take the lead in regulation. 53 seconds on the clock. They trail by 3.
Evans in the slot, bottom of the screen.
And we've got both sides simultaneously. Baker's looking towards his red zone. Touchdown Vikings! Touchdown Vikings! Joshua Dobbs, the Minnesota Vikings, against all odds, get it into the end zone for a last-second go-ahead touchdown. How did Dobbs do it? Kevin O'Connell can't believe it. 30-28 with 20 seconds remaining. And the Buccaneers on a 1st and goal. They'll let the clock go down to 37 seconds. And now there's a timeout. Was it D'Amico Ryans that called it to gather his defense? But Joshua Dobbs, his 5th team in the last 2 seasons. A journeyman quarterback who did some nice things for Arizona when Kyler Murray was out for the first half of the season. Got traded right before the trading deadline. Minnesota picks him up as what they thought would be insurance because Kirk Cousins is out for the year until they can get maybe someone else, or Jaron Hall was expected to run the offense today, the rookie out of BYU who's been in the system at least for a series of months since the draft. Joshua Dobbs shows up on Wednesday, would have been his first full practice, didn't even take the first team reps. Was it the emergency quarterback today, has to come in and play most of the 4 quarters in this game and leads his team on what could be a game-winning touchdown drive. That is the guts of an NFL football player, Joshua Dobbs. So 31-28 there. We'll get you back for the kickoff in the Minnesota-Atlanta game. The timeout here. They're discussing something. Land Clark listening in on his headset.
Clark is going to
fill in the gaps. Let's listen in and they'll make the announcement to us and the TV audience.
After review, the ruling is in the last 2 minutes of the game, remember the offense, other than the fumble, recovered the ball. The ball will be returned to the spot of the fumble. It will be 1st and 10. Tampa Bay is elected to take a timeout to avoid the 10-second runoff.
Well, that's it for timeouts.
But that's okay because they feel like where they're going to run offense, now you just can't take a sack.
Don't forget the State Farm postgame show is standing by. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, Coach Tower, scores and highlights all coming up on the State Farm postgame show.
Right, I trust my quarterback. Can I get Evans in a position while I'm throwing something?
So kickoff just happened. The broadcast crew for Fox would just been treated to an amazing game there in Atlanta. Just going through a retrospective, the players warming up with the Kirk Cousins T-shirts in support of their team captain and leader who was felled for the rest of the season. And now it will be Taylor Heineke requiring a miracle. Atlanta still has 2 timeouts. Atlanta just ran a play that picked them up about 10 yards, and the clock stops with 15 seconds left to go. We want to see how aggressive the Buccaneers will play this. With no timeouts in 49 seconds, you can still be tackled in bounds. You want to be aggressive for the touchdown, but you want to absolutely ensure minimally that you get the field goal to tie this thing up at 33. All right, the Bucs are going to run the next snap. Let's listen to them.
Houston up by 3. Shotgun for Mayfield. End zone. Keenan.
Touchdown! Buccaneers go in front. Baker Mayfield, a strike for the score. And at this rate, I expect Taylor Heineke to throw a 75-yard touchdown. He will go deep, and it goes out of bounds, incomplete with 10 seconds remaining. But the Minnesota Vikings go on an unbelievable drive. The Buccaneers, against all odds, come down the field, and instead of playing conservative for the field goal, which would have tied it, Baker Mayfield, Cade Otton, back in the end zone, touchdown Tampa Bay. They have the lead with 46 seconds left. Do not count out C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud has thrown for 395 yards. He'll need some more chunk plays to get his Houston Texans back into that one. Bijan Robinson out of bounds. They're just trying to set up the Hail Mary here. It would appear they're not going to get into field goal range with only 5 seconds remaining. So Arthur Smith could be the
At this point,
I'm not sure. It'd be this is from the 40-yard line. This would be, you'd have to throw this thing 65 yards, maybe 70 yards in the air. If Heineke has that type of arm, maybe they let him uncork it. If not, here comes pitchy woo woo. Shout out Scott Van Pelt.
Well, he says he plays every play like it's his last play. He's going to go for it. A Hail Mary. It's not going to make it quite. And the Viking defense prevails. Joshua Dobbs, 15th of the calendar year, 7th overall, acquired this week from Arizona for a 6th conditional and a 7th round pick. Rallies
The Minnesota Vikings started the day in playoff position. They get the improbable victory. They are 5-4. The Atlanta Falcons dropped to 4-5, and we'll see what that does to the standings in the NFC South. With the Saints already having won, New Orleans at this moment is back into first place. Here's a little game rewind presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Are you kidding me? That's two individuals that they might know each other from other previous stops, but in Minnesota, they've only been together for a handful of days. Two guys that have dedicated themselves to this great game, and they both just experienced something that I don't think either one of them could have predicted as we began the day today at 1 o'clock Eastern. C.J. Stroud, is there magic in that arm? Dalton Schultz could start here. Texans have 2 timeouts. Texans will use one of those timeouts. Clock stops at 39 seconds, but you see the score. The Texans now have to have a touchdown to win this game.
30 seconds left.
One timeout remaining for D'Amico Ryans and company. Stroud is over 400 yards for the day. 409 for C.J. Stroud. Just a remarkable rookie season he's put together. This Texans team is 3-4. The Buccaneers are 3-4. It's a 3-game losing streak for Tampa Bay.
All right, so we're in first quarter action. You haven't missed anything much in Carolina and Indianapolis. Halfway through the first quarter, it's a punt by the Panthers, and it's a muff. Isaiah McKenzie muffed the punt. Panthers pounce, and Carolina is set up in good place. Johnny Hecker, an animated punter, if there was one, celebrates that play there. We'll see if they can break the 0-0 tie. Stroud, conservative play here. Dalton Schultz, and that's a tackle inbounds. They're going to have to burn their timeout or get up to the line of scrimmage. Ooh, D'Amico Ryans elects to burn that timeout immediately. Now you're out of timeouts. You need a touchdown, and you're not to midfield.
Yeah, he gave that score and everything's running all season long. Punting last time, punting the first time. Hubbard is there. Banging his way through. And finally brought down by Leonard. After
A kicker scored 3 touchdowns. So they went for it on 3 two-point tries. Only got one of them. That was missed opportunities. We're talking about a 4-point game right now. 31 seconds to go. On second down, Stroud downfield.
Now they're going to lay on him. Look at him lay on him. They're going to make him come and get him off.
It's Brown with another catch. They're trying to rush here. We're down to 18 seconds. 17 seconds. Stroud will clock it with 16. Ball is at the 42-yard line.
A couple more games kicking off in a matter of moments. The Giants and the Raiders. New head coach of the Raiders, Antonio Pierce, hugging the owner, Mark Davis, made a massive change that smashed the reset strategy on the Las Vegas Raiders franchise, firing the coach, the general manager, benching Jimmy Garoppolo, getting rid of another assistant coach as well. Antonio Pierce coaching them today against his old team, the New York Giants. Stroud shot, and they're going to have a chance down to the 15-yard line with 10 seconds left. They could get 2 shots to the end zone here. CJ Stroud, pinpoint pass, and take down rookie to rookie. What a job gathering in the football, planting the right foot, dragging the left side. This is not a shot. Unbelievable. That is by the way, that is now the NFL rookie passing record. CJ Stroud just went over. There's the graphic. Just passed Andrew Luck. 455 passing yards today. I think Mark Bulger was in there as well. But either way, here we go. Stroud to the end zone. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's the finish of the year in the NFL.
Flags down. 3 of them.
So they're headed to Houston side, so that's promising for the Texans. I believe.
After the play, unfortunately, contact. Defense number 54. The 15-yard penalty was being forced to pick off.
This young man is special. 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, and a lead with 6 seconds left.
Remember, this drive began with 46 seconds on the clock. And he takes him down 46, 2 timeouts. And hits 2 big plays down the stretch, both of them to a fellow rookie, Tank Dell.
The only concern now, obviously they're going for 2 once again in a 2-point game based on their kicking situation. Tylee Fairbairn out with a quad injury. You don't want to risk it by throwing it and getting a pick.
Exactly. So you just take it here, but isn't this an untimed down?
It is.
So you just take it and you get out of there, right? If you're not going to kick it.
And that's what they're doing. 6 seconds on the clock. They could try, just run for it. Obviously, they don't want things to go completely haywire on you.
Maybe you go wildcat there and just try to sweep it and see if you can get in, but they just decided, I don't want anything happening as you described, but that ball goes the other way, and all of a sudden we got tie game.
Charles, they went 75 yards in 40 seconds. Yeah. And they did it pretty easily.
I have not seen this kid ruffle at all. In the old days, he'd have a deodorant commercial by now, wouldn't he? Because he's not letting anyone see him sweat.
He might have one by next week.
I mean, wow.
This is extraordinary. What he's done today at home. His team now in front, 39-37. We asked him about being a rookie. He said, yes, it's a dream come true. A lot of work, ups and downs, learning lessons every week. Well, it's paying off.
And now here's your next thing. If you had your regular kicker, you would think about putting it on the ground or putting it in play where they've got to use some time or to kneel or what have you. If you put it in the air, it's a fair catch and no time comes off the clock.
So this is an interesting point that the CBS broadcasters there, Ian Eagle and Charles Davis, have been treated. I mean, you could call this the game of the year. I realize both these teams are sub 500, but the drama that was provided in the late fourth quarter between the Bucs and the Texans is unlike anything we've seen so far this year. We go triple box though. The kickoff in the upper left, Dare Ogunbowale, he pounded that one, and that's key because now the defense can go and just try and close it out on the final play or two. We're open into the late afternoon window. The New York Giants getting the football first in Las Vegas against the Raiders, and the bottom of the screen, the game of the day for us on NFL Red Zone. The Philadelphia Eagles, best record in the NFL, taking on their vaunted division rival Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott and company get the football first on the 25-yard line there in South Philly. Baker Mayfield, what do you got? You got 6 seconds and no timeouts.
This feels more like laterals all over the place. That's a long way to throw it.
This is 75 yards. That's not realistic.
Yeah, this feels like laterals everywhere.
So they get it started with Palmer. Going to give him as much as he can get. Get a lineman involved. Hainsey, ball is free. Game is over. Incredible. Come from behind win for the Houston Texans.
They'll be replaying that one on NFL Network all week long. What a thrill to enjoy that with you, ladies and gentlemen. 39-37. Baker Mayfield and company making amazing plays, but the rookie franchise quarterback for the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud, has just had the moment of his football life coming through for his team in miracle fashion, miracle made possible by his incredible right arm. Wow, what a finish there. Okay, we're into the late window now. The early window is closed. The Dallas Cowboys at home or on the road against their division rival. This could throw the NFC East into wide open in the back half of the season, or the Eagles could take a commanding chokehold on it if they're able to beat the Cowboys here this afternoon.
Prescott with some time left in the four lane. It's incomplete. Blankenship had pretty good coverage there, and a 3-out for the Cowboys.
Dallas got the matchup they wanted. They have CeeDee Lamb. He's the inside man of the bunch.
We just had a 3rd and 10 for the New York Giants. Daniel Jones back in the lineup, missed 3 games with a neck injury. And on that 3rd down, they're going to mark him short. This is going to be 4th and inches. Bellinger made the catch from Daniel Jones, but they marked him just shy. We'll see what Brian Daboll does here. On 4th and short, here comes the offense.
Up in that direction, but there was movement on the right side of the line, and that's going to change everything Brian Daboll wanted to do.
Well start. For the 73 offense. High-yard penalty. Okay.
That's Evan Neal back after being out with the ankle the last 2 games.
Right, I still consider Jalen Hurts to be a young quarterback.
Daboll not happy with the way that one turned out. The punt team comes on the field for the New York Giants. Jalen Hurts. This is, by the way, only the second Jalen Hurts Eagles versus Dak Prescott this game. Both of them were hurt in their respective home and home last year.
It's pretty remarkable.
Here he is to throw on 1st down. Quick into A.J. Brown. Makes the catch. And he's up to the 28-yard line. Hey, look at this Eagles offense. The rest of it, other than Brown and Hurts. One note, they've got a new right guard today. Tyler Steen, the rookie 3rd rounder, will make his NFL starting debut. Played a few snaps last week as Cam Jurgens, their normal starter, remains out. So Steen gets a chance today. Second down. Give it to Swiftmiller to go. As Damone Clark was right there on the stop for this Cowboys defense. We know what they're good at, Greg. Getting turnovers and turning them into touchdowns.
Yeah, this is probably the most opportune defense in the entire league. And we saw it last week in that game against the
Let's check in on a live 3rd down and 7. Gardner Minshew and the Indianapolis Colts just shy of midfield.
And he's got a lot of confidence in this team and understands the stretch of games they have coming up here, but they got to get things turned around after this 3-game losing streak. Driving the block, down the move. It is Gardner Minshew. And then leveled by Hill. There's a flag landed and enough yards for the 1st down to the 45. On 3rd and 7, he got 7.
Minshew took a hit right there.
Well, you have to remember it's where the ball is when they begin their slide. When a quarterback begins his slide, and it looks like he slid late because he knew where he had to get to for the first down. Third down has just had a 3rd and 5, or as Nick Sirianni likes to call it, 3rd and 4, in which actually they get about 4. So guess what's coming? The Philadelphia Eagles going to line up. It's got to be brotherly shove formation.
Extend drives.
And indeed it is. Here we go.
We know what play's coming.
Now they're going late snap count, and it worked to perfection. I thought they were just going to fake him, but it did the job of Hurts. Shocker, he picks up the first down again.
Really smart. So oftentimes you see that after about 3 or 4 fake set hunts, that play clock was winding down. There was about 5 seconds left. The defense can't help it. They're telling themselves, don't jump. They're going to just take the delay game, but that's planned. Take it as deep into the play clock. Get those defenders a little bit more off their hand and on their heels. That's a really well done and big early gamble that we've seen out of Nick Sirianni in his entire tenure here in Philly.
You think going for it on your own 32, first series against the Cowboys? It worked. It's on his first down to throw. A lot of time. Comes near side underneath, incomplete. Trying to get it to Dallas Goedert. As Mike approached Dallas Goedert, 2nd and 10 upcoming for the Eagles. You got 2nd and 5 in field goal range for the Colts.
What is a handoff for the last couple of games? 2nd and 5 once again. And he's got the first down, and he plummets his way into the grasp of Blue. He's at the 17-yard line. After gain of 7, a Colt first down.
Well, Frank Reich told us, he said, listen, the Colts are going to come in here and try and run the ball. We're 29th in the NFL in stopping the run, so we know that's what they're going to try and do. So it's our challenge to get that stop. Right now, the Colts are winning that battle.
1st and 10 with Moss. Blocked in there by Ogletree and taken down by Cook and others on that line. Shy Tuttle down to the 12. He's run well, coming in for a gain of 4 right there.
Pitchy, he's going to make something out of nothing, brotherly shove, whatever you want to call it. That gets all the attention, right? That's the exclamation point. But really what it's based on, Kev, is that in a lot of territory in the field, pretty much where the ball is from now all the way to the goal line, they're in 4-down territory. What that allows them to do on first down, it's 1st and 8. They have 3 downs to get this thing 8 yards because they know on 4th and short, it's almost a guarantee they're going to keep the drive alive. That is a huge advantage for your offense.
4-man rush. It's blocked up. Hurts is a man wide open, and it's caught for the first down. Eliminating Zacchaeus holds it in. And he's got a quick 8 to move the chains.
Yeah, nice job here. He's just going to run a little return route. Fake the drag, stick your foot in the ground and come out on the return. Jordan Lewis in the slot working over him. And now we're going to see the Eagles go a little up-tempo here and keep that 3rd down personnel on the field if they can.
Fake to Gainwell. Hurts standing in, falls on the field, and he's caught. There's A.J. Brown, who cuts it inside and gets down inside the. So on 2nd and 6, the Colts getting closer in the red zone. Gardner Minshew outside, Michael Pittman Jr. 1st and goal, Indianapolis. That game has just gone to the end of the first quarter. We will bookmark that Carolina and Indianapolis game. 0-0, Panthers and Colts. End of the first quarter, Indianapolis will be 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line when they start the second quarter.
So far, a good initial drive to start this game.
Everybody moves there. And look like Eagles will move on back 5 yards. Trey Blake will make the call.
Delevey, offense, number 1. 5-yard penalty, first down.
It's the first to make that huddle there. It's Aiden O'Connell quarterbacking the Raiders going forward, so they say.
Myers gets it on the jet sweep. Myers down the sideline. What a cut! Touchdown! Jacoby Myers!
Pitchy, woo woo. Pitchy, woo woo.
Well, watch Jacoby Myers right away. He's going to sell this run, and he's going to catch it by surprise. Look at him right here. They're going to have a pressure on. He's making it look like he's going to block for a run, and then catch him off guard, bringing the pressure at the right time. What a play call by Noah Montegree, and well executed by the Raiders. They totally sold that.
Second most turnovers in the league with 11. So 7-0 Las Vegas Raiders. That'll get the home crowd fans on their feet with the new regime starting over. Second and 23 as A.J. Brown gets some of this back. We'll show you why it's second and 23. Go a little game rewind for us, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, if we can. This was the play earlier with Sam Williams getting the strip sack, but the ball bounces right in the air. Let's show the replays of this one, gang. Watch the replays here. How fortunate was Jalen Hurts that this ball got ripped out of his hands and then hung in the air just perfectly for him to be able to catch it here. Watch this angle. Okay, let's go back to the line. 3rd and 15.
Quick hitter. Brown on the slant, makes the catch, fighting forward, and all of a sudden it's a 4th down. And call it 3.
Well, when you talk pass rush in the National Football League, big part of that conversation is Parsons. You see who he's lined up there. Watch for this all game, KB. He's going to line up over these guards. You mentioned Tyler Steen making his starting debut at right guard, the rookie. And
So they started the second quarter for Indianapolis, 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line. Gardner Minshew with a man in motion, and a penalty marker comes in. 4th and 3, the Eagles are going. Jalen Hurts hits his man, Dallas Goedert. He hauled it in before he went out of bounds on the sideline. A 4th down conversion for the Eagles. Their second 4th down conversion on this drive.
great route here, matched up on the slot nickel corner, Jordan Lewis, and great footwork on the sideline. Dallas Goedert, these last couple weeks, they're starting to find more and more opportunities that don't go A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. He's an ultimate weapon at that tight end position.
Give it to Gainwell right side. It goes through Gainwell to the end zone, leaping in the air, and he's in for the touchdown. Chased by Burns. It's 4th and goal. They'll try for 3.
KB, he has a big pass protection play on the previous 4th down, and on the next drive, on the next play of the drive, he gets a touchdown. Good series there for Gainwell, and man, talk about being true to your identity. 2 4th down tries, 2 for 2, and then get another opening drive touchdown, or second of the year.
12 yards for Gainwell. On a 13-play drive, and now penalty flag flies. There is a great success on the road, as you can see. It's a 26-yard field goal for the game's first score.
Right through it goes. 3-zip Colts had a couple of penalties that kept that Colt drive alive. Pittman caught one for 2 wrong territory.
So the Colts get a field goal drive, Eagles get a touchdown drive. There was a delay of game on Nick Sirianni's guys, so this extra point is 5 yards further back.
He's not concerned about the backlash. He's not going to change their approach.
Here's Elliott, and we get more whistles and another penalty, and this may be moving back even longer.
Also, offense, number 56, 5-yard penalty.
That's on Tyler Steen.
One right away, just like the Raiders. A stark contrast. They're handed to Jacobs almost every snap.
There is Slayton in motion. Wasn't in on the first drive. Up there now.
Pressure. Picked up. Jones has some time. Looking to the sideline, and that's almost intercepted by Marcus Peters.
He's got 33 picks in his career. He took one to the house Monday night in Detroit. Just couldn't pull this one in.
Well, when you get this kind of coverage, one, you got to be careful cutting this ball loose. But you see Peters, he's basically running the route for Slayton. You see him pull him at the end. Also, he almost slingshot. That was like the whole Ricky Bobby move
In Talladega Nights, he like slingshotted himself forward towards the ball, got away with it. The savvy veteran that Peters is, but Slayton's got to go fight for that ball.
Slingshot engaged, 2nd and 10. Barkley on the ground into Raider territory at the 45. He gets 8. Lucky he was able to recover that.
Look at this, Jalen Hurts. This was the play we were trying to show you earlier with Sam Williams stripping the football, and look at Jalen Hurts able to gather it back. Now, it looked like a negative play for Philadelphia, and insofar as it was, but they kept the football. They were able to go for it on 4th down and ultimately get the touchdown to go up 7-0 against the Cowboys.
Daniel Jones has to be sharp, look for something on the move, and some potential man coverage. You also got to expect you're good. With an incompletion here, I wouldn't be shocked if they went for it.
Raiders bring late pressure, delayed handoff to Barkley, a little power after the initial contact, and I think that push gave him the first down across the Raider 43. Hobbs and Spillane tried to stop him, but it is a Giants first down. And for the first time in our show today, we check in with Chris and Thompson for game break.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Eagles hosting Dallas. The game of the week, read option. Hurts gives this one to Kenneth Gainwell, who literally flips into the end zone for the score. Eagles up early, 7-0. Okay.
And Chris, thanks so much. Here's 7-0 lead for the Raiders. But a new set of downs for the Giants. Straight drop for Jones. Wants the deep shot. He's got Hyatt open down the sideline. Hyatt with the catch, but out of bounds. Boy, Hyatt was all alone down that sideline, and the ball just sailed out of bounds.
Well, here's Hyde on the left side. He's working against Robertson, and Robertson's going to fall down right here. Jump that underneath route. And there goes Hyatt right by him. That thing's right at the pylon. He's got to go try and catch that ball inside, inbounds right there and use his big body. It's the rookie still figuring this whole thing out.
2nd and 10 for the 43. Barkley shrugging off contact, a little spin, and down to the 36-yard line. What Barkley's been able to do these last 2 second down carries is get the Giants right back on schedule after the first down, kind of spinning their wheels.
So he's making up for those incompletions.
Just a moment ago, back in Charlotte, Carolina, on a 1st and 10, Bryce Young fakes the handoff. Gets good pass protection for the moment, and then when it broke big. A couple of Colts come in, including Eric Johnson, number 93, credited with the sack on the number 1 overall pick.
Breida in at running back on 3rd down. Breida with his first carry, puts his foot to the ground and plows upfield. That's very close. Just shy, it looks like, of the 33, which they need for the first down. They're going for it all the way.
You can tell on those
So here comes the kickoff after the Eagles touchdown. Cavante Turpin will take it at his goal line. No fair catch there. No down to get inside the end zone. He's going to take it out. He made a good choice. He believed in his ability and his blockers. 47-yard kickoff return for the Cowboys. Tearing their drive off right. Big return.
He's been doing this since his arrival in Dallas. He mentioned last week that the big return that led to a touchdown and a second punt return late in that game against the Rams.
You can tell on those 3rd and shorts, they're running it 2 times in a row. That tells me they're prepared to go for it on 4th down. And we see Saquon Barkley on the sidelines.
So now the Giants, who were ready to go for it on their own 29 on the first possession, line up here 4th and short in their version of the tush push. Did they get there? They need the 33 for a first down. Who's going to have the spot? Everybody holding their breath here in Las Vegas.
It's all going to depend on that spot. It's so hard to officiate. You can't see anything. The neutral zone gets eliminated.
Raiders are celebrating. No one in a striped shirt has made a call yet.
And everybody's blocking the ball. They can't tell what the heck's going on.
I think they're going to bring the chains in. Raiders offense is already out there.
Please reset the game clock to 5:34. 5:34 the game clock.
Thank you.
This place is going to erupt if the Raiders stop them here. And once again, a crucial fourth down. Nobody runs the tush push like the Eagles, man. No, it's oh. Here we go. So hard to replicate that. No short. And the Raiders get the stop. Here's Coach Pierce showing all the emotion he's got. They tried to push. They got no push. Max Crosby leading the charge. Going airborne to stack up the Giants on fourth down.
So the Raiders take the football over on downs. Let's rewind this, though, because you saw Saquon Barkley on the sideline with his helmet off. 36-yard line. This was the play that he was in on, got tackled. He jogs to the sideline there. He came out on this play and did not return for the next two plays, including the tush-push fourth down attempt. So Brian Daboll, with a concern with his offense, turned the ball over on downs, and they'll check on Saquon Barkley. If there's anything going on that we can see or tell you about, we'll certainly pass it along. The Raiders with a 7-0 lead. The Eagles with a 7-0 lead. The Colts with a 3-0 lead. Indianapolis trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. That Giants and Raiders game, the first of two New York games for the Raiders. They play the Giants today. They play the Jets in their next game. And by the way, this is the month of November. It's Salute to Service Month. It's actually a year-round initiative for the NFL, but you see a lot more of the signage here in the month of November. A salute to all of the men and women who have served and are serving our country in the armed forces, home and abroad. We love you, ladies and gentlemen. We love it. There are people watching us and listening to my voice right now on military bases across the country and across the world, for that matter. We salute you. And the NFL, since 2011, has donated more than $66 million to our Salute to Service partners, the Bob Woodruff Foundation, Max Owen Foundation, Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, the USO, and the Wounded Warrior Project. Thank you from all of us at NFL Red Zone. Thank you, men and women. We salute you as we try and entertain you with the best of pro football. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Prescott collapses. He's in trouble. Trying to get to the first down and a great effort, and he's going to get there. All three tight ends all out to one side here. A little confusion on the Giants defense. O'Connell to the sideline. Michael Mayer with the catch, and then he stayed in bounds and backed up for 2 extra yards after Xavier McKinney couldn't bring him down. Let's go back to the fourth down sneak, Mark.
Well, this is tough for me because you got to get.
I forgot to take.
Fletcher comes back in the game for the Eagles. First and 10, Dallas.
Pretty bad motion.
There's power left side, and just a couple of yards there. Obviously, their offense has been clicking the last couple of weeks, right? The pass game.
It's just, once again, it's so hard to officiate that play.
It's hard to try away home.
Bobby Okereke, top 10 in the league in tackles, and that was a stick at the 40-yard line.
Kelly in his career in Dallas, it allowed him to keep his touches down, stay fresh, and that was the big, extended, explosive plays. That was a lead back. Haven't found that element
Said he
so
was
far.
out in Tonawanda and they're fine.
And Ferguson fighting forward. Your first down is going to be a yard. And Lando putting that. Oh, God. Here, Abdullah in the backfield for the first time. It's 3rd and 4. First third down of the day for the Raiders. O'Connell looking a dart off the hands of Jacoby Myers. And it's incomplete. And the Raiders will have to.
What are you going to do? Probably still haven't eaten that pasta on beach, so that's
Like that, you got to take a little speed off, and you cannot miss. It's got to be in the framework of their body. Once it's high, you can get in the problem.
No, it's not the pasta.
Olszewski is back. We've got movement. And the Raiders are going to back up 5.
It's fine. I probably need to.
You saw that double team on Adams. They're going to in and out. Go east and west. You got to get north immediately.
So far, it looks like Mike McCarthy's going to match it here in this 4th down drive.
But it's a good.
He's got it. Still on his feet, not taken down inside the 5, and it's CeeDee Lamb on 4th and 1. Who delivers to make it 1st and goal?
Just a great route. They bring him over in motion. They know it's man. Eli breaks the slot corner in just a double move. Looks like a little slant. And then an inside pump. Perfect play dialed up against the perfect coverage. You see Dak, he just put a lot of air on it. He said, I'm not overthrowing an open receiver. Sets up 1st and goal inside the 5.
Okay, it's off for a few minutes. Yeah.
Quick throw. Ferguson is in. Touchdown, Dallas.
I'll stick on the couch too.
On that previous 4th down conversion.
In the Carolina Panther territory with the gain of 7. Ogletree comes in motion and is able to seal off Burns just enough for Taylor to get to the line of scrimmage. To get the leg drive is what allows him to pick up the 1st down.
We win, we'll either tie or move into first place.
Last year, the right ankle surgery for Taylor. There's some time to begin this season. Back for his 3rd game.
You can't play nice there either, huh?
There's the 1st and 10. Price was blocking and the ball was batted down. It looked to be Derek Brown in the middle, a starter each game on that line defensively for the Panthers. 2nd down and 10. I agree with you, Kevin. Derek Brown's the one that gets that hand up and is able to knock it down. Just see 95 right in the middle of your screen.
Oh, maybe you should come over now. Or just too close.
In the secondary for the Panthers.
We're trying it out as a partner anyway. You know,
Panthers is in 2nd down and 10. Pass in the block downfield it goes. And it's caught by Ogletree, the tight end. And he is down to the 28-yard line of the Panthers, and he picks up 19. Only rushing 4. They're able to get good time on that. Watch the corner out the flat, influences the corner, and then he's able to throw a flat throw in between the linebacker, Luvu, and the corner is not able to drop quick enough. Good ball by Minshew.
Pretty sure they want to bubble it.
For 33, also had a touchdown reception. Outside they go, 1st and 10, caught by Pittman. And caught out there by Cook. Works his way to the 23 and a gain of 6 on 1st down.
Well, I almost set this offensive unit free. It's going to unlock everything. It all starts with that run game.
On 1st down, Jones steps away, looks for Barkley on the sideline. He's got him a little tiptoe out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Laura Oakman, what's going on with Saquon Barkley?
Well, I was curious right now to see him running because he came off no fewer than 4 athletic trainers and doctors were with him. He was sitting on the bench but bending over. They had him sit up, doing a lot of breathing, a lot of coughing, trying to catch his breath, pressing his chest. Finally walked around, but still, as he went out there, a lot of heavy breathing and coughing, trying to get his lungs going.
He's still out there, split up wide at the top of your screen. They go the other direction to Darius Slayton, and Slayton try to get low down the sideline to get the 1st down. Looks like he's got it at the 30-yard line. Isaiah Hodgins providing a little bit of a block out front of Slayton, and the Giants get the 1st down.
Well, that once again, back to our point on this run game, that's an extension of the run game, but that run pass option right there, Daniel Jones has the ability to handle things with that in.
Talk to you later.
Anderson still on 3rd down 7.
with the active outfield. Gardner Minshew. This cruising play. Woods hit Pittman with the flag as he's from the 31. Again with protection. Looking for Hyatt down the sideline and just a little bit too far for Hyatt.
It's the exact same.
Listen, it's tough to play defense in the NFL today because of the difference. So this goes up around the head of the line. If he wants to go lower, I don't think this is a penalty. But because he goes up in the neck area, I think there's no choice but to throw that flag.
Pittman runs off, and that is a great sign after he was trilled. Woods.
For the Raiders out on the edge, they went after him right away.
2nd and 10 from the 31. Barkley picks his way out to the 35. Let's check in on Eagles and Cowboys. Carissa Thompson does the checking in.
Thank you, Kevin. I told you about the Eagles.
After big weeks 2 and 3, he's been a little quieter.
Take 2 lead. Time for Hurts. Now can find one. He swallowed up whole. He had time initially, but the pocket broke down, and Armstrong was there, and so was Parsons. It's always in the middle of it.
These are so hard to work, and you guys have alluded to it in real time.
I think Woods does activate him as a pressure guy off the ball. They initially pick it up, but it was Armstrong working on the right tackle, Lane Johnson. You don't see Lane Johnson give up many pressures or sat less to the receiver,
And I think he's just below the head neck area. As I said, guys, these are so hard to work in real time. But when you do watch it in slow motion and take a look there, I believe the contact is in the chest.
Team thank yous and lost the back. 1st and 10, lost the clock. Looking for a block. He tried to get one there for his tight end, Clemson. And tries us ahead. He picks up 2, and he's just near the 10.
And Kevin G made a great point there. When you go and
1st down and 10 at the 41.
go.
It's Barkley. Hesitation and then turns on the speed. Jalen Smith trying to catch up, and Barkley close to another 1st down out of bounds. Just goes going his shoulder to shoulder.
And that's why it's such a hard call to make for the official.
Taylor back in. 2nd down 8. Minshew. Corkscrew in for the touchdown. What a play with blocking ahead. Touchdown pass. 9-zip
Linebacker. And his Taylor just does it all on his own. Watch how he spins, and before he makes contact with the ground, he breaks the plane. Excellent job of blocking. Excellent individual effort by Taylor to get it into the end zone.
Taylor's 1st touchdown reception of the season in his 3rd game, a 10-yard completion. As Minshew throws his 8th touchdown pass. As they continue to look over the play once again, he was moving a lot of body parts to try to work his way through that defense and make his way in.
I think all the replays we saw that he broke the plane before his forearm hit, before his knee hit, before
elbow,
any of it. Right there.
Yeah, he vaulted off that arm, didn't he?
Yeah. And it's been confirmed. Now they're lining up for this.
That Gay has not missed a PAT all season long. Halfway through the 2nd quarter. And it is 10-0. The Colts.
Come out like a starter jacket, the old school. Oh, that would have been awesome. The old school Raiders. Silver and black starter. 1st down and 10 at the 47. Jones, play action. Looking, chased by Crosby. Trips over his own man. He was trying to get around Lawrence Cager, and Crosby will get his 7th sack of the year.
They're trying to get. So they're trying to get Bellinger inside from the fullback position, and Max Crosby, he just doesn't quit. But watch Bellinger, he's going to creep through and try and get over here, but these backers do not bite hard enough on the fake, and the safety's all over it. And by that time, Mad Max, and that dude's like a hornet in your outhouse, man. That dude is a problem.
And at the end of the 1st quarter, the Raiders with a 7-0 lead.
7-0 lead there, 7-7 between the Eagles and the Cowboys. Cowboys at the end of the first quarter. Here was one of the fantastic finishes.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
He hung in, but he was looking to the right. He was looking to his tight end. Hutchinson, he didn't like him, so he goes back to the slot. Here you see Powell just whip it outside. He fakes the inside cut
Browns and the Minnesota Vikings. The Browns just acquired within the last handful of days, right before the trading deadline, after Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings had learned that Kirk Cousins was lost for the year with an Achilles injury. And even when they acquired Dobbs, they did not expect him to be the starting quarterback or to even take a snap today. He didn't even know the names of his teammates, most of them. Jaron Hall started today for the Minnesota Vikings, the rookie out of BYU, but he was injured in the first quarter, knocked out of the game. Joshua Dobbs comes in and somehow, someway, goes 20 of 30, 158 yards and 2 touchdowns. He ran for 66 yards as well, including converting a 4th and long with the Vikings having no timeouts. If the Falcons could have put a button on the game, he takes him downfield, needed a touchdown to win. He gets the touchdown in the final seconds. One of the games of the year in the NFL puts the Minnesota Vikings at 5-4. Sensational stuff. We're going to look back at some of those other fantastic finishes from the early window as we roll on here. Start of the second quarter in Vegas.
Second and 18, and down he goes. And he's grabbing his right knee again.
That happened on the previous play, the sack from Max Crosby. And Daniel Jones went down again when he tried to plant on that knee, Mark.
Just buckled when he put too much pressure on that in his drop. You see, it kind of shocked him. He went down right away. He took an awkward step on that.
Let's check in with Laura Oakman.
Because as soon as Daniel went in, I walked.
Dallas football to start the second quarter, 7-7 game. Let's go. It just sprints up the far sideline, out to the 26-yard line, where Zach Cunningham's going to run him out. No, this Cowboys.
He went down right away. He took an awkward step on that.
Let's check in with Laura Oakman.
Because as soon as Daniel went in, I watched the Giants head doctor go over to the monitor and replay that play a couple of times, watching that knee. And as soon as Daniel just got hit again, he ran onto the field to Daniel before we even saw that there was going to be play stop. The head doctor was running in to check in on him.
Yeah, and it's that right knee. He grabbed it right away after he tripped going around Lawrence Cager on the play that ended the first quarter. Crosby got the sack there. So that brings in the rookie Tommy DeVito. Came in at the end of that Jets game. The rookie from Illinois was not asked.
Working on here.
So let's see.
Back to the pass. Holding. Defense, number 31. Privileges the clock.
Line there, big game for the Cowboys. Get you back there in a moment. 2nd and 5 in the Carolina Indianapolis game. Chuba Hubbard finds room off right tackle. Big game, 20 yards for Chuba. He has 36 yards rushing in the first half. Panthers still looking for their first points of the game.
Confidence in the young tight end, and you can see it there by just giving him a chance.
Pressure Prescott from Reddick, takes him down. Hassan Reddick gets it on the play.
And you can see the quiet performance so far from one of the best in the NFL.
And 0 targets on the day. We talked about this. I talked about this as a matchup I wanted to see. Kenny Moore, who was just in on the tackle, one of the best slot defenders in the NFL. Sacks coming in. Play clock winding down. And now I think a timeout. They had to.
Runner for the Eagles, Miles Sanders, who
Sorry,
And it's an incomplete pass with the coverage by Moore. They were going for Mingo. And it's third down. 3rd and 5.
Well, give him more the second that time. And great coverage is Bryce Young wants to throw out to his left. He goes through a progression on the left side. His check downs on the backside. He works his feet. He stays calm in the pocket. Only rushing 4, so he had the time to do it. Just Moore was in great position to knock that ball away.
Charlie got converted a 3rd down today. 0 for 4. Young for the end. 3 for 7.
All or nothing team. When you look at what they've done, margin of victory when they win, they blow people out. Margin of defeat when they lose, they get blown out. Believe this: 1 lead change the entire year. It's almost hard to believe. We're in week 9. 2nd and 20 now.
No, now I'm 15 bucks in forward, man.
Low snap, cuts in.
Shoot with the call. And he's brought down by Shaq Leonard. Defensive player of the year comes through one more time. Comes back from those 2 back surgeries. No gain on the play. 2nd down and 10.
And Kevin, we've been rolling through this game. It just reminded me, we haven't talked about Zaire Franklin.
No.
Leading tackler in the NFL coming into this week with 102 tackles. He's not playing today. Alubi was the player that got juked out a little bit there on 3rd down and missing Zaire Franklin. Like I said, not only the leading tackler, but he's the green dot as well. So Alubi taking over that role today.
Franklin had not missed a game until today. And his 6-year NFL career, 2nd and 10. Young underneath and dropped by Sanders. Free agent.
Gotta get to the 24. Pressure on Prescott. He gets away. Looking down the field. Finally, it's caught for the first down. C.D. Lamb got open. And the Cowboys convert. Pick up 17 to Lamb. He has a green dot, so he's making the call, getting guys lined up in position. He's got 1.5 sacks and a couple of tackles for loss. So he's all over the field and really missed today.
Five defensive back. Underneath the goes, here's Thielen. It's driven play by Blackman. On that 3rd and 10, gain to the 17, picks up 3, 4th down, they'll try for 3.
And that's a smart decision. Rush 4, drop 7, 3rd and 10, you're down in the red zone. Go ahead and give away that 5-yard completion to Thielen. But look at you, outside, inside, as far as the defenders are. And here's Franklin coming up. He's fired up, getting them off the field, or at least attempting a field goal.
Here's a 35-yard field goal by Eddie Pinheiro, who won the game last week with a 23-yard. It is a 3 field goals against Houston. To get on the board, perfect from 35. So the kick return of 40 to 3rd and 5.
Amir Abdullah in the backfield. And he'll get the carry. And Abdullah stopped short of the first down. Dexter Lawrence has got a lot of the attention up front after the Leonard Williams trade to Seattle. Able to pounce and make the stop and bring up 4th down.
Well, Leonard Williams, you're going to see him in the middle. Just stand up.
And Dexter Lawrence making a nice play there.
Good play by him. And that's your classic 2-gap, really. You're going to stand up a blocker, and you got to be able to shed that blocker to the right or to the left based on where the running back goes. He's so sudden and so powerful. That dude is a problem. The interior of the line of scrimmage for this defense.
A.J. Cole to punt it away. Good punt. Oshesky all the way back inside the 10. Fields the punt at the 5-yard line. Oshesky up the sideline and out across the 21. Knocked out by Malcolm Coots at a time.
My girlfriend is a tree.
It's the Giants.
Let's do a little game rewind. Earlier on the Giants' possession, this was a replay that the broadcast showed. Daniel Jones's knees appear to connect to each other, but not contact at this point. And then later on, this was the play that led to his exit from the game. Daniel Jones in the blue medical tent. And we will check on his status as soon as we get anything from the Giants sideline. We are back live at Lincoln Financial
It's almost
Field.
time for
Dallas Cowboys in the red zone.
Scramble drill. Dak's playing at a high level. Ability to extend the play is just hard to match up for these secondary defenders.
Reddick able to come off under his own power. Now it's Prescott looking for Ferguson. He wants a penalty. He's going to get it. Jacoby Dean was on the coverage there. Ferguson's off to a red-hot start. He's got 3 catches, 51 yards, and a score. He may have had another here.
Yeah, a little stick nod. Looks like a little sticky route, then you're going to nod it up the middle. Clearly PI there by Dean. You see his left arm wrapped around him.
Defense, number 17. The ball was on that. Arguably, it's not a foul. Automatic first down.
We almost lived with that because it would have been a touchdown.
Oh, yeah, it's a clear touchdown. Outside leverage. You can see Dean. He was driving for the outbreaking route. He had no choice there but to wrap him up and just prevent the big play.
Holland comes in motion now. Quick inside Dalvin against the guy. And down near the 5 goes Rico Gallo.
After a 46-yard kickoff return by Blackshear to set it up. The end zone kickoff and out to the 25. It'll be 1st and 10.
Shot zone defense. You mentioned something today has to give. We saw signs of life last week. Can they carry it over here on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles?
Second and goal. Prescott fires incomplete. Trying to get it to land. Darius Slay was all over him that time.
The 2 big sticking points, you see Son Reddick, he just came back on the field for this Eagles pass rush on 3rd and goal. The 2 big sticking points all year long has been the red zone offense.
We go double box. Daniel Jones going up the tunnel and into the locker room there in Las Vegas. We still have no official word from the Giants sidelines. We are monitoring the situation as best we can. Tommy DeVito quarterbacking the G-Men.
Prescott looks, pumps, throws.
He doesn't throw the fucking ball, yeah?
He comes back in and he scores, and the Cowboys grab the lead.
God, if one of my guys can fucking do something.
Watch Sidney Brown here in the slot. He has inside help. He's got to stay outside leverage. There's no reason to go across inside. He knows he has the open hole player in there. That's just a bad job understanding the leverage of the defense, and Turpin's able to win on the little return pivot. And Dak right now is hot.
Devontae Turpin was in the tent for 7 minutes. Real concern over him with a rib injury. Comes back in the first play, and he wins at the goal line in Dallas with their 2nd lead change of the year. And we get a timeout on the field to make sure he had this. They'll review it. Looks like the Cowboys grab a lead. Let's see.
So the Cowboys will look at it, but jumping out to a 2-touchdown lead for the moment.
It is incomplete. Oh, the pressure is in the middle.
Pressure him and pressure him, or they try. They can pick this defense apart, drop into some soft zones on this 3rd one.
Wandale Robinson out of the backfield. DeVito with pressure coming. He'll tuck it and run again, and DeVito not going to have the first down. Dives forward near the 27. Just to make sure they keep it fresh.
By the way, C.J. Henderson, the starting corner, is still out. The Gabriel Poole is in his place in the corner. They got 6 in the secondary, and that's what Minshire will look at 3rd and 8. People are moving.
Go for it. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
To the sideline of Melanie Connors.
Guys, the Panthers will officially be without quarterback C.J. Henderson for the rest of this game. He's been ruled out with a concussion. Meanwhile, Colts wide receiver Josh Downs has gone into the locker room with a knee injury. He is questionable to return. I'll let you know I have more on him, but good to see Michael Pittman back out there, guys.
It is indeed, Mel. Thank you. Pittman is out indeed. Josh Downs limited in practice all week with a knee injury. And we'll try to get more on him. Moss remains the back. We had a
Fucking dark outside of 5.
He's got Pittman. And brought down by Boodle. He's got the first down. Picks up yards to the 39-16. Gardner Minshew. Great view here. Watch as Minshew gets to the outside the corner.
No Jace tonight, huh?
There's a player out in the flat. So once as the corner starts to expand and get over towards the sideline, that allows Pittman to get open. That's why flushing outside the pocket can sometimes create space. It's Moss. The block by Kelly, and then grabbed on the line by Bamo. Gets him for Carolina after a gain of about a yard, maybe a yard and a half out to the 41. That might take us down to the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, and Indianapolis still has all 3 timeouts as it looks like they're going to line up. I bet they just started them off side. Oh, there you go. The touchdown to Turpin. Crowd doesn't like it, but we showed you that good look, and we'll show it to you again. Watch, his hand was always under this.
And you see the ball's moving. It's that left hand. You can see his black glove on his left hand underneath, so the ball can move. And that's the right call. Great job there by the camera guys. Ourselves a game here.
Dunks it through somehow. He missed his first one of the year. He's been perfect since, and it gets that one to go to make it 14-7. Well, it's been a pretty eventful game for KaVontae Turpin, right? I mean, think about all that he went through. He's had the big kick return early, set up one score. Then he gets drilled on this last return and is hurt. Taken out in the tent for 7 minutes, looking at his ribs. And the first play, he's back in on a 3rd and goal. He catches a touchdown, his 2nd of the year. And CeeDee Lamb said, yeah, no big deal. Everything's fine.
And you see him continue to kind of work that arm. You mentioned Tom said he was in that tent for a long time. I think the key today is, we're so used to CeeDee Lamb being the focal point of this offense. He's clearly their number 1 weapon. But they've got great contribution from Ferguson, now Turpin.
To make his head coaching debut against a former team. That's all time, not just with the Raiders, as Jacobs gets the carry on first down. And one thing we know about Antonio Pierce, Laura, he was pretty fired up to run.
Hi, friend.
Goes out of bounds, and now the Eagles have great field position. Rashad Penny thought about it, and wisely let it go.
Kick out of bounds. 15, number 17. Ball replays at 35-yard.
Hey, watch this heads-up play here by Penny. He's saying, I'm out of bounds, and then he was going to try to touch it. So if that ball didn't go out of bounds on his own, he declares himself out of bounds by that right foot.
Here's Josh Jacobs trying to get to the edge and stop shy of the first down by Dane Belton. But Jacobs running inspired today, Mark. He's off to a really good start in this one.
He absolutely is, and you can tell early on now. I mean,
the rookie kicker Brandon Aubrey, after he doinked in an extra point, has been so good this year, gives the Eagles the ball on their own 40-yard line. Trailing for the first time tonight. On the fake, pressure from Lawrence. Hurts moves away. Now he's in real trouble. Flips it back near side. Incomplete. Jack Stoll was in the way.
He does so to give us to Jacobs. Good cutback first down and weaves his way into Giants territory at the 49. Pickup of 8 for Josh Jacobs. Over 50 yards rushing in the first half.
We can see this run's going to cut back. But watch Davante Adams, and they got more than one player watching him, and here comes that case.
Triple box here with the 3 games in the late window. The one with the least amount of time remaining in the first half is the upper left-hand corner. 96 seconds and counting in the second quarter of the Colts and Panthers game. Josh Jacobs finding a little bit of room on this drive so far. Jacobs, last year's rushing champion, held to well below his yards per carry total of last year so far here in 2023. Looking to get this going against the Giants defense today.
By Davante Adams contributing, even though he's not getting the football.
And no targets yet. First down and 10 at the 33. Jacobs again, and enough of that, said Micah McFadden, into the backfield to drop it for a loss.
That's that chess game going back and forth. Is that
Run game blitz, and then Brian Johnson's done. Here's Hurts, third and long. Fires in the middle. It's caught for a first down. Devontae Smith. His first catch of the day is a biggie. 19 yards and a first down. Dallas shows the pressure look, and they see everything.
You're going to see everything from this guy.
And a timeout used by Las Vegas before the play on second down and 11. First timeout. They've been able to stretch and get the first down, so they turn that play down.
Blake Ferlin is starting his fourth consecutive game at the right tackle for Braden Smith. First and 10, Taylor the back.
Rebuilding my collection.
And into the nickel, they come with the blitz. They go outside, that's Taylor out of bounds. Chased over there by Bamo. And he gets to, let's see where they're going to mark him now.
I mean, obviously Swift gets the ball, but take a look at the job he does on the perimeter. Jaron Kearse from his safety position, that's the big cut that gives Swift the lane, and we've seen him pick up a big pass protection to convert on a first down. Obviously, he had the touchdown in the ensuing play, and now he has a big block to spring his running back partner, DeAndre Swift.
Give it to him again. Gets around Carson. Swift down to the 15. He's got 5. Off that left side. You know, Jalen Hurts, we started, Greg, you talked about how this team is a passing team. Of course, they're still good at everything. They're a good runner. But Jalen Hurts, his progression has been simply incredible his career. Look at those numbers, that improvement. It's unbelievable. And as you said, consider him a young quarterback. That he's 25 years old, already one of the game's best.
Third down and 9 for Minshew. From long, incomplete. And looking for McKenzie. Hill was back there. It's 4th and 9. And they'll try a field goal.
When you go away from safety rotation, that time the safety drops down to the left. You take the slant to the inside. He just throws it too low and inside. You'd like to see him flatten it off a little bit there. Give McKenzie, make it a little bit more friendly on the throw.
So here is Gay. We will try a 57-yarder. As long as 56. From 50, he has 5 of 6. A 57-yard try.
3rd and 3. First and goal for the Eagles. As you said, you have the luxury to run there, knowing you're going to go on 4th.
And I think that's when you look at the stats, I think they're a little misleading. Everyone assumes they're such a run-first team because their running numbers are high, but I think they're a little inflated. I think they're going to rule these. They're going to give them. All right, they're going to give them first and goal here. But to finish that thought, they run so many non-conventional run downs. That's clearly a passing down for most teams, but not Philly.
O'Connell over the middle. He finds Hunter Renfrow, and Renfrow spinning inside. First and goal. Confusion. Swift gets it. And ball that come loose. Cowboys said it had a no whistle. And it's Bell who's got it. Marquise Bell in a race up near midfield. I did not hear a whistle. They let it play out right now. It looks like a fumble.
I couldn't tell. Yeah, you see Donovan Wilson, he comes with the right hand.
Oh, yeah.
That ball's clearly
so far. And on first down, off the play fake. O'Connell, Renfrow again. Renfrow inside the 5 and down at the 3. First and goal, Las Vegas.
This is just well done by Aiden O'Connell. It's a quick flash fake. He's going to assess the defense in his read quickly and realizes they just dropped Renfrow in the flat scot-free.
And down to the line on first down and goal. Jacobs gets the carry, looking for room. Jacobs pushing the pile into the touchdown.
Well, watch this patient run. It's a zone run to the left. The open side, they have the numbers, and he's going to ride that wave. Shout out Kelly Slater and cut back right across the face of the wave. And once you do that down and tight, you got to be your own blocker. It's an attitude type run. He spins out of it. And look at there.
Turn on that
Finishing
ball
through the whistle, through the echo of the whistle. You can tell this team is juiced up in front of their home crowd.
Carlson's extra point, and the Raiders have a 14-0 lead. Josh Jacobs, 69 yards rushing and a touchdown in the first half, and a 14-0 lead.
What about the Colt defense today?
Well, coming into today, they've struggled the last 3 weeks, and Gus Bradley was very open about that. But what an outstanding job they've done today, limiting Carolina to just 3 points after giving up nearly 40 the last 3 weeks. The other thing is they're not giving up many yards. Only 46 yards Carolina has in the first half, -6 passing yards when you consider the sacks that they've been able to get on Bryce Young. Although they have an opportunity, you're only down 10. Even though it's lopsided stat-wise, they're only down 10. They've got 3 timeouts and 53 seconds.
Younger's been playing better of late. 4 of 9 outside. First down. Here we go. Sullivan. And out of bounds with Jalen Jones making sure the gain to the 32. He picks up 7 on first down. And the clock is stopped at 48 seconds.
Well, you can do that all the way down the field. Sure, you're going to play off. Take a 5 to 7 yard completion, get out of bounds.
Covered by the defense, automatic review. The fumble wasn't the issue, it was the recovery. DeAndre Swift actually recovers his own fumble. You're going to see him get possession, regain possession right there. And then Wilson pulls it out, goes to review. The ball will go back to the Eagles, and it'll be 2nd and goal right there at the 9.
After review, the one who recovers from it down on the ground is down by contact against Swift. He's second down.
Longest burping of all time.
Well, Dean nailed it, and Nick Sirianni was not happy with that. But, you know, they played it out the way they're supposed to play it out. They're supposed to let it go in case it's a fumble, because otherwise they'd blow the whistle dead. He returns that for a touchdown, it wouldn't have counted.
Absolutely. I think that's the mechanics we all would love to see. Allow replay to get right, automatic review, change of possession, and all in all sets up 2nd goal from the 10, and all is right in the world.
Yeah, so Eagles maintain possession. I was going to say, Greg, the one thing that has been a bugaboo for them is your turnovers, right? They're 23rd in the league in turning it over. They've had issues there. And that's what Sirianni told us. I'm okay with the aggressive interceptions because our receivers are so good, but we got to hold on to the football. They do this time, makes it 2nd and goal. Hit immediately at the 5. There's a penalty on the far side of the field. Devontae Smith was over there against Bland. Let's see what the call is.
Yeah, they're going to get Dallas on a hold. I think Jaron Kearse was up in press coverage on Dallas Goedert, and I think they're going to get him on a hold.
Holding defense number 1. Holders have division to the ball.
Today, having some struggles with the offense, being able to stay on the field.
Covered. That looked like speed got him down low, along with Kenny Moore the second. Gain of 3, they move the chains. So there's a first down.
Team or the player. Thanks for clarifying. So it is a 1st and goal. Well done, well done. Swift up the gut. And he's going to pick up a couple of yards, get down to the 3. Also, Diggy Zua has had a great year in the interior of that Dallas line was there. 2nd down.
See Julio Jones, number 80. Obviously, the legendary receiver. He had a big touchdown in the red zone last week against Washington. See him coming in here now, lining up opposite formation from A.J. Brown, top of the screen.
Swift sprinting to the edge, and Parsons is close. He's going to be short inside the 1. Parsons got a hand on him, but Swift kept going. 3rd and goal from inside the 1.
First and 10 in the
I am Colts defense. That's points for me.
Not sure if they got the right people out there.
little shove time. Their shoves
I
are
was
getting
gonna bet them
2
this year.
yards. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Worst team in the NFL.
Yeah, advantage
No,
Philadelphia there.
no.
On that 3rd and short, Dallas was trying to get a substitution with the defensive line. I think they're a little short. You see, they got a linebacker there playing free technique. Clark going over the top. I think they were missing an additional defensive lineman, and we've seen Philly do this time and time again.
You ever watch that play and wonder what Jason Kelsey thinks on the very bottom of it every single time?
Yes, I think he's hoping he comes out the other side and can get up.
It's the extra point, which is true by
And it's perfect. Eagles tie it up at 14.
Out by the Raider defense. DeVito step up in the pocket and he's looking deep over the middle, and that ball is going to be intercepted. Amik Robertson leaping in front of Jalen Hyatt for the pick. Robertson still on the run. And all the way out to the 40-yard line. They have raved about Amik Robertson in coverage this year. He's gotten better and better. And he gets his 2nd pick of the season.
$44. Taking a chance, taking a shot, and coming up empty in Vegas. That's been said before in that town, I'm sure. A little bit earlier in the drive, though. Nice play by Saquon Barkley. Bounces it off the left edge. Gets a 26-yard carry for number 26. Saquon, 69 yards rushing in the first half, but the Giants still looking for points. And then here in Carolina, tough mistake by the number 1 overall pick, and this one feels like it's opened up now. 20-3. Colts lead heading towards the half.
We just talked to Moore yesterday, and he is dialed in the leader of that secondary.
Well, what great opportunity for him. As we mentioned, his sister's in the stands, and one of them being his twin sister.
Do you know what kind of discipline and patience it takes to be the youngest of 7, and he's got 6 other sisters. I said, how did you grow up and survive that? I spent a lot of time away from home, outside, playing with my buddies, 1st and 10. Young Preston County goes. Odengo comes through and brings him down. His 3rd sack. He's playing with a bad shoulder today. But Dayo Odengo comes up with a loose 6, and that takes us to halftime. Wow, the Colt defense, which has been struggling, has got a pick 6 from Moore. They got a short touchdown pass. And that look by a Panther fan says it all. Down 23, the Panthers are at halftime.
Colts looking good as they go to the half, and the Raiders and Eagles games in a commercial break right now. So time for us to do today's explosive plays, powered by Fast Twitch Energy Drink. Fast Twitch right here for Ramondre Stevenson, the New England Patriots running back. Bouncing it out to the right side, goes for a 64-yard touchdown run. In that same game, John Dotson. 4 players, 2 Commanders, 2 Patriots, all converging on this ball in the end zone, but Dobson extends and outruns all of them. 33-yard score in a celebration. In this wild Tampa Bay Buccaneers Houston Texans game, missed tackle and to the edge goes Noah Brown. CJ Stroud hits him on a 75-yard touchdown catch, part of a massive day for CJ Stroud in the thrilling last-second victory for the Texans rookie quarterback. And then the Atlanta Vikings game provided some big plays and a fantastic finish. The big play early was Jonnu Smith getting his 60 yards from Taylor Heineke and housing it. And then the only thing that went wrong on the explosive play is Jonnu, who's still trying to convert the landing into a celebration.
So here's Prescott looking for an answer. Oh, in stride, CeeDee Lamb. Beauty on the slant cut, first down.
Just a miss by DeVito.
Best starting field position for the Raiders at the 40-yard line, and O'Connell wants to take a deep shot. And he's got Trey Tucker out there. Tucker diving, and he makes the catch inside the 10. 1st and goal, Las Vegas.
And what a time to take a shot. He just had it under the foot. It's on back. Pollard gets a block, and then gets taken from behind a little bit there by Zach Cunningham. Come over and
Look at Devontae cheering on his buddy. That was a great time to take a shot. Sudden change, right? You get a huge interception. You got the momentum. You tell Aiden O'Connell to take a shot, and he sure nailed it.
Longest play of the season for the Raiders is Jacobs now going to work on the ground, and he gets 2 to the 8-yard line. Back to the Trey Tucker catch for 50.
They really moved it. A couple of touchdown drives, too. With 4:01 to go, this first half, second down. Lancey's picked up. Now Prescott is in trouble. He gets dropped. Nakobe Dean was there, so is Fletcher Cox.
That Cincinnati Bearcat can really run, man.
How about the difference in offense for this Raiders team, 1.5 to the next? O'Connell off the play fake. That's Michael Mayer. Mayer on the edge, leading for the pylon, and he's out of bounds. Shy of the goal line. Xavier McKinney holding him out of the end zone.
There you saw Sean Desai, the defensive coordinator.
Now it's 3rd and 15. Stone is picked up. Prescott lets him go. Brown makes the catch. And he is stopped short, about 2 yards short of a first. They'll get 4th and 2 from the 48. As Byard was there to wrap him up.
Well, we've seen Nick Sirianni go for it twice. We saw Mike McCarthy go for it on 4th down on the first scoring drive. Does he do it again? Just shy of midfield. Each team is batting 1,000 so far on 4th down. We'll see if they can keep the streak alive.
In the middle, it's caught by Ferguson. First down, Dallas. What a big first half he's had.
I just think it's very telling that on 3rd down, 4th down, critical down, it's straight man. Who does he go to? Goes to Ferguson. I can't stress enough how important it is that it doesn't all have to fall on CeeDee Lamb on every critical situation. That time he goes to his young tight end and he keeps coming through, making play after play.
Yeah, 4 catches, a touchdown, 62 yards, and a big conversion on 4th down. And as we've hit the 2-minute warning. Well, it's Dallas Philly. You know it's going to be a little spicy, and this one has been that and more. Wrong time. 2 minutes to go, first half.
2-minute warning there, 2-minute warning in Vegas, halftime in Carolina. Time for the best rookie performance presented by Verizon. This was the biggest slam dunk in the history of best rookie performances presented by Verizon. Houston Texans franchise quarterback, and I'll say star franchise quarterback at this point. He's playing among the elites in the game, rookies or not. C.J. Stroud, the 2nd overall draft pick out of Ohio State, goes 30 of 42, 470 yards passing.
That's right.
That's an NFL rookie record and a Texans franchise record, rookie or otherwise. He threw 5 touchdown passes, including the game-winning touchdown with seconds remaining as he got the ball in the 4th quarter with 46 seconds left to go. The Texans had 2 timeouts. They had to have a touchdown. They went 75 yards on the right arm of the rookie out of Ohio State, and C.J. Stroud gives the Texans the thrill of the season for them and puts his name and numbers into the record books. 470 passing yards. No rookie in the history of the NFL has had more in a game.
Jacobs plowing forward to the goal line, looking to reach the football over for the touchdown.
Free, but not before it broke the plane. Jacobs with his 2nd score, and it's 20-0. Running behind Netani Muti for 6.
Well, they're out of their fullback game and their 21 personnel because Jakob Johnston is out and hurt with a concussion. So what do? They put Muti in there. Offensive lineman. He gets the letter today.
Yeah, I like to know what happened.
Go out there, slam it up in there, and I love the call. The safe, conservative call
on 3rd and 2 from the goal line. Better shot the Black Friday sale. That looked like Josh Jacobs. They're reaching for that last TV on the shelf. It's $89. I'm going to get that TV. That's excellent. Josh Jacobs, instead of the TV, gets 6 points and his second rushing touchdown of the day. 21-0 Las Vegas. We'll be right back after these messages.
Yeah, so they take another TV timeout there real quick. Let's talk a little bit about this Philadelphia and Dallas game. A.J. Brown coming in, making maybe an MVP claim, having 6 consecutive 125 or more yards receiving games. 6 straight, that's the NFL record. But the Cowboys with the football out of the 2-minute warning timeout.
Oh, you fucking suck.
That was never a catch. It's incomplete. But yeah, so they've only faced each other one time until today. Prescott, after the 3 and out of the first drive, has played really well. 10 of 15, 153 yards, 2 scores. Hurts 8 of 11, 108 yards. And has run 1 in. But, you know, a couple guys that I think are going to play each other a lot more than just 2 times going forward. 2nd and 10. Right side, good strong run inside the 35, and Pollard going to get down to the 33. Their season high in points at 21 in the win over the Patriots on October 15th. Kick through the end zone for the touchback. Meanwhile, rookie having a nice start to his second start, Laurel.
Stop here, give his offense a chance to get a possession to end the first half and start the second, but I think as they got it down to 3rd and under 5, it's not going to give them more time.
We had the first, no one was near him, and it just couldn't hang on. And now it's 4th and 3, and here comes the field goal unit.
Yeah, just a critical drop, obviously, for a lot of
8 of 9. So you got the second half. They're on pace. I like that.
First
and 10 at the 25-yard line. DeVito over the middle, deflected, and it's intercepted.
Oh, sure, dude.
Into the hands of Nate Hobbs. Hobbs inside the 30 and down.
There's your team, Tree.
His first interception. He wanted Slate. It carried from Peters right into the hands of Hobbs.
This is the right move. And Slayton's going to run your curl right here. He has the window. He's working back to the quarterback. I don't like that he went with his hands that direction. Just go meet that ball in front of your face and catch it. Watch, he's going to turn his hands as if he's catching the ball over his shoulder. Go meet that football and expect contact. Meet it with your hands. Put it on your chest and in your body with 2 hands and expect to get hit. Instead, with the carom, the Raiders have a huge opportunity here to go up.
Raiders won the toss and deferred. They're going to get the football to start the second half. 2 timeouts left. Jacobs on first down, reversing his field, finding some space. And McKinney brings him down at the 20-yard line.
So patient on those zone runs.
So we've got some excitement here in Vegas with the turnover. The Raiders threatening to add points before the half. You saw the Cowboys kicking the field goal. Brandon Aubrey just broke the NFL record for consecutive made field goals without a miss to begin a career. Brandon Aubrey's an amazing story for the Dallas Cowboys. Did not play college football. Tried out when he was watching the NFL, watching games on TV, said, you know what, he told his wife or his girlfriend at the time, like, I think I could do that. So went and worked at it, went to the USFL, got a tryout with the NFL. It's now the Dallas Cowboys kicker, and Brandon Aubrey is 19 of 19. Perfect kicking field goals in this, his first NFL season. The best streak to begin a career for any field goal kicker.
And first target and a first down for the Raiders.
That was one of the first times they didn't jam him from the front right away. George Jackson, he collided with his teammate.
Devontae Adams last week 1 catch, 11 yards. That's his first catch and target of the day. Picks up 5. Jackson will leave the field after that collision with the Giants. Will be tended to by the athletic training staff.
Well, that's a huge blow. You know, Wink Martindale wants to use all those DBs in all different positions, but for Devontae Adams, that was one of the first times we've seen that Wink Martindale hasn't put someone up in his face. They didn't get up on the line of scrimmage to jam him. So Aiden O'Connell wisely throws that ball to the edge and lets his guy work. Once again, an extension of the run game and another completion for Aiden O'Connell, 9 of 10.
134 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Very clean day all the way around for the Las Vegas Raiders.
I mean, for the Giants not to just get boat raced here, they got to figure something out. They got to come up with a turnover. Starts with Dexter Lawrence up front, big 97. He's got to make his impact.
Jacobs running right up the middle. Lawrence in on the tackle late. Raheem Nunez-Roches first to contact Jacobs at the 11. Second down and 6, and the timeout used again by the Giants. Their final timeout. So we'll step aside and be right back after this message to learn more.
Now, if you're Philly, you're looking for a drive starter. You're looking for something quick, screen, draw, quick game, something to generate a positive play, and then that sparks getting your first down, and then you go full 2-minute mode. Every drive starts with the first call sheet.
Four-man rush, some pressure on Hurts. Escapes, can run, will run. Across the 30. He's been dealing with that knee injury that left
Juan Barkley just looking on. The 4th game this year that the Giants have trailed by 20 points. They're hoping for a repeat of what they saw in week 2 against Arizona. But Daniel Jones, if you're joining us late, injured his knee at the end of the first quarter. Was taken to the locker room, walked off the field under his own power. We'll hopefully have an update. Second down and 6. It's Jacobs again, and Jacobs a yard to the 10-yard.
Career is kind of an ability to extend it. For him to make this progress this early is pretty impressive.
Second, he lost the dive to try and make that catch. He does, but maybe better than he didn't because he caught him in time runs and they gained a half yard. Don't use a timeout here because they want to pick up the first down first.
Yeah, neither did Mike McCarthy.
Let's go triple box right now as the games in Vegas and Philly are coming down to the end of the first half. We are into the third quarter now between the Panthers and the Colts. Indianapolis looking strong in Charlotte. 20-3, the lead at the half.
David Sally will host.
Ball start. Offense, number 62. 5-yard penalty, third down.
They call it on Kelsey. See him just kind of shake the ball a little bit. It's just enough. You see Chauncey Golston, the defensive tackle, kind of pointing at him, saying, he moved the ball. The official on the sideline saw it. Now it changes everything here on 3rd and 8.
With 44 seconds to go in the half. For first down, it's A.J. Brown. His 5th catch into the play call.
Exactly right. But there he goes again. You see him hitting his helmet, letting everybody know, alert, alert. He's checking all these plays.
And on 3rd down, it's Jacobs again over the left side, lowering the shoulder pads. It's going to be short of the first down. The 6, they need the 5. If you're Antonio Pierce,
100% of the time, that 3
Man rush, pressures from one that hurts his escapes. Gets a block from the guard, gets sandwiched right around the 44. And now Eagles will use a timeout. Their first timeout of the half of 31 seconds to go. Around the league earlier today, well, the Chiefs over in Germany.
he comes onto the field.
And did it all. And this crowd has been itching for something to cheer about all year long, and they've got a little bit of that enthusiasm that we felt around the Raiders this week.
They wanted to waste as much clock as possible to not give the Giants an opportunity and get it as close to 4 seconds so you can just end it with a field goal here. It's a smarter play. It's a safer play for the head man. His first job, the former Long Beach Poly Jackrabbits, baby. Trying to be feeling good.
First out of this game, Super Bowl champion with the Giants, and shaking hands with his running back, who's got a season-high 86 yards in the first half.
Huge. And the turnovers, the pair of turnovers that they've got on defense has to fire up a defensive-minded head coach, giving his offense opportunities, running the heck out of the ball. Defensive
It is good. I'll tell you, KD, let's take a look at this. The initial contact hit him right in that left side of his knee. Yeah, I thought so. He kind of went to a dead stop there in the pocket after the initial bump to his leg, and then Parsons was there to clean it up. We'll take another look at it as they tend to Hurts. So take a look here. Watch the contact to his lower leg.
Minshew with a third down and 9. There he goes. And on the play by Deshaun Williams.
Up on it. Yeah, he takes a direct blow on that left knee, and Michael Parsons is just there to clean it up. He's coming back in.
He is tough. All of Philadelphia took a big, deep breath there. He still looks like he's still got that brace on that left knee, but obviously that was an awkward hit. Thankfully, his leg didn't get caught on the ground. But after the sack from Parsons, it moves him all the way back. It's 3rd and 14 with 19 seconds left. They're just going to hand it off here to Gainwell. And he runs his way to the 40. Dallas did a chance to call a timeout. And they will with 10 seconds to go, at least to set up Turpin, who's on a
We're second half. We're second timeout. We're second half. 10 seconds.
What'll be interesting for Hurts is going into the half and kind of cooling down. You hope that knee's okay.
Let's skip and go.
For the second half, Hall of Famer, Yep. Kickoff into the end zone. Harris Campbell's going to bring it out from 8 yards deep. Campbell with a flag down out near the 20-yard line. Las Vegas had scored 6 total points in the last 2 minutes of the first half today.
Penalties decline. This is the end of the first half.
10 points in the last 2 minutes has given Las Vegas a 20 best in the league. They line him up on the A gap, either side of the long snapper. That's tough duty inside. So first order of business, get this ball off. I think if I'm Philly, I'm kicking this thing into the 3rd row. I'm kicking it into the bleachers. I'm not letting Turpin get his hands on the ball.
And gets it away. It's a low sinking kick. And Turpin's going to let it go. Down to the 11-yard line, and that should essentially do it for them. Cowboys have one timeout. Figure take a knee and go to the locker room up by 3.
I think the main storyline right now, the only thing Philadelphia is worried about is the health of that guy right there. I mean, he's the center of this entire team. He's the center of this city. And hopefully he can go in there at halftime and regroup and come out and still be able to play here in the second half.
Yeah, Marcus Mariota is the backup. But hopefully Hurts is just fine to come on back. Take a knee, that'll do it. Send the half for the Cowboys.
So here we go. Here's the scoreboard right now. Both of those games in Vegas and in Philadelphia go to the half. We're waiting on a commercial break to complete in Charlotte, where Indianapolis has a 3-possession lead against the Carolina Panthers. 24-0 the Raiders over the Giants. I think that tells us a little something about the resiliency of the Raiders and something about the state of the 2023 Giants as well. Waiting to hear more on Daniel Jones. We still have not gotten any official word on Daniel Jones, who was injured in the first half and did not complete the first half. Tommy DeVito quarterbacking the Giants. Cowboys and Eagles game speaks for itself. A good one between two really, really good football teams. 17-14, Dallas has the lead at the half in Philly.
Bryce Young throwing his first NFL pick six. He threw 1 pick six in Alabama. Larry Costigan dug this up. It was the 2022 College Football Championship game against Georgia. How about that? Yeah. So it hasn't happened often. So he went to Alabama in part because the two entitled by Lawrence, 2nd and 3, and he got the first down. As Sanders is dropped down by Alubi. Alubi is the one taking the place of Tyler Franklin in the linebacking core for the Colts today.
Well, you go back to the first drive of the game, in the first quarter of this game, and they were trying to establish the run, and they really were effective with the run. It was the pass game that's found some struggles. You would think with the success they've had on the ground, they could get some play action pass and have some success on the field, but they haven't been able to dial in on that yet.
Panthers struggle in the third quarter. No third quarter touchdowns this season. 1st and 10. Underneath the goal. Thielen, who's brought down by the aforementioned Lubies out to the 39. And he picks up 7 on that play. Quiet day for Adam Thielen so far.
Well, it has been. It's been a quiet day for the offense. Not much going upfield. This team's not known for pushing the ball up the field or having big plays in general. And this defense right now is content on just keeping everything in front, coming up and rallying and making the tackles.
Just 12 points in the third all season long. In the third, Pirates offense. Hubbard is the back. 2nd and 3. Tries to jackhammer his way in. There's not a lot of room. And Quay Bay is there with the stop by David Bjorn.
Well, jackhammer is a good way to describe that, Kevin, because there wasn't much in the middle of that defense. And just collapsing it in there.
Leonard is coming out. See, this is what he doesn't want to do. He wants to be in there all the time like he used to be before the back surgery.
Exactly. And it's just, his reps are going to increase more and more, but you can see he's fired up coming off the field. And he voiced some of that frustration this week, wanting to be on the field more.
Sanders the back, 3rd and 3. Outside Sanders has got the first down. Chased by E.J. Speed. Right down the bounds. Got to the 48. Picks up 8 on the play. And a first down throw by quarterback Bryce Young.
Just a quick release out to the flat.
Warner holding his own at that left tackle, too.
Gus Bradley taken out on the sideline there, but he hops back up just like you'd expect him to.
They kept Bradley after Wright was let go, and the new staff kept him.
They did. And Gus had worked with Shane Steichen with the Chargers.
Sanders with the first and goes into the secondary. Looking around, the runner rushes him out of bounds. Sanders running well. 8 of 11, first down for the Panthers.
So there was some familiarity there between Steichen and Gus Bradley to come in, but this time not able to come up with that tackle. And Sanders picking up another first down.
4-time All-Pro in that linebacking corner, Shaq Leonard from South Carolina State. Clutch here in the pistol, 1st and 10. The call. The drive, and the Luby brings him down. Now a short game here.
What you guys are talking about?
Break up this drive a little bit. Let's show you a few for the early window. Highlight of the Cleveland Browns. They were all over the Arizona Cardinals today. David and Joe Coop for Deshaun Watson. Defense shut out the Cardinals. The undermanned Arizona Cardinals. Browns 27-0. Cleveland's 5-3 in playoff position in the AFC as we head towards the back half of the season.
Looking back right now, and he is A work in progress is not right. He's one of the most separated linebackers in the NFL, 2nd and 10. It's Sanders outside, looking for some blocking, and then taken down, side swipe by Julian Blackman. Down to the 30. Sanders has been brilliant on this drive. It's a gain of 11. Leonard on this play.
Although he talked about him trying to get that left leg to fire, and that's what it was found, the back issue, and what started the series of surgeries and the rehab and recovery that he had to go through. And so many of us remember what he was like before the injury, and Maniac was a perfect description of the way he played and his style of play.
First and 10. Good looking drive. As he plunges his way down to 23. Nice run right there. Johnson was an unpaid 7. Takes it down to the 23.
Well, they've had success in this drive with running between the tackles and the quick passing game.
Chuba Hubbard, former Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. He is from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. 2nd down and 3. Gets the ball again. That brought down, nice early hit by Julian Blackman. Shot through, only a gain of a yard on the play. Blackman, like a torpedo.
Well, that took Fitzgerald had enough of these 3, 5, 7-yard gains, so he decides to bring pressure. Wants the fifth defender come off the edge.
3rd and 2. I didn't get the first. Good block right there. Speed came through. Blackman came through. Plugged it up. 4th and 1.
Well, it's the same exact pressure they had on 2nd down. They did it again on 3rd down with that 5th rusher coming off the edge. I don't think the Panthers have much choice than to go for it here. You're talking about needing to get a yard, be aggressive. You haven't had much going your way offensively.
Chuba Hubbard is the pass. 4th down Thielen. Keep it around Thielen. He's the best 3rd down, 4th down wide receiver. He's brought down by Rodney Thomas. Good throw.
Yeah, already fucking started.
Gets the first down to the 10.
Well, Trimble comes up with his catch. I thought he was going to give a field on the other side.
Full weekend. Myself and that pretty face are going to run through some of the hot topics in the wrestling world, tackle some of these dirt sheet rumors and nonsense, but we're going to get into all of it here today. Make sure you get in that chat. Make sure you say hello. And remember, we do have rapid fire questions for the host at the end of the show. So get those into the chat as well. It's going to be a fun one. We got a lot to get into. Let's go. Ding, ding, ding. We are live and back at it again. Like I said, folks, as always, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. I am Mr. Everynight KJ White. That is my buddy, Big Nick. I don't know. Do you do the whole shtick?
No. But I will mention that I do have my, nice, lovely pink prime drink here. So I'll be out here like, skip.
Let's go. Welcome, everybody. If you haven't been to the Dirt Sheet debates before, myself and Big Nick, we go through the topics you see on the screen. We'll discuss them. Sometimes we'll debate them. Sometimes we'll agree. But we'll get through all this. You can give us your 2 cents in the chat. Don't forget, if you have any random questions, wrestling or otherwise, for us, throw them up there. We'll try and get to them by the end. But we got lots to get into. Lots happened this weekend. Lot is happening this week. So without further ado, we will get into the first topic here today.
I was going to say, speaking of a lot, so I don't know how you feel about this, but yeah, boy, howdy. Can I just say WCW? Jacksonville Dixie has managed to outdo even Dixie Carter herself here. Managed to out Eric Bischoff, out Vince Russo here. We've got Ric Flair is now signed to a multi-year deal, which the Woo Energy drink, a lovely mushroom energy drink, by the way.
Yeah,
is the signature energy drink of AEW. Like, tale as old as time.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Some quick notes from the official release was, they signed the Nature Boy Ric Flair. Flair's debut comes off the heels of a longtime friend, Sting's retirement. So he's basically going to work with Sting pretty much till Sting's in.
We were happy for him for one night. Then it became 3 months. We're like, okay, we can have it. Then it became now 2 years. And now he's medically cleared. Of, hi, everybody. I'm Dr.
I'm back. I'm good to go.
Right. And even I'm dying to have a promo with MJF. And even MJF responds with, how about a buried alive match, Rick?
MJF being perfect MJF, Nick. And again, I think with this signing or the announcement of the signing of Ric Flair, no confirmation. We know Rick wants to get in the ring. We don't know if AEW is going to allow it. His Woo drink is going to be at commentary. It's going to be highlighted. Yeah, the
Ric Flair drip, the official strain of AEW, by the way.
There you go, officially. Now, what this has caused, from my observations, is even some of the most faithful of AEW fans and YouTubers and such have kind of started turning code on this one. And we're getting older, we're signing, Big Show coming in didn't help. What are we doing here in AEW?
You have caused a fracture within your fan base. You have caused a fracture amongst your female fan base. Few and far between they were. And also, it's one of those, people don't want to admit, guys like us, everything that we're saying, we're seeing the writing on the wall. Shit's not going right. Maybe pull up here. Avoid the fucking iceberg there, the fucking pilot of the Titanic there.
Yeah.
And everything of this has been foretold, and now people don't want to admit. Now we're having to admit that AEW really isn't as good as we thought it was. It's starting to hit that iceberg.
Is that the value? I mean, the iceberg analogy, and I even put out the Titanic meme of Jericho and Tony enjoying a nice trip on the Titanic for that reason, because I feel like we're navigating towards the iceberg, and a lot of people have seen it for quite a while. I even see the comment in the chat about Paul White can barely move. To me,
if he didn't look happy to be there, why should I be happy that he's there?
Well, that's it. What does he bring to the show? Again,
here's the big show. Captain Insano shows no mercy.
Is he a draw in 2023?
In 1993, yes. In 2023, fuck no.
We got a lot to figure out and I don't think it's always been bad. I think there's been a lot of good with this company. I think a lot's been going on that, they signed some really talented people. They got a huge roster pool. But if you're going to, you got talent like MJ, you're not selling ratings. If you're not,
how do you feel about the rumors of a whole talking about Braun? Where do you feel we're going here?
I think that's what this is becoming very quick is that, she didn't get over in WWE. When she was in WWE, people in AEW hated her. She was the antithesis of what they didn't want to be. And now that she's available, maybe we'll sign her and bring her in. Hulk Hogan, when he got booed just mentioning him. Sting said Hulk Hogan, and everyone was like, oh, no.
But is it so funny that literally AEW, that was supposed to be the alternative, has just turned into the antithesis of WWE at this point?
And I think what is happening is WWE is plucking away pre-prime talent. Like going back to your pink drink, you sign it, you grab a Jade, you grab a Brian Pillman, rumors of MJF, rumors of Brock Anderson. These are all young talent that WWE is looking at, and I think they're doing the same thing they did to WCW. Take all the old guys. Take Macho. Take them all. We got young guys coming in.
And we're going to take all your cast off and actually make them better than you ever could do.
Right. And that's what I think has been a big thing. A big thing with this company is it's becoming apparent, even to the loyalists that sometimes put on blinders, that it's not the same.
WCW. Hey, Vince, I'm in the wrestling business.
But we'll just kind of continue this conversation because it ties back into what we were just rambling about.
I want you to go first here on this.
Well, we all know what a scarf wearer that you are.
I was going to say, I'll pull it out.
But I mean, I think it's really intense. As far as the negative reaction that's popping off. Now, Danny Garcia, hip thruster himself, out of left field, just says, I want a match, and they gave it to him. Joe wants a match. He doesn't get one. Other people want a match. They don't get one. It's just Daniel Garcia is going to get one. MJF's going to be on the pre-show and the main event of another pay-per-view. Is he spread too thin? Is there a lack of focus opposed to what they're trying to accomplish of, a whole bunch of interest?
Separate answers for both those. Is he spread too thin? Yes, I also think his boss is spread too thin. Is there a lack of focus? Becomes debatable because to me, everybody, like I've said before, everybody's focus should be on the world champion. But he has the problem of being too good at everything. He's great. He's the best heel you've got, and he's the best babyface you've got right now. He has the best talent you have at this point. And that becomes the issue of come 2024. Is he still under AEW? Well, is this now just, I've done anything and everything I can do here, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, he might max out. And I mean, to me, it's like having a star.
No pun intended.
Right? You have a star quarterback that you also ask, to play defensive back or defensive tackle, or play wide receiver in addition to play quarterback. Like, it's almost getting impossible. And our buddy Anthony, who watched the show with me last night, literally, Jay White is supposed to be this big deal, a superstar that you signed, that now you're heading into full gear. And he seems like an afterthought. Mark Briscoe's gonna fight Jay White to try and get MJF's belt back. And I've never seen Mark Briscoe and MJF chit-chat or like each other or be on the same page.
But this goes down into the whole thing of booking versus literally just making fantasy matches and everything. It's creative versus booking and everything. And that's what Tony Khan does. I'll make the greatest matches you'll ever see. You'll want to tune in just for the matches. There is fuck and all when it comes to storyline on anything. And we even talked about it when we're here for MJF versus Omega. We're like, did they forget that this man's about to pass the record for longest title reign? Like, isn't this the company that had bookkeeping and stat keeping and ratings and rankings and everything like that? And you forget that this shit happened?
Yeah. No, and I completely agree with that. Like, I mean, there seems to be no planning ahead. And to me, a great matchmaker makes matches that mean something. And you call it booker, you call it matchmaker, you call it whatever it is. But again, I think people are starting to get tired. And I think we talked about this a lot. You and I about even your favorite show. Like, you'll watch a show, but you generally give up on a show that's purely episodic, where one episode means nothing to the other. To have that weekly buy-in is hit and miss. But when you have a show that carries you through, you got to binge watch every episode because the next thing's leading to the next thing. That's where the money is at. And you might be right. MJF might have hit a point where he's done it all in this company. And if he wants to expand, similar to Jay, he's got to move on.
Well, and that begs the question of like what we were talking about there with Ric Flair and everything like that, of have you turned enough people away, of have we gotten to that point of you only have your core audience at this point, you're not trying to develop any new audience, and that MJF has just become your fucking bastion, your beacon, your Louis for anything that's going to keep you afloat as far as ratings, as far as drawing attention, as far as drawing eyes. Respectfully, and that's not taking away from any performers, but it's to be at that level that they want to be at, of why they want to say they're knocking on WWE's door and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a fair argument at this point. I think it's very clear that there's miles apart. They're not even WCW as far as
so more likely to sign with WWE, Will Ospreay or MJF, or both.
It might be both. I mean, again, the WWE, especially with public that Triple H is the guy. Does Triple H have the ability to sit on the phone with a Will Ospreay, an MJF, CM Punk, the list goes on, and convince them that this is a new WWE and you will be highlighted. We will roll out the red fucking carpet.
I have a side question that no one's entered into the CM Punk argument and everything like that. As I see, we're getting towards the very end here. If you sign an MJF, do you need to sign CM Punk?
I don't
think MJF not your 2023, your modern era version of CM Punk, of the fucking straw that stirs the drink?
Yeah, you know what? That's a very good question. I think in my head, it's almost you don't have to sign any of these guys. You don't have to sign. I mean, going through 2023 and breaking all these records and doing all the stuff they're doing, selling out everywhere they go. 2024, they're going global in a bigger way than they did in 2023. They don't have to sign anybody, but I think they might want to just because. And again, how stacked does this roster become? Let's ignore Punk, because apparently we're going to talk about Punk at the end here because news came out today about that. But if you have Ospreay, you have MJF, you have Jade on the ranks, then you got the young talent that's already being built, the Braun Breakers of the world. Man, the future looks bright for WWE. AEW is looking old.
WCW, 100% though. If you can snatch an MJF out of AEW, you're Shang Tsung. You're stealing their soul out of that. You've stolen their spine.
Yeah, I mean the reports, and I know we've hit the buzzer, but I know the reports say that MJF has been locked up, and I felt like he had been locked up, and he was just playing with people. If not, they are in a big pickle.
Right.
But all right, without further delay, that's kind of the AEW stuff. We're going to jump into the big story from yesterday, Crown Jewel, the recap of what happened. We'll talk about some facts or some big kind of stories coming out of it. But one of the biggest
with the visual you had.
There you go. One of the biggest things I took out of yesterday was a good amount of people didn't love Crown Jewel. It fell a little flat.
Mid pay-per-view.
Is it the worst of 2023 for WWE?
But that's a fucking high bar to get hung up on.
Yeah, not an I bar, but a high bar.
Yeah, not an I bar, but a high bar. Yes, 100%. Not yes and no. Like that's the thing. It's so there. I know there's another topic we're going to talk about here later on that I want to save part of this for. But how do you feel? I guess with the visual we have there about Logan Paul as U.S. champion and how people have said Logan Paul saved Ronald Mysterio's life. He was, I can be your hero, baby.
Listen, Rey Mysterio has fallen on his face, neck, back, legs multiple times in his career.
He would have served, especially his knees. You all know that video package with a kid. Don't try this at home.
He would have survived. But again, they've heard Logan to have the wherewithal to get low and pick that man back up. I mean, again,
this man was catching a fly ball out of the outfield right there.
Yeah,
that's all he had to do.
You're looking at a dude who's 100+ pounds, and I know Ray's not the biggest of dudes, but you go find somebody that's 125, 45 pounds and just catch him out of the air. It's not fun. So, again, I think what the biggest thing that gets overlooked with Logan is there's talent there. There is actual wrestling talent there.
Is he, and I think we both said this, I know at least I said it on our live stream, is he the best talent to transition, celebrity talent to transition to pro wrestling? Because he's the most, seems like he's going to be there week in and week out. Like, he's got an athletic built for it. He's got the personality for it. He's there. He's the Miz, just younger.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of like the modern day Miz, right? Like he's the guy
more athletic, but yeah.
Yeah, but it comes from the world that nobody really takes serious. He's got to overachieve to prove that he's worth it. And again, we understand what WWE is trying to do with putting a belt on Logan Paul. The guy is click-worthy. The guy has millions of followers, millions of eyes pay attention.
Millions and millions.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I believe that. I mean, Crown Jewel wasn't the best. It did have a lull to the back end of it. I do think that a bit of the problem is things became a little like, oh my God, Logan won, and then it kind of got to the point of
Then we had DJ Khaled. Then we had Kyrie show up.
Yeah.
Was that the worst place to have Kyrie show up? Arguably.
Well, I've seen a lot of fans talk about, well, we shouldn't do this when we're in Saudi Arabia. We shouldn't do that. I think that's very Americanized. I think the American fans are like, well, we shouldn't do big things in other countries. We should save all the big things for us. But
so we won't react to them.
Yeah, so the American fans tend to not react nearly as intense as the international fans. And my argument is, if you're going to continue to go international, shit has to happen when you're there. When you're in Germany, when you're in Australia, shit needs to go down because you want
the reaction for Kyrie in the building equal the big reaction on social media for it?
No, I mean, I think kind of the way it was done, I think it took people, a few people in the building to be like, who, what, why are, like, it was kind of sloppy. She came out, and then there was the weird count out, they almost count out.
But you do have the tie-in that the last time we saw Kyrie on WWE TV, she was taken out by Bailey. So we do have that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think I was good with it. I was pumped to see Kyrie back. Now there's rumors about Saray joining them. Is Asuka maybe going to join them? They'll try like an evil triad of talent to take on the women's division. I like it.
Fighting demons by moonlight.
The Sky Pirates of tomorrow.
It's so funny to me that because I even told my wife, because my wife even recognized. She's like, I told her Kyrie came back last night. She's like, oh, the Sky Pirates. And I was like, yeah. And KJ just chuckled every time I said that.
It's funny to me, the Sky Pirates. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, I think that Crown Jewel was good. It wasn't great. I believe that there is some level of, responsibility to maybe make the card a little more, surprising. And I think
it was mid, but for a WWE premium live event this year, mid is above average for an AEW event, if not, in the upper echelon there.
And what I don't get is a lot of clips of, the WWE higher ups going, this was one of our best shows ever, where we do with the other company of they'll feed you shit and tell you it's ice cream, where,
I'm going to just say, well, it happened in Saudi Arabia, and I'm going to leave it with saying that it happened in Saudi Arabia. So that might be why they were saying it was the greatest thing, because they wanted to get out of Saudi Arabia.
They're like, we're good. Bye. Thank you.
We're here. Thank you. We don't need our plane delayed for unnecessary reasons.
No. But at the end of the day, I thought it was a decent show. I gave it a decent mark. I don't think it failed. But again, I mean, if you're looking at that show, that card, and you go, this was one of their worst shows, they're having a pretty good year.
Well, and even then, I think it's as much as regularly WWE has premium live events, they still do feel pulled apart and everything. They don't feel back to back to back or anything like that.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, I think the cool thing is, as of tomorrow, we'll turn our attention to Survivor Series and what that means and what that
generals gathered in their masses.
All right, next one, John Cena. Is he done? Is Cena done?
He got decimated. He got all of the Samoan spikes, all of the Samoan rampage is taken out on him. He made good for every time he beat Uncle Umaga during this whole match.
Yeah, I mean, he got taken out hard and he got annihilated, which, I mean, again, I know we talked earlier about the older roster. When you bring back an old guy and you got a young up-and-comer in his prime, he should probably beat him. Or and Solo was convincing. So is there any value to John Cena at this point? John Cena comes back next week, next month. Yeah, people love him, but what?
Does it help Solo more with the dominant win, or he gets the dominant win, Cena comes back, gets a TV win on him, and then just rides off into the sunset because of Screen Actors Guild?
Maybe. I mean, again, we weren't expecting him for a long time. I think this does wonders for, it does wonders for Solo. I think part of the reason why people didn't love the show is there was a string of kind of like the heels won in succession, and maybe if we rearranged it, it might have made it a little more powerful.
Well, yeah.
But I think this is huge. I mean, Solo Sikoa goes in and lays out, annihilates John Cena.
It's a fantastic win for Solo. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head unintentionally there with John Cena. I ain't here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. He put over Solo 100% with this. He looks like a badass. As much as we joked even when we were on the live stream for Crown Jewel of how he's calling him Taz and how he's kind of taking the piss out of him. John Cena just shows up to just shit on current wrestlers. He sat there and got his ass beat. Now, granted, the spike, delay, rinse, repeat, became maybe a little bit too much and a little too overdone and a little too overdrawn. But a dominant win for Solo with this, to me, does nothing but help him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see the GOAT, the Big Match John. Well, Big Match John just had a small match and it didn't go so well.
I wouldn't even call it a small match. I think it was like
his performance was small.
Well, he sat there and took what? A choke slam and 2 tombstones from The Undertaker at WrestleMania 34, and they counted that as a streak match.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, do we see Cena just not be around? Are we expecting him on Friday? Are we expecting him at all?
We're going to sell already that he already had the halfway, sore throat, and now he just took 3 spikes to the throat, 3 chops to the throat, 3 drops to the throat. So he's not going to be able to talk. 100%. I think they only had him around while the Screen Actors Guild was on strike and everything. And this is how we write him off without making it a big hullabaloo of John Cena's retired, because in pro wrestling, never say never.
Yeah.
Could he show up in 2 weeks? Sure. Does he show up this week? I don't think so.
No, I think he's going to be out. And again, I just don't know if I see the value of angles with John Cena. John Cena comes back and picks a fight with A-Town, picks a fight with someone else, Braun Breaker. You just assume that at this point he's going to lose. And I don't know if it really does anything for me anymore.
The whole theory about him, how he hasn't had a TV victory in 5-6 years, do you get him that, or does he do a better service looking up at the lights to a guy like Solo Sikoa, to a guy like Austin Theory, to a guy Grayson Waller, etc.? Cena looks like the guy that's going to do right by the business, and I think at this point his best benefit is looking up at the lights and taking that L. You still get to say, I beat John Cena.
Yeah, I think it wears thin for me, though. Eventually, it's like, you're just beating the old guy, right? Put him out of his misery. We've seen it with UFC fighters, boxers, of they're past their prime. They just keep taking out.
Yeah, but has Cena earned that point to be at an old yeller versus he's Super Cena?
Well, could he come back
stronger? I'm fine with that.
Could he come back stronger? And a lot of people are petitioning for him to get one more title because of Ric Flair going to AEW.
No.
Shock the world.
No.
I say no.
I don't know how you feel.
No, I honestly think that we're kind of unless you have Cena win some or get a couple pieces of the pie here, that we're all going to go hungry because nobody really takes it seriously.
Yeah. Does anything with Cena right now seem like it warrants a build, it fits a build, or anything, or is it just do?
Well, I mean, they always kind of have that angle for him. They bring him in and they've had him kind of work these angles, right? It was not just a one-off. He was getting beat up by the Bloodline. He was getting in there, so people still pop for it. So maybe there is more value, but But I think he's got to be more flexible. He's got to take a win once in a while.
Speaking of taking a win, or at least a clean win.
Yeah, LA Knight gets put down by the tribal chief. Roman's still the champion. And again, I think this is one of those things that kind of left the show feeling a little, okay.
Can we admit, as a wrestling fan, film that Roman Reigns winning by bloodline interference, by well, not even exactly by disqualification, but at least interference, has become passe, has become the unenforced norm. Really, you disagree?
I don't think it's passe. I think it's exactly what I expect out of him. Like, what is he? If Roman Reigns wins his matches clean without bullshit, then he's just a good wrestler, and that's a good guy.
But that's what the fuck he is, though. Like, if I'm supposed to be invested in him being the tribal chief, I should at least see him once in a while be the dominant guy. I get maybe if he does it against LA Knight, it dampens LA Knight, but it's been so many times at this point that we don't see Roman Reigns laying the smack it down, to quote his cousin.
I think the argument there is he is a physically in the ring. He does what he does, and the angles where somebody gets screwed or screwing a baby face. I mean, to me, it's my expectation. I'm not passe with it. The next guy who's a heel.
Would that match not be better if it was Roman Reigns and he's taking LA Knight to the edge? He hits him with a spear, and he still won't fucking go down. So he hits him with another spear, and he still won't go down. He hits him with a Superman punch. He pops up and yells out a yeah and everything. And then you turn around and you hit him with another Superman punch or another spear or whatever the fuck. And that's what puts him down versus, like, we cheat. That's what we do in every match. We've done that.
No, I expect them to
months. We cheat for everything.
I expect the bad guys to cheat. I expect the bad guys to be underhanded. I expect them to use the numbers advantage that they have. I expect them to use their minions. What's the point of them having minions if they're not going to utilize?
So if you don't expect Jordan to dominate, to be the GOAT,
he's not a bad guy. That's not a fair comparable. If you don't like Jordan, I would expect elbows and go into the hole and dirty fouls. If he is the villain, if he's the Dennis Rodman that's going to break the rules, if he's the Ron Artest, that are going to bend the rules, that's what I expect.
Yeah, but he's the GOAT. You expect him to drive through the lane. You expect him to eat that shit and still come out on the other side instead of what everybody says with LeBron James of he flops, he takes this, he takes that, and everything. You don't want that if Roman Reigns is supposed to be the dominant champion.
But again, you cannot, you physically can't beat him down. No one's been able to get a pin on him prior to any of the change. And he gets out of situations with every means possible, as I expect him to do. That's what builds a villain. I don't expect the Joker to rob the bank with balloon animals.
But is it that it's happened so many times in a row that you haven't had that dominant Roman win yet? Like, you still want that dominant Roman win. Even if you didn't like Jordan, if you didn't like Kobe, whatever, if you still expected them to turn around and put up 60 in the game out the fucking nowhere. You expect that dominant win randomly.
Yeah, but no, I think at the end of the day, again, it's a hard comparable because you're not dealing with baby faces versus bad guys. With a Jordan or a Kobe, I don't think that makes sense. But at the end of the day, I believe that with Roman, he's the heel guy. I used the example yesterday of Bobby Heenan cheated for 40 years. He didn't just show up one day and do good stuff. He was always meddlesome. The bad guys are the bad guys. I expect them to fuck around. I expect them to get in there. And again, you get that moral victory for the.
You're the GOAT, and the GOAT constantly needs underhanded tactics to win. Maybe it gets a little sus.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, he wins. That's all that matters. Is the win goes on the paper. It doesn't matter how you get the W. You get the W, and he's a dominant heel champion that nobody can crack the code of. You can't get past the tribe. You can't get past him. You can't get past Paul. And every time you think you might, there is always a contingency plan. That makes him dominant as a professional wrestling champion, period. I think what you're speaking to is more of a duration issue that we've seen it so many times. Now it's a bit of
But that's to me, I think that's becoming the issue of now. He's up there in the Hogan, the Brunos. He's in that legendary air. He's out there. So what we need a dominant win, even if it's just you put him against somebody and he just smashes them.
But then if you flip this, again, you build up a pay-per-view with a guy, then you just smash him. What I think
WrestleMania 38 or so where he sat there and had Daniel Bryan and Edge, and he sat there and I'm gonna smash you, I'm gonna stack you, and I'm gonna pin you.
There's your
and you
dominant
don't
win.
think less of Daniel Bryan or Edge coming out of that. I feel
Maybe they're both in another company
well,
now,
that's
not being
just
utilized.
they went to the senior citizen home.
But at the end of the day, Nick, I think that both guys, I think that with Roman, that's the expectation. I need a hero to overcome this. I think looking back through everything, yeah, have we seen it a lot? For sure. But I don't expect him, I expect the eye gouging and the finger poking from the bad guys. I always expected the heels to be heelish. They don't just like, you know what, tonight I'm not going to be.
But no, does Thanos
I'm
seem
just
that
gonna go have
impressive
it.
if he's sitting there and like always has to get the fucking sneak attack on the fucking Avengers and everything like that versus he just smashes them. And then they have to fight from underneath. Like it's a heel and a babyface. If I make you have to work from underneath and I don't have to use my outside extremities and everything, if I get even pissed off at Jimmy Uso.
So after 4 years, you can't break character like that where he's just like, I don't want to cheat to win. I would say there's a little bit of repetition in how the cheating plays out. Very cookie cutter of like, just send another guy to the ring. But I fully expect the heel to cheat forever. People get mad about the heel cheating. And I think that's one of the issues that AEW is having is the bad guys have to be bad guys and the good guys have to be good guys. And if you don't have that, you don't have a compelling story to keep people paying attention.
I'll give you that. I just still at times, I guess I want, if he's supposed to be the king, sometimes the lion just fucking comes off the mountain and just fucking rips a motherfucker apart.
The last thing I'll say to that'd be like going to a Hulk Hogan match and expecting him not to do the Hulk up, the leg drop.
Well, that's
that's
apples to pears here.
No, but that's the babyface side to Roman. You have that expectation that Hogan's gonna do Hogan. He didn't just show up one night and do something different. When
I take it to Triple H. At times he had the corporation, or even Dwayne. Dwayne had the corporation around him and everything like that. But at times he would have a match, right? But he would have a match so he'd blow the fucking doors down, even if he cheated on the back end. But it's still, you get what I'm saying though, to where he would blow the fucking doors down and have a great match instead of it's literally we're setting up
when they were
key spots for the fucking this, that, and the third.
But I would argue when they were in the corporation and those things, that's when you saw, the other people getting involved, the cheating, the ruses, the give my title back. I didn't really lose it. There's, as long as you're a heel, you're going to find heel ways to get W's. And that's my take on it. It's just when they go babyface, they change up their style. But as long as you're a heel, you got to be a heel.
I still think we're in mid-chapter here for the Bloodline because we've still got other people who might be showing up here.
Well, I'm really curious. They got to do something. They really got to do something to make this matter.
You need some Febreze, some Airwick, something to fucking freshen up that shit.
Yeah, I think just feeding them baby faces. I'm not even sure that I'm okay with them being done with LA Knight. I'd like LA Knight to come back and have an issue with Jimmy being involved and find a way back into the ring with Roman.
Does that not feel mid-card? When do you set it up?
I mean, I'd be okay if it was Survivor Series. I'm okay with that completely. Now, we know the rumors, but if it was instant, yeah, let's go. Do it again. Let's go.
Fair enough. I'll give you that, but so if then LA Knight takes 2 L's back to back,
he's in trouble, so they better have a plan.
Yeah. Well, going back to Crown Jewel, Drew McIntyre's taking nothing but L's to the face here.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're going to do with Drew McIntyre at this point. I have no idea. You need to make him hard shift and go.
He's got to snap. He's got to go full heel.
Yeah, and the hinting that he might join the Judgment Day is a weird one altogether. But yeah, we will see.
Right.
All right. Well, after all of that, folks, make sure you get in this chat. Up next, we are going to hit Big Nick with some rapid fire questions, some random factoids and whatever you want to ask about wrestling wise or other. I'll give you a couple seconds. If you got a question for Big Nick, let us know. I
will start off by saying I like drinking whiskey. My beard smells like rich mahogany. We're just going to get out in front of these weird questions already.
Your beard smells like a deep wood, eh?
Yeah, 60% of the time it works, 90% of the time.
There you go. But yeah, something fun and random we like to do on these shows just to kind of break it up. But KJ is wrong. All right, Chair.
Yes.
That's it. All I can do is give you my 2 cents.
Why do you hate stairs?
Well, let's go.
Because they're not an escalator. I don't know.
Why do you hate stairs? Why do you hate the usage of stairs?
I don't hate the usage of stairs. I guess I just hate that they're an escalator and I have to use my legs to move. I don't know. Thoughts on the whole debate about the number of title defenses as a champion? Woo, spicy meatball. It's so weird because I feel like if you go into like Hogan and everything, like they're counting house shows, they're counting everything and everything. This man defended the world heavyweight title at a gas station. I'm like, I do get that it makes a bit of a reference, but at the same time, you know, do you judge a challenge? I know, fucking
rapid fire, dude.
All right. Deep philosophical thoughts. Bills win easily. Bills win. I'll stay by 3 just for the sake of DeMar Hamlin, just to be poetic. I think it's probably more than that.
They lose 35-27.
You will know who will be here on Monday Night Raw.
It's just very predictable. I agree with the predictable part of it. It's very cookie cutter. We'll give you that. All right. Well, that was sort of rapid fire questions. It was
I'm sorry,
a couple long-winded ones.
I caught up.
We know keeping it short and sweet with my guys is a little tricky sometimes.
Finally, the Commanders won a damn game after 5 losses. Do you think B-Fab with Bobby and the Street Profits will be good fit if it officially happens?
I think so. See what you can do. Why not?
Sure.
But there we go, folks. That is the one. But that is the dirt sheet. You good?
All right. No, I'm caught up.
Here, that's the dirt sheet debate today, folks. We will be back next week with another one of these. Feel free to send us your thoughts. Make sure you comment below. And we're looking for hot topics all week long. Next week, I'll be on the hot seat, and I'll try and answer more than 3 questions. But we will keep rolling along. We are back tonight with Anthony and Luna. They're going to watch the Fish Market Street fight between the Dudleys and Curryman and Shark Boy. Yeah, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be fun. And then we're back for Raw and NXT, Dynamite, and all the wrestling all week long. Make sure you get in that chat. Make sure you let your friends know. Share a link. Be a part of that. Good times, Big Nick.
Our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is all authentic. When you're talking about the wrestling, but that's for life. But
thank you very much, folks. We'll see you later. And on the flip side, as always.
Yes, indeed.
Who is covered by Troy Hill. Replacing the injured Jeremy Chandler's on the IR. Oh, shit. There's 2 foul calls on the defense. Hold it. Defense number 13. That penalty declined. Personal foul. Passer. Defense number 95. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down. So Jared Brown down that line and 10 Carolina penalties. They've got some of the most penalties in the NFL.
13 with the hold in the slot there. Didn't see the hold, but when he's coming out of the cut, he grabbed him around the waist, and then here's the shot at the end of Minshew by Brown. Just unnecessary. Both officials back there through the flag.
But we said before, they came into today with 47 penalties, the Panthers did, which is 6 over the last 2 games. And not as many on the defense as on offense. Most have been offensive penalties. This one keeps it alive. It's 1st and 10. And it's Moss. And then he's brought down by Nick Furman. Now,
Look, we talked to Jonathan Taylor.
As you continue to watch the Indianapolis Colts right now, you'll be watching the Colts live from Frankfurt, Germany. 1 week from today, it's the Colts and the Patriots, the last of the international games here in 2023. NFL Network and NFL Plus, your home for the Colts and Patriots. Sunday, November 12th, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. NFL Plus, NFL Network, rise and shine and watch football with us. We'll have highlights of that one for you as we kick off Week 10 of NFL Red Zone.
who is the subject of trade talks, he remains a Panther, is down now, and we step aside.
And a commercial timeout there. Let's get you to the scores, which show us we got a reasonably close game there between the Colts and the Panthers. The Giants will not be shut out today. Tommy DeVito able to get his team into the end zone. 2-point conversion failed, so still a strong fourth quarter lead for the Raiders, who are getting the football back. And then we'll have Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles with an 11-point lead as they start the fourth quarter between Philly and Dallas.
Touchdown pass. That'll build a little confidence, and he might have to play for a little monumental game.
The score holds. Dallas will be 2.5 back of first place. So Prescott gets it down to Pollard. He breaks the tackle and sprints forward. And Pollard, they're going to mark him out.
Oh, boy.
Raiders go back to the ground with Josh Jacobs. Not much there against this Giants defense. Time to check in.
Here's Pollard looking for a seam on the right side. And not much there. Slade came up from the secondary to help. So was Byard as well on that tackle. On 3rd down and short.
It's down big here in the desert. Fair in motion, toss play Jacobs. Jacobs runs into the arms of Ashawn Robinson and down at the 28-yard line. Are we going to see some history this year in the NFC?
Look at the last 18 seasons. There has not been so these two games just starting the fourth quarter here. Just a friendly reminder that when the last game standing presents itself, it could be either the Raiders and Giants or the Eagles and Cowboys. We will direct you to flip over to your local Fox station. You can also check if you have Sunday Ticket through YouTube TV to find the channel that each one of these games is being played.
What? Why do I fucking sell it?
International NFL Red Zone viewers, you stay right here and you'll see the conclusion of all three of these games. But we're with you for all three of them until we get the last game standing, and then we will sign off from there.
Didn't have a single target today.
Yeah, the last few weeks.
Let me see if the cereal, guys. Come on, dude.
We see Brandon Cooks make a lot of impact plays. Had the big touchdown late against the Chargers a few weeks back to go ahead. Last week saw him score again, make a couple other big catches. So we're going to find some other weapons. We've talked about it. Can't just.
It's really pissing me off.
CeeDee Lamb, who now right now is lined up in the backfield.
Runs a route from there. Prescott hits him off that route and a catch and a spin and a move, and he's down.
just a little short of a first down.
Yeah, they put CeeDee Lamb in the backfield. That's typically a running back route. A Texas router.
EG, who then backed out of the job. Their leader hired Frank, who was their 4.5. 4th and 1. They're going to line up with their own version of Snake and Prescott.
Yeah, baby,
And I think that second effort was out. Tempers flare, flags fly. I think the second effort was enough, Greg. And now multiple penalties, too.
I think we're going to get a personal foul at the end. I'm with you. I think he was able to pick up the first down. But there's going to be a personal foul. I'm just not exactly sure. Did they throw it on the first or the second guy in? Looked like it was Kevin Byard of the Eagles who was involved in that scrum. Just not sure who they're going to throw the flag on.
At the end there, Kevin Byard and Jake Ferguson. With the love from Dallas emanating from the fans down on the field. Nick Sirianni, mad, but just interesting the play call. They kind of go, they give Philly a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, they did it out of a big jumbo. I mean, they didn't have one wide receiver after the play. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, and the 41. The penalty is introducing to the ball. First down. Yeah, they always get the second guy in. Let's go back here. See the jumbo to the right? It's an unbalanced set. Looked to me like Dak is close. They gave him a lot of forward progress as he kept battling. They gave him all of that yardage, and then you see Byard, he came in at the end. Ferguson kind of peeled him off the pile, and the age-old rule, they always get the second guy.
And so it's 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. Cowboys down 11. Here early in the 4th, gotta have it here for them. And we get a challenge flag. I thought the penalty takes away the ability there, but we'll check with Dean Blandino. Nick Sirianni's thrown the challenge flag on that spot. Back after this.
When we said we'd make the skies bluer, some said keep dreaming. So we did, lowering emissions on the road to zero. Now, we're working on an EV that has wings. And someday, we'll turn your old Honda into your brand new Honda. Because we are a company of dreamers, setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050. So, no matter where we go, we're going to keep dreaming.
Rufus hates being stuck inside. Luckily, Amy saved big at Amazon. Turns out with the right gear, Rufus ribs.
When I got the script, I was like, does Taco Bell really not have a breakfast taco? Doesn't that concern you?
All right, people ready? And action.
Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, savory sausage. The all-new toasted breakfast taco.
Geico makes car insurance easy.
Say what?
As easy as loving Parmesan.
Say what? Say what?
Say when.
What? Fresh ground pepper?
Oh, yes, please. With 24/7 emergency roadside service, it's easy to Geico.
Okay, we get a box.
Of course.
Hi, we're Visible, and this is not a holiday ad. Holidays mean stress, and we want to de-stress. Your wireless, anyway. On the Visible plan, get one line with unlimited 5G data for $25 a month. That's reason to celebrate. Wait, is this a holiday ad? Switch today at Visible.com.
Here we go.
Two forces collide. Big News Saturday on Fox. 11:30 Penn State. Post
Heisman hopeful J.J. McCarthy and Fort Worth, Michigan. Michigan, Penn State, big game Saturday on Fox.
Dean Blandino, the Eagles are challenging the spot. There's also a personal foul penalty. What's being looked at here?
Exactly. It was a dead ball personal foul. So the Eagles are challenging that the line of game was not made, which would give them the football, and then the penalty would be enforced half the distance. It's really close. As you watch this, really Ferguson taking Byard off the pile. That's really the first action that should have been called, and then Byard reacts. But too close. Really, we looked at this throughout the break. It's really too close to change. Here comes the call.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. We first down. Really never started the first down. Yeah, so the Eagles will have to use a timeout there on the challenge. So that penalty, which was a dead ball penalty, I don't think that was announced at the time. Sirianni is upset. I think it's one of those things too, Greg, where they called it first down the field. When you don't see anything, you have to stick with the call. So after all that and then the penalty, it's the 10th play of this drive coming up, and it's first and goal for the Cowboys. Taps it in, looking end zone, incomplete. Zach Cunningham, nice coverage on Ferguson, second down.
This would be a golden opportunity for Dallas to kind of exercise some of these demons in the red zone. They've had struggles all year long. It's been talked about at length. They find themselves down 11 here. They've been better today, 2 for 2 so far. This would be a great opportunity for them to go 3 for 3 and get back on the right track.
Left side, and a big hole, and it closed up inside the 5. And his game tackle there. Cunningham was there first again. Let's see where they put it officially. Down to 3 of the 4, but 3rd and goal coming up. You wonder, we talked earlier about Prescott, about running and scrambling more. This is where he runs and becomes a little dangerous.
Absolutely. The hardest thing to defend in the red zone is scramble drill. The longer the play lasts, the more time the quarterback can buy, the harder it is for these defensive backs to pace and cover. He's got to try to, if they drop back, he's got to find a way to extend this play and buy some time.
Looking to throw. He's got room to run. Gonna try it again. Diving, flipped over, and he's short. Slay and Cunningham combine, and it's 4th and goal.
Now a big decision. We've seen both teams keep their offenses on the field numerous times today on 4th down. What an effort, though, by your quarterback. Man, you just love to see he's selling out. He understands what's on the line. Great job there by Dak. And this feels like a critical moment in the game.
Pressure, end zone, and caught for the touchdown. Schoonmaker. On 4th and goal, Luke Schoonmaker, the rookie. I'll tell you what, that's really close.
That's really close. It looked like the ball came down right on the
knee down there.
His knee is down. Maybe I think he might be short.
I think he is short.
I think he's short.
Right there.
Yeah, he's down by contact. I think this is going to
be a field of a touchdown. It's on the further review. Obviously, they look at every score, ruled the touchdown, but right there, that's the perfect shot. He's not in.
No, he's short.
Wow. So they will look at this officially. It was ruled a touchdown on the field. Big call coming up. Back to Philly.
Hungry, hungry hippo. Hungry, hungry hippo. Hungry, hungry hippo.
Would you marry me?
Buy the Google Pixel 8 Pro from Verizon and get it on them.
Go, Pat, go! Why are you all wearing Kirk Cousins jerseys?
We couldn't help ourselves. He's such a great guy.
I'm gonna get you a chicken finger, okay?
The
But he's a Viking.
But he's such a nice Viking.
Holy.
What was that? Not a play.
Netflix Sports turns us all into fans. That overtake you just did? It's way too slow. What? You missed the apex. I didn't even see an attempt at a draft.
Now that was perfect.
Your next obsession awaits.
Kirk Cousins, such a great guy, right?
I wish Kirk would tuck me into bed.
Who says that? That is weird.
Lowe's knows to paint like a pro. You need the products pros trust.
Did you make a call on call?
Blue 42.
Actually, it's Dallas Cowboys' name.
I like that because I played for the Cowboys. You got this. We got you.
How'd you get that mixed with your combo? These fries and rings?
At BK, you can build your combo.
Frozen Coke too?
Yep, sides and drinks too. BK, and when you're with, yeah.
On game day, you see our strength, but we see yours
Shit,
too.
it's 7 o'clock.
To those currently serving and to our nation's veterans, we see you.
Ready, Joey. We showed it before we went to break. They overturned it. It was not. Schoonmaker is knee down. The ball is short. And the Eagles will take over on that 4th and goal stop from the 1.
Not wrestling days.
Nick Sirianni fired up. Dallas with a 13-play, 71-yard drive. They convert on the sneak. And now the Eagles take over on their 1.5-yard line. Trying to get a little breathing room. No, they do. Now back to the touchdown. Lock up, I should say.
Yeah, I want to take you back to that 4th down. It's just a simple 2-man rub. But Ferguson has to do a better job making Reed Blankenship go over the top, meaning go behind. He goes too deep and allows Blankenship to come underneath the rub, and that's what allows that contact to make him roll down by contact before the goal line. They got to do a better job. 2 big bodies there. I like the call on 4th down. Just got to do a better job executing.
From their own end zone, Hurts slant incomplete, dangerous. A couple in the air. I don't know if that was Akitas or Brown he was trying to get it to, but now 3rd and 8.
And we mentioned on the previous possession of the Philadelphia Eagles offense how important it felt for Dallas to get a stop. That drive started on the 13. Here you have them 3rd and long on the -2. Same thing goes. They've got to find a way to get off the field here, force a punt from the back of the end zone, and take advantage of this field position.
Oh, look at this. This is really, really interesting stuff. So on here, we've got information as to the biggest merch sellers for the year so far. So what we've got is we've got WWE and AEW. So on this, can I make this bigger? If I click on it, I should be able to, shouldn't I? Yeah, I feared that would happen. Right, okay, so we've got Cody Rhodes is the top merch seller so far. Reverse rank value 46.6. I don't actually know what that means. So I don't think there's any kind of monetary.
Reverse rank value 46.6.
Information.
I don't actually know what that means
Here, but it's just the amount of
any kind of monetary information here, but it's just
stuff that's been sold. Cody is top for the year. Then it's Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's amazing, isn't it? Stone Cold in second place. I wouldn't have said that. I really wouldn't have said that. Certainly not this year as well. Maybe last year when he main evented, but I wouldn't have thought it this year. Stone Cold is ahead of Roman Reigns so far this year. I mean, that really puts a few things into perspective, doesn't it? So we've got Cody top, then Stone Cold, then Roman, then John Cena. I mean, no surprises, Cena being up there. LA Knight, of course, doing really well. We know that he's actually been top merch seller for a few months. So he's kind of closing that gap, if you will. Then we've got the NWO. Then we've got WWE. So that's going to be like the title belts and things along those lines. Then we've got Eddie Guerrero, which I'm surprised at Eddie being that high. Eddie Guerrero, the 8th best merch seller so far this year. Then we've got Rhea Ripley, and then we've got the Usos over on AEW, shop AEW. AEW is top, then CM Punk, then the Acclaimed, then it's Orange Cassidy, then it's the Elite, then it's Kenny Omega, then it's MJF and Adam Cole, then it's FTR, then it's MJF, and then it is Danhausen. So that's the list of all of the merch sellers. And I would say that there's a few surprises in there. I think Cody being top's probably not the biggest surprise, but Stone Cold being second is a surprise. Then we've got Roman Reigns coming in third, John Cena, LA Knight being in 5th is brilliant for him. Then we got NWO, then we got WWE, Eddie Guerrero's a surprise, Rhea, I think that's fine, and Usos are fine. Over on AEW, CM Punk being second, probably not a surprise, although it does show how big of a superstar he was for them. The fact that, you know, there's no MJF, Omega much like superstar-wise this year than anyone else. Then we've got the Acclaimed, then we've got Orange Cassidy, then it's the... That's really interesting. MJF on his own. So MJF just ahead of Danhausen. That's mind-blowing to me. That's mind-blowing, the amount of TV time that MJF gets. And Danhausen, you know, is, I don't know what that number is, 10.4. MJF, 11.9. CM Punk, 32.6. Whatever that number is, it kind of shows the gap between how much merch CM Punk was selling compared to like MJF. So a few surprises in there. I thought it was really, really interesting. I love WrestleNomics. They're not just good for ratings. They're good for other stuff as well, like merch sales. And there was another one that I saw where they just broke down like WWE's business compared to UFC's business, just talking about revenue income from live events, things like that. Really interesting. I mean, if I can find it, I don't want to just like talk all about WrestleNomics, but yeah, I mean, what I would say is I would urge that you go and check out their Twitter account. This is what I was referring to. Look, revenue breakdown for WWE and UFC for the 12 months between July and June. You can see the UFC 844 on their media rights compared to 899 for WWE. Live events 149 for UFC, 248 for WWE. This shocked me. This next one shocked me. UFC, way more on sponsorship. 176 on sponsorship compared to WWE, only 66. So that is incredible. Absolutely incredible. I would have thought that WWE were much closer, if not ahead, when it came to sponsorships. But we know that UFC have sponsors all over the octagon. So we know that they have stuff all over the octagon. And we know that they like do kind of like, you know, the army brings you the third round, the army brings you the fifth round, or whatever it might be. So, you know, it was just a case of thinking about it and thinking, actually, the UFC do quite a bit with sponsorship, but so do WWE. So I was really surprised at that. And then the last one, consumer product licensing, 56 compared to 125 for WWE. So, yeah, you know, it's a decent insight into the two businesses. These two businesses came together And we actually now can get a little glimpse as to how they kind of cross over with each other. And we can get a little glimpse to see like what the sponsorship looks like, what the live event numbers look like, what the media rights look like. It's really interesting stuff. So as I said, WrestleNomics, that's where I got the merch info from. That's where I got the revenue breakdown from. And definitely say they're well worth a follow. So go and check them out. Right, I know we're doing a lot of talking. Really wanted to get stuck into that because I thought that was fascinating information. The other bits that we've got, I'm just going to blast down some of the news. Then we've got a little bit, we might as well do it in one go and then we'll jump into the chat. Because normally I have a whole page of notes. Now I've only got like this. I mean, there's next to nothing that's been set up for Raw or NXT. So it ain't going to take us long. So we've spoken about the top merch sellers. A new stable could be arriving. There are big rumors that WWE are interested in bringing someone back to join up with EO and Kyrie. Now, this is really interesting because I'm going to say the name, and if you don't want to know, then obviously step away. But it's a very interesting addition, if so. And I genuinely don't know if it would work. So step away now if you don't want to know. I'll say the name. It's Saray from NXT, who had that kind of weird backstage. You know, I hope they don't bring that to the main roster. That was absolute garbage, right? She was backstage dressed normally, and she had a little medallion thing, and then she would walk to come out. And as she emerged out into the arena, she was in her wrestling attire. She was completely wearing something different. So I think they were trying to. I can't quite tell if it was just a little fun entrance thing, right? And it's just a little fun kind of part of her entrance, just like how, you know, the animated helicopter lands for Kyrie Sane or whatever. They play this video of her backstage, and then she comes walking out to make it seem like she's transported. Or if they really genuinely wanted us to believe that she had transferred her attire, right? Whatever they were trying to do. For me, it was just hot garbage. It's some of the worst stuff I've seen from NXT. Her in-ring was all right, though. She was all right in-ring. Promo-wise, never really got much from her. It never felt like we could get momentum going with her. We could never really get an idea as to, you know, if she was good or bad, or, you know, where her limitations were, where she was struggling. You would see her once in a while, and then she'd be gone again. So I'm really torn on this. It's hard to get excited about her coming to the main roster when we've got so many questions about her, and I've got added concerns as well. But she is the name that's being mentioned to join up with EO and Kyrie. And of course, that insinuates that this is going to be a breakaway group, because I don't know that Kyrie is going to work well with Bayley. And then are we really going to bring in another member of Damage Control? We're up to 4 now. Are we really going to go to 5? Or is it more likely that these 3, the new addition, EO and Kyrie, break away, and then we've got Bayley and Dakota, and we add 1 more to that group? I would think that's probably more likely. And then we get a little feud situation. And maybe this is the kind of thing we're seeing with Santos and Ray as well. Perhaps these are just, unfortunately, 2 stories that are going to be quite similar, with one group breaking into 2 and then these feuding. Because I could see Santos, Del Toro, and Whacking Wild going off. And I could see Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio, and maybe an Axe or something. Yeah, it is really interesting to look at that rumor and think about where is it actually going. Mitchell said, do you think WWE should fast track Kyrie to a title to make her feel like a big deal? And do you think AJ's first challenger should be AJ Styles? I don't think they fast track her to a title. No, I don't think you need to do that to make someone feel like a big deal. If she picks up wins and looks like violent, like she looks like, I mean, that elbow that she dropped, for example, looks absolutely horrific. If she's going to go in there, no nonsense, just mess people up. She's only small, so I think that I would lean into the fact that she's a little assassin kind of a thing, and I'd make it so that her spinning back fists, her striking, that elbow drop, any of those like impact moves really make them look good, man. No half measures, go all the way. So I wouldn't fast track her to a title to make her feel more important, because to be honest, if you do something like that, you might be papering over some cracks. You might be papering over some little details, like the title might be just kind of overshadowing some of the character deficiencies. I would much rather that we look at her character, we look at how she's being presented, we get that right, and then when that's cooking, then we can potentially look at like, right, what do we do with her and potentially going after a tag title. I mean, I feel like a tag title would probably be first. I don't think we're going to do that because, well, not at the moment, because we're going to need to add another member, aren't we? And there are rumors about that person that we just mentioned, but I don't know how far down the road we are with that. So it's very hard to say if we're going to be bringing her in soon. And then if we are, putting them in that group and then them going for tag titles. I think I could see it being more that Io and Kairi break away, Bailey and Dakota on the other sides. We add another member or two members this side, another member or two members on this side, and then we engage in a war, right? I could see that playing out. And then once that's played out, maybe Survivor Series, going into WrestleMania season, then we could potentially look at maybe titles or something for Kairi. But I would really work with her to try and get her, if I was in WWE, I would work with her to get her striking, her presentation. I want everything to be sharp, meaningful, purposeful, impactful. I want everything to be at least a 10, if not 11. I want everything to look violent. She's a, oh man, you don't want to mess around with Kairi Sane. You don't want to mess around with Kairi Sane. I'd really work with her on that. And I wonder if there's any films that you could tell her to go and watch that have got that sort of characteristic, where you've got that kind of just real cold blood. I suppose something like Kill Bill, where Uma Thurman, the bride, is really just cold and just going after people. And I would really look to work with her on her character. In regards to Logan's next challenger, should it be AJ Styles? I think Logan against AJ would be a fantastic match. I think there'd be a few options for him. I don't think Logan AJ should be next, just because AJ got put out of action by Roman. I've got to think when he's coming back, he's going to want to go after Roman and the Bloodline. So I've got to think that AJ is going to be setting his sights a little bit higher than the US title. I think he's going to be going higher than that. So I think the next person, where's he on? He's on SmackDown, isn't he? So we need baby faces from SmackDown. I mean, ultimately, I think LA Knight is the one that should get that title off Logan. And I think that should happen at around WrestleMania time. Let's just quickly have a look at SmackDown, and we'll see what we're dealing with. So we've got Ashanti. I mean, we don't know what's happening with Ashanti at the moment. We've got Brawling Brutes, but I'd keep them as a tag team. You've got Cameron Grimes, but don't think that feels like an interesting feud, right? Maybe you could build it up or something. I mean, we do have to find something for these people to do. So Cameron Grimes is out there. We've got Carrion, but I don't think his face. You got Kevin Owens. I mean, Logan against Kevin Owens would be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? That would be I think people would be really into that. Imagine the verbals there as well. Kevin Owens against Logan Paul. Ultimately, LA Knight should get it, so I wouldn't do that now. We've got Ray, Santos. Santos makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? because Ray might want the rematch, but Santos was meant to go for that title, I think, the first time, but got ruled out, and didn't Ray replace him? So Santos being back to full health now would make perfect sense. Santos has to be an opponent of Logan at some point, has to. So I think Logan's going to maybe get trapped with the LWO for a bit, because he cheated and they ain't going to be happy about it. So I could see Logan, Ray, Logan, Santos leading us up to Logan against LA. Logan, Sheamus would be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun. Need something for Sheamus when he comes back around. Don't know when that's going to be, but, that could be next year. LWO could get us through for the rest of this year. Early next year could be Sheamus. And then at WrestleMania, it could be LA Knight. So I'd be looking at something like that, but just personal. I mean, each to their own. Everyone's got their own taste as to what they would be doing. So, Mitchell, I hope you are well. Dave Walker as well. Shout out to you, my friends. And a big shout out to everyone in the chat. I am going to get to you. I just want to blast down these so it's done, and then I can live in the chat then. So, we've spoken about that. That's a very interesting situation. I'd say it's probably one of the most interesting things that's come out of Crown Jewel is the return of Kyrie, what it means, EO, Damage Control. Are they going to split apart? I'm thinking it's going to go that way. Talking of Logan as well, he was talking about going to the Performance Center because he says that he's all about legacy, and he's starting to wonder if his legacy might actually be in WWE. So there's noises being made about Logan staying in WWE a little bit longer than we anticipated or we thought, and him actually going down and training with people down in the Performance Center, which is brilliant. I mean, that's absolutely brilliant. I love the fact that he's looking to do that, because that's the only criticism that I've got of him. I think that considering he's had 8 matches, I mean, it's unfathomable. It's incredible how good he is in the ring, the different moves that he can do. But what I love as well is just how much he's pushing himself. Like the match he has with Ray, there's lots of little flips, little reversals, moments where he has to catch him. For example, that's the one that everyone's been talking about, where Ray springboards off moonsaults and looks like he's about to crash down head first, and Logan just catches him. So there was lots of little things like that, little flips over, little Spanish flies and whatever. This is not anymore Logan just going in, clothesline, drop kick, I'll try a moonsault from the corner type situation. This is Logan using that stuff as a base and then building upon it, having worked with Ricochet, doing a Spanish fly, to the outside through that table, working with now Ray. He's kind of adding in a couple of, dare I say, lucha elements to his wrestling as well. Has he got a long way to go? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think what we're seeing is we're seeing someone absolutely maxing out everything they know. If you watch another wrestler, they'll show you 10% of what they know in a match, because they might need to dip into the other 90 for the next show, and the show after that, and the show after that, and the show after that, and the show after that. Whereas with Logan, I think he's, everything he's seeing is everything he knows, which is no criticism, but it's just, if he is going to do this on a more regular basis, he needs to expand his moveset, his, understanding of the business. And, ideally get to a point where he can be calling matches. Going in there with younger talent that haven't had the same experiences as him. Now, he is a long, long way from that. A long, 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 long way from that. But this kind of talk is really encouraging, of him saying that this could be his legacy, and he's thinking of going to the PC, and he seems very respectful of WWE. I did wonder, actually, I don't know how I feel about it. I think I like the fact that he's putting out messages like, thanks for believing in me, boss, and then putting a picture of him and Triple H. Like, I really like that. And him saying the word boss, there's a real respect between Logan and Triple H. And there's a few messages I've seen from him you know, where he was saying, I can't believe I'm the same score as Bad Bunny on the game. If Bad Bunny wants, you know, let's settle it in the ring and whatever. Which I've kind of looked at and gone, yeah, well, yeah, I don't think you're the same as Bad Bunny. I think you're much better. And I like the respect that's been shown to Triple H. But I think that this title reign, the only reason for me that he's got it isn't so much because of what he's done, right? It's because he's a big heel and he's a big superstar, and we can use his platform to promote WWE. And also because he's a big heel, we can rile up the fan base, and we can then use a big baby face to get that title off of him. I don't, you know, for someone to come in and have 8 matches and be rewarded by being given a title is just, it's nonsense, right? That's nonsense to me. I don't think that's why we've given it to him. I think we've given it to him because we know that he can use that belt and he can promote WWE, and we can build up a big babyface go up against him. So with that being said, what I'm looking for from him is I'm looking for him to rub it in people's faces. I'm looking for him to kind of wind people up and say, like, WWE's easy. It's easy. I've had 8 matches and I'm a champion now. Like, this is a walk in the park. And if anyone feels different, step up. Step up. I dare you to step up. I've been in there with the best. I've gone toe-to-toe with the best. And I've absolutely more than held my own, to the point where I'm now your United States champion. So I'm looking for stuff like that as we go forwards. I'm not going to look forward to it, right? It's going to annoy me, but it's meant to annoy me. That's the whole reason why he's got the belt. I think it's the only reason he's got the belt. So I like the noises of him saying he's going to go to the PC, but part of my brain goes, that's something that I want to hear him say. Is that something he should be saying in public, or should he just go and do it? Maybe he should just go and do it. And then, like, you know, publicly trash, like, the company. Well, not WWE, but trash the roster. Trash, like, the baby faces. And you know, work the fans, basically. Work the fans. So he said that. The other thing, WWE interested in Ospreay. Now, no surprises here. Ospreay, one of the best in the world. WWE apparently have reached out, and there's been some sort of communication. I think the belief is that he's still going to find his way to AEW, but WWE might be able to make things quite convincing, you know. They might be able to make things convincing. They might be able to twist his arm. So, yeah, we'll have to see kind of how that plays out and what happens with that. But I expect him to go to AEW. But that was just one of the biggest stories that was doing the rounds today. Let's talk about Raw, NXT, and then I'm going to get to the chat. Right, Raw. Akira Tozawa against Shinsuke Nakamura. That match is official. And the only other thing that's been announced is Ricochet versus Miz versus Bronson Reed versus Ivar in an Intercontinental #1 contenders match. That's the only other match that's been announced. So those 2 matches, that is it, right? I can't find any other information for Raw. It's going to be packed. There's going to be the Fallout. We've got Judgment Day Fallout. Damian Priest obviously trying to cash in, and his briefcase being stolen by Sammy, which I absolutely love. We spoke about that, about how they've now got 2 briefcases, because Damian should have the one that he actually got from the roof, which is the green one. And Sammy has stolen the one that was gifted to him by JD McDonough, the Senior Money in the Bank. So there's 2 briefcases. So I do wonder if we're going to do some sort of ladder match where you're going to have to retrieve, like, you know, the 2 briefcases, or retrieve the 1 briefcase we're going to use going forward. And could it be that is on the line, and it's going to be Sammy against Damian Priest? I mean, that for Survivor Series would be flipping awesome. But the only problem is then that means Damian's going to be in that match, and he's not going to be in a Judgment Day match, because I don't think he'll wrestle twice. So little interesting development there with Sammy getting that briefcase. And I would flipping love Sammy to be the Money in the Bank briefcase holder. Would it suck for Damien? Yeah, but I genuinely don't think when Damien won that, everyone was like, yes, it's his time. This is brilliant. This is perfect. I think people, or most people, were like, okay, let's see how they go with this. Let's see what they do. Like, I like him. He's credible. He's got a great voice. Promos are pretty good. Matches are pretty good. Yeah, I can see it. I can see why they want to go with this guy. Let's see how it goes. So if it's taken away from him now, obviously he will have a breakdown that will add to his character. He will be vengeful and all this kind of stuff. And I would imagine that it will kind of, I don't know, lead to more dissension in the Judgment Day. Eventually he's going to break apart. I mean, I feel like he'll find his way to a world title at some point. But I don't know that there's too many people that are absolutely desperate that it's going to be him that cashes it in, right? I think most people just look at it and go, okay, let's see where this goes. Maybe a few people will be disappointed now because that thought has had time to marinate. You know, it's been a while since Money in the Bank, so we've all got used to Damien having it and potentially cashing it in and potentially being a world champion. And so that thought has been with us now. So now that we're changing it, it's quite jarring. And I would imagine there's a few out there that don't really like the idea of doing that. But my feelings on it are very simple. I flipping love Sami Zayn, and I would love for him to have that briefcase. So no confusion on my part. And I have no trouble that thinking that Damien will get there eventually. And we can just use this to further his character and his story and everything. So all of that's going to be part of the fallout for Raw. Who's next for Rhea as well? Because obviously she emerged from that fatal five-way. So that's going to be interesting. And then on NXT, we've got Iron Survivor qualifying matches. Tiffany Stratton is going to be taking on Fallon Henley. That's an Iron Survivor match. We've got Tyler Bate taking on Dijak. That's an Iron Survivor match. And then we've got Noam Dar against Akira Tozawa. So Tozawa wrestling Nakamura on Monday and then Noam Dar on Tuesday. And Akira is trying to win that Heritage Cup. We've also got Lyra Valkyria returning. And then finally, we've got Bron Breakker taking on Von Wagner. So, yeah, there we go. That is NXT. That is Raw. That's all the big news and rumors and speculation. Most of the chat today has just been people talking about their thoughts about Crown Jewel. It seems like the show was okay. I'm not seeing many people saying they absolutely loved it. In fact, I'm seeing more people probably saying that it was the worst pay-per-view of the year than I am people saying that they absolutely loved it. Most people seem to be, oh, it was all right. Yeah, it was fine. That's where most are. And then I'd say the next loudest, the ones that really didn't like it. And the third loudest are the ones that absolutely loved it. Yeah, the general consensus is it's all right. I can tell you that on our votes that we do on the channel, it's got the same score as SummerSlam, the exact same score. So I don't know if people think that it was the same as SummerSlam or not, but out of thousands and thousands and thousands of votes, it's actually got the same score. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It's a 4.54, I think, something like that. I think did I put it on Twitter, actually? I think I put it on Twitter. 4.56 out of 6. 4.56 out of 6, which seems quite high, doesn't it? I think that's quite high. It's because of the 5 options people had to. In fact, I'll show it you. I don't even know why I'm explaining it. I'll just show it you. And then I am getting to the chat. Don't worry, I'm coming. So the way that I work this, and it might not be a great system. I genuinely don't know, but I'll just show you how I do it. Oh, actually, that's all right. I keep forgetting that one's there, but that's all right. So this is our community tab. You can see here that all time. So you get to vote 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So 1 is bad, 2 is okay, 3 is good, 4 is great, 5 is all time. Okay. So the way that I work this is I look at which one has won. So at the moment, we've had, what's that? 3.2 thousand votes, 3,200 votes. Okay. And so great is in the lead. Great, 48%, right? So straight away, this is going to be high because it's great that most people have voted for, right? I would have thought it would have been okay, maybe good, but, great. Okay. So great has won, so that's why it's going to be as high as it is. That got 48%. And the way that I work it is I take the 48, I then take any score that's above it, I add them together. So 48 for great, 8 for all time gives me 56. So to me, that is a 4.56. And that's the way that I work out the scores going forward. So I'm quite interested in doing that for the, because the reason why I do it that way, by the way, is because I want to take into account everyone that voted for great or all time. I want everyone that voted for those, and it was 56% that voted for those. 56% of people thought it was either great or even better than that. They thought it was all time. So the one that won was great, and then 0.56. So if even more people had enjoyed it and great had won, then it might have been a 4.77, mightn't it? If even more people had voted for great or all time. So I have to do it this way, unfortunately, because you only allowed 5 options on YouTube. If I could have loads of options, we'd have a much bigger poll, but I have to just go with this at the moment. So that's and I can tell you that 4.56 is the exact same score as SummerSlam. So I know that there's going to be people that are just going to say it was great when it wasn't great. We all know that's going to happen, but I kind of hope that with over 3,000 votes, it might have leveled itself out a little bit. But I don't know. This is the score. I mean, maybe it was great for some people out there. I would struggle to say it was great personally, but that's the score. It was on the channel. Over 3,000 people have voted. So got to say that it is what it is. But yeah, all I would say is if you are going to vote in those polls, and I know that people will be doing this anyway, but just put your honest answer. It doesn't change anything if you thought that it was just an okay show or if you thought it was just a good show. It doesn't matter. All it does is it just helps us at the end of the year look to see what were the better shows. If everything's going to be great, then it's going to be really difficult to differentiate what was the better shows, isn't it? So the reason why I'm doing it is because I want to know, was Royal Rumble better than SummerSlam? Was Crown Jewel better than Money in the Bank? And if people are just going to go, all time for every single one, or great for every single one, it's not going to work, is it? So, but interesting that with over 3,000 votes, it's come out as the same score as SummerSlam, which I thought was interesting. Right, let's get into the chat and see what people are saying. Off Tom says, I have seen a prediction that Bloodline and Judgment Day against Jay, Cody, Randy, Logan, and CM Punk could be 5-on-5 at Survivor Series. Mitchell said, if you had to choose, would you take Logan on your roster or CM Punk? You can only take one. I would take CM Punk. I would take CM Punk. I could be tempted to change, though. I mean, it's not too tough of a question, to be honest. CM Punk, easy. I mean, he is AEW's, as we said earlier, is AEW's biggest merch seller, just second to their own merch, right? To titles and whatever else it is, AEW shirts and whatever. He's second to that. And we know that he's one of the biggest names in wrestling. We know that he can be drama backstage, but I would, hopefully have some stuff in place where he knew he wouldn't be able to get away with that, and I'd have a good person back there that was just keeping that locker room in check. He is going to be a trouble, though. I mean, there's no way of avoiding it because, as we said, he's very outspoken, he's very opinionated, and he doesn't keep that opinion to himself, and he will rub people up the wrong way. but he is also one of the best wrestlers, one of the best talkers. And if you've got the right creative, I think that you can absolutely do something with CM Punk. The problem with Logan is that he's got all the potential in the world, but how long is he going to stick with this? How long is he going to stick with this? And how much is he going to actually give you, you know? Plus, also, I know that he provides a big boost to your social media, but I think if I had WWE's social media, I wouldn't be too worried about that. And their social media is monstrous. They've got one of the biggest Twitter accounts, one of the biggest Instagram accounts, one of the biggest YouTube channels. So the boost to social media, it's all welcome, but it's not worth doing anything reckless for, you know? Like, I wouldn't have Logan beat Roman just because we're hoping that the social media buzz is going to make it worth it, you know? I think you put the creative first, and then you worry about that social media stuff afterwards. You worry about the marketing and everything else after. Worry about the in-ring product first. Get your in-ring product right first. That's why I wouldn't bring him in just because of his social media presence. Get the in-ring product right first, and then worry about everything else after that. Off Tom said, who would be Roman's next opponent apart from AJ? Who would be Roman's next opponent apart from AJ? Well, apparently he's not at Survivor Series. So if he's not at Survivor Series, then I think there's probably a chance that we get a Roman match, but it might not be for the title. That might have been his last title defense for this year. There is no other show for him to appear on, like pay-per-view wise, unless he defends it on SmackDown. And don't forget, last year we did Sammy and Roman taking on Cena and Kevin Owens. So we could easily do something like that again, where it's Solo and Roman against some sort of tag team. Or even Jimmy, Solo, and Roman against some trio, right? So I think that there is a chance that we're done with Roman title defenses for 2023. That would take us to next year. And to be honest, when AJ comes back, he is looking for that revenge. So I think AJ, I know you said like apart from AJ, but I think AJ could easily be the next one. And then we end up working our way towards WrestleMania, which I feel is going to be Cody. If we want to have a look at some other options, I mean, I don't think they will go back to Kevin Owens because Kevin Owens is on SmackDown now, but I don't think they'll go back with him. I wouldn't mind if they did, and if he won, wouldn't mind him being the one to end it. That wouldn't bother me at all, because I actually see him as Roman's biggest opponent since he started this title reign. He's faced him quite a few times and at different points in the reign as well. It's not like he faced him for a period and then he went. He actually faced him a few times in this run. I think they ended up facing at like 2 Royal Rumbles. Was it in a row maybe? Or like 2001? No, was it 2001 and then 2023? I think there was a gap, wasn't there? Yeah, because 2022 was Roman and Seth. So he faced him for the title at Royal Rumble 2021, and then he faced him at Royal Rumble 2023 for the title as well. And in between that was Roman's match with Seth at Royal Rumble 2022. So I see Kevin as being a viable option, but I don't think they'll go there again, just because we've gone to that well quite a few times. Bobby could be interesting, but he feels like he's a bit of a heel at the moment, doesn't he? We are struggling a little bit for faces over on SmackDown. Kevin Owens, we just spoke about. Maybe it frees up Ray to have another crack, but I really don't think it does. I think he's going to be having his hands full with Santos and Logan. Does Solo turn? I don't think so, not yet. Does Sheamus get to come back and have a go? Maybe. Can't really rule it out. I couldn't rule it out. Sheamus could have a go. But really, outside of that, that's it. Everyone else here are either women or heels. So we're not drowning in options. But then, as I've just said, I don't think we need to be drowning in options. I think that he might even be done with his title defenses this year. You know, it could be that his next one could be the Rumble. Brody said, did you see the Better Wrestling Experience Better Wrestling Experience report of CM Punk and WWE reportedly in talks? No, I didn't. I heard something about this. I heard that it wasn't it CM Punk wanting to reach out? Oh, here we go. An hour ago. No DQ. CM Punk reportedly wanted to make a WWE return, but the company turned him down, and he's not expected to be back now. Earlier today, Better Wrestling Experience wrote that CM Punk was recently scheduled for a call with a few board members. I don't know why you're doing this, but I just asked about this from someone on CM Punk's side, and that request was denied. I really hate to burst people's bubble, but I reached out to sources that would know about this from CM Punk's side, and they deny that this has took place. As of today, CM Punk's return at Survivor Series is not set to happen. That's from Wrestling Pure. Why don't I just show it, people? Let's come from this Wrestle Puristry. I really hate to burst people's bubbles. I reached out to sources that I would know on CM Punk's side, and they denied that the situation has taken place. As of today, CM Punk returning to WWE at Survivor Series is not set to happen. So that's from Wrestling Purist. What else have we got in here? What people from WWE and CM Punk's camp are reportedly saying about the latest rumor. So that was as of an hour ago, and that was nodq.com. So, I mean, look, it's going to keep rumbling along, innit? My position on it has not changed from the start, and I don't expect him to be at Survivor Series. I think that there are real issues there. There's real, deep-rooted dislike. What I will say, though, is I am shocked that CM Punk, first of all, is willing to go back. You know, even that would be something that I wouldn't have expected. But seemingly on WWE's side, they're done. They're not interested. So we'll have to wait and see, won't we? You know, could it all be a big swerve? And then he ends up coming back at Survivor Series, and it was all of this was just, fake information that was being dripped out. And it was just fake information that was just being used to try and throw people off the scent. We'll find out at Survivor Series, won't we? But all I can say is that as of now, my position is as it's been, which is I just don't think it's going to happen. But we'll see. We'll see. I Am Famous said, do you think anyone from NXT will shop on the main roster, Raw or SmackDown? Everyone comes to NXT using a wildcard rule. Will anyone from NXT show up on the main roster? That's hard to say, isn't it? Because there's a few that are ready. Like Bron Breakker's ready. The Creeds have been ready. I mean, they've had title runs. What else are we going to do with them? But they've been called up, and it seems like Dragon Lee has been called up as well. So I'm going to lean towards no. I'm going to lean towards no because we've done a few call-ups recently with Dragon Lee, with the Creed brothers. And I think that if we were going to call people up, we might have already done it. So I'm going to lean towards no, although it will be interesting to see what's going to happen with this new group, I mean, if the name we mentioned earlier is going to be joining Io and Kyrie, then is that a call-up? I don't know. I wouldn't know how that would be classed, to be honest, because she's not with the company right now, so I think it would just be a main roster debut, wouldn't it? Oh, it's not really a call-up. You can only get called up if you're actively in NXT at the moment. But maybe someone else could come up to join them, or maybe someone from NXT gets called up to join Bayley and Dakota. But to be honest, I don't think we'll get those answers this week. because I think we've got to tell the story of Bailey confused, Dakota confused, trying to work out what's happening. Bailey not keen on Kyrie coming in. How does Kyrie feel about it? Like, I think we need to explore all of that first. We found out from the Bloodline story, or we saw from the Bloodline story, taking that slower approach is very, very beneficial. It's a good way to go about things, taking that slower approach. It means that you can get deeper characteristics for your characters. You can really get stuck into their personas and the relationships and everything. I wouldn't go too quickly with this. I don't think there's a need. You know, at this time of year, we're not really building to anything, so we might as well just let things marinate and let them take their time. And, you know, we saw that work to great effect with the Bloodline. Aces said Miz is supposed to be winning the International Championship at Survivor Series. I am praying that WWE officials change their minds. The Intercontinental. Dark Knight said, what if Logan Paul agreed to do nothing but wrestle? What if Logan Paul agreed to do nothing but wrestle? What, he was just going to be a wrestler and that was it? I'd want to know how long he was going to be around for. I'd need to talk to him, to be honest. I mean, it's hard to sit here and just say, if he said he was going to drop everything else and he was going to go wrestling full time. Well, okay, but how long's that for? You know, granted, I don't think you're going to get loads of time out of CM Punk. I don't think CM Punk's got loads of time on his career. So if Logan was going to give you a good 5 years, well, then, yeah, that definitely would change things because CM Punk, I don't think you're going to get a good 5 years out of CM Punk. I don't think you're going to get a good 5 years out of him. But, yeah, that would be the biggest barrier. And it's always been the biggest barrier with Logan, hasn't it? It's like his fact that he's got too many fingers in too many pies and he's never around. And so it just always feels like he's taking a spot away from a wrestler that does work there week in, week out, you know, because there are wrestlers that can't get onto those cards who deserve to be invested in, who deserve an opportunity at the United States Championship. But instead it goes to Logan Paul because he's Logan Paul. Right, that's it. Not because he's paid his dues, but because he's Logan Paul. But at least he's good, and at least if he was there all full time, at least then it would be a bit more palatable. So that's always been my issue with him, you know. Mr. Dow Jr. said Gunther should win the Royal Rumble and challenge Seth and win the championship, and Cody win in Perth. Then Cody win at WrestleMania to be the person who beats Roman. Thoughts? Right. What? Hang on. Gunther win the Rumble. No problem. Challenge Seth. No problem. Win the championship. No problem. Cody wins. And Cody wins at Elimination Chamber. Cody wins Elimination Chamber. No problem. Cody wins at WrestleMania, and he's the person to get Rome's title. Yeah. All of that checks out. No issue with that whatsoever. No issue with that. Gunther being the one to dethrone Seth, no issue. Cody finishing the story at WrestleMania 40, no issue. Gunther winning Rumble, Cody winning Elimination Chamber, no issue. No issue at all. Dowsey said, I kept title reign for staff. Roland's return. Dark Angel said, what would be more shocking? Tony Khan appearing on WWE or Vince appearing on AEW? CM Punk returning to WWE or Taylor Swift appearing on WWE? But I don't think Taylor would be that shocking because she could sing the America the Beautiful to open WrestleMania. So I'm sure she would do that if she's free and there's money involved. So that wouldn't be that shocking. CM Punk returning to WWE, well, I've just read he wants to, but WWE don't want him to. That one feels like it is not happening, but if WWE have a change of mind. If WWE changed mind, it seems like CM Punk would be willing for that to happen. If WWE changed their mind and for some reason, I don't know why they would allow Tony to come onto their show, Tony would snap at it. Tony would snap at doing that because he is going onto a bigger platform, seemingly to promote his brand. So it's only WWE that would stop Tony from going on to WWE. Tony would absolutely have no doubt about it. He would snap at it. Because why wouldn't you? You can go on to WWE TV, potentially mention AEW in front of, why wouldn't you do that? So that one feels like it's only WWE that's stopping that. And CM Punk feels like it's only WWE stopping that as well, right? I would say of the two, it's probably more likely that CM Punk returns than Tony goes onto their TV. But at least there's one party in there that would be like willing for that. On the other side, you've got AEW. I think they would be happy to have Vince on because it'd be a boost for their ratings. But why would Vince want to go on, and what would he have to say on that station other than if he had bought them? If he buys them, then I could understand it. But why would he want to give them a ratings boost? Why would he want to give them a ratings boost? If Tony comes on to WWE, it's WWE's ratings that may go up, right? If Vince goes on to AEW, it's AEW's ratings that go up. And I don't know why Vince would want to do that. Because Tony gains from going on WWE, and WWE gain in the ratings. If Vince goes on to AEW, Tony gains from the ratings. Does Vince gain anything? Like speaking to the 700, 800,000 people that watch Dynamite. And most of them are going to cross over anyway. And of those that don't cross over, I think they're done with WWE. Can't imagine there's many people in that crowd that haven't seen or heard of WWE. So of those options, I would say the most unlikely is Vince going on to AEW. Vince going to AEW would be the most unlikely for me. Russell Andy said, what about bringing Punk back and Sasha to form a faction of Dominic, Logan, CM Punk, and Sasha? Let's do it. Why not? Daisy said, what happened? They've just pranked us. CM Punk is coming back at Survivor Series. I want it to be a secret and I want it to be a swerve. The guy said, do you think Logan will be part-time as champion? Yes. I think he will be around a bit more, but he will still be part-time. I don't expect him to be there on the show all the time. Tom said, we have a higher chance of Logan paying the crypto thing than him being a full-time wrestler. I'm looking forward to hearing William Regal's announcing War Games soon, said Asa. Hot take, CM Punk should not return at War Games, said Northside Nice. He should retire. Plus, CM Punk has got beef with Triple H. Aces said Will Ospreay against John Moxley announcement for Wrestle Kingdom 18. So I know they wanted to get Danielson onto that. So they're doing Moxley on that, are they? I don't know how people feel about Moxley. Danielson did, there is a message here from Danielson, so it looks like he has challenged Okada. Ospreay versus Moxley versus David Finlay, a three-way for the United States Championship, IWGP Heavyweight Championship. Ospreay, Moxley, Finlay. Then we've got Takahashi against El Desperado for the Junior Heavyweight Championship. We've got Okada against Danielson. We've got Bullet Club War Dogs, Clark Connors and Driller Maloney taking on Catch 2-2, TJP and Akira for the IWGP Junior Tag Team Championships. And then our main events which I am really looking forward to, actually. Our main event for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, Sanada takes on Naito. That is going to be really good. I really love Naito. I love his story. I love how he was shunned by the fans. He was trying to, do it the right way, and the fans didn't really take to him. He ended up going off and wrestling around the world and coming back with a new attitude, and that attitude of I don't care about the fans, don't care about the company, I just don't care. And he, as a result of that attitude, just went to the moon, didn't he? So Naito has been in and around top matches for so long now. And there's a bit more warmth between him and the fans now, but I still really, really like him. He's one of my favorites from New Japan. So him going for the title, looking forward to that. Okada against Danielson. Their first match was good, really good, but I think the expectation was so high. I think it was always going to be difficult to kind of reach that level of expectation, But if this can get close, that would be amazing. I don't know anything about Bullet Club War Dogs. I don't know anything about Catch 2-2. Takahashi against El Desperado could be a really good match. Yep, definitely down for that. And Ospreay, Moxley, David Finlay. I like Ospreay. Moxley doesn't do it for me, and David Finlay's all right. He's all right. So yeah, that's Wrestle Kingdom. That's one of the biggest wrestling shows of the year, the biggest wrestling show to come over from Japan. That's January 4th, 2024 in the Tokyo Dome. Daisy said, my dad, never say never that CM Punk could come back. People some hints never, Triple H said. Tom said, I normally call teachers dad by accident, and I've never called Day's dad, says Tom. You're welcome, son. You're welcome. AEW versus WWE at Survivor Series, said Reagan. Chris said, EO, Kyrie, Asuka, Saray faction without a mouthpiece, would it work? Says Chris. Well, it's good. It's a good question, but you could say the same thing about Nakamura without a mouthpiece, and I think what we're doing with him at the moment is fantastic. So certainly in ring, it might be a little bit of a challenge. But we know that EO can kind of get by, and we know that I think a few of them can get by in ring, but it's not going to be, ain't going to be winning awards for their in-ring promos. But I think they could really come into their own with pre-records, just like Nakamura is. Just fantastic presentation of Nakamura, and maybe that is something we can now use for other international stars. Maybe, it's took us this long to figure out how best to present international stars, non-English speaking superstars. So I don't mind it, to be honest. I don't mind it. Would it be better if they had a mouthpiece? Maybe for the in-ring stuff, yes. But it might get in the way backstage. I would much rather hear from them in their native tongue and then put the subtitles on screen like we're doing with Nakamura. I have no issue with that. I don't have any issue with that whatsoever, because I think the way we're doing it with Shinsuke is brilliant. Mr. Dow Jr. said, why not move Dynamite to Monday to make it a Monday Night Wars 2? Well, because their ratings would go down, first of all. And I don't know if they've got that time slot free, I don't know if they feel that they're in a position to go toe-to-toe with WWE, or if they would just get buried. And also, I don't think that time slot's free. The time slot that they're being paid for is the Wednesday one, isn't it? They don't have a choice as to where they go. It's the network that decide that. And the network aren't going to look at it and think, oh, let's put them on a Monday so they can go up against Raw. They're going to be thinking, what do we need where? So we've got such and such on Monday, such. We've got a gap on Wednesday. So, bang. That's why it is where it is. Gunther would break Punk into 1,000,000 pieces, says Blue Lantern. Gunther Woods. Brett, oh, we read that. I could be Io, Asuka, Kyrie mouthpiece would be a great idea. Are we up to speed with all the comments? I think we are, aren't we? It's just people saying hello to people. Serious Gaming said, when do you think MJF will revert back to being a heel again? As soon as possible, hopefully. As soon as possible. I'm not a fan of the face stuff. I know some people out there are, but then you're going to have divided opinions on everything. But to me, he is one of the best heels that's active right now. His delivery is fantastic. He can read out a phone book and make it seem compelling. He's got good little insults. He's quick. He's got good little put downs. I think he has got a natural arrogance about him. I just don't buy into him being a face. I don't look at him and root for him because I just don't buy him as a face at all. Not a single part of me buys this face turn. You know, so for me, he is the devil. He's a scumbag, all that kind of stuff. I think that this has been an experiment to see if he could do being a face. And I don't think it's been a total failure, but I just don't think it's anywhere near as good. Just don't think it's anywhere near as good as when he was being a heel and causing a bit of anarchy, you know. MJF has got the ability to cause anarchy, which I don't think he can really do as a face. You're kind of really restricting him, you know. And to be honest, he's been reduced to doing silly comedy with Adam Cole, which thankfully can't happen now because Adam Cole got injured. But it shouldn't take an injury to stop like the silliness that we were doing with the world champion. I mean, it's to me, it's crazy that we've got one of the best heels like that's around, and we've gone right. Let's not have him as a heel that he's doing really well at. Let's make him a face, and let's put him in like silly segments, and he can have some silly segments with Adam Cole. It's like, why have you done that to your best heel? Why have you done that to your best heel? But as I said to some people, it's working for them. So, you know, it's opinions at the end of the day, isn't it? But my opinion is bad move, wrong move. I'd have no trouble trying it because I don't mind trying stuff. So if I was there, I would have been all right with trying it. But very quickly, I would have been like, no, this isn't as good. You can say it's good, but it's not as good. So let's get him back to how he was, and let's start building up some baby faces that can go up against him.
All right.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to when he gets switched back. To be honest. That Bryan injury sucks for AEW, said Aubrey. If Edge or Christian goes down, they've got what? MJF, Moxley, Omega. Yeah, well, they're losing people as well, aren't they? Because Danielson said when his daughter's 7 and she's 6 now, he's promised that he's going to go. And as well as that, we know that Sting's retiring. I know that's not a big loss, but even so, you know, he's calling it quits in ring. And there was another one as well. I mean, obviously we lost CM Punk. There was another one. I don't remember what it is now. There was another one in my head. There was 3 that I was thinking that we potentially are on the verge of losing. And it is gonna make things a little bit tricky. But this is where they need to be investing in the young stars that are coming through, you know.
Very typical.
Tiny Tail said MJF with the Acclaimed is also a misfit. He should stay a heel. I agree with that. But why not pair again with Wardlow, who is ice cold since coming back, instead of him going after MJF, says Tiny Tails. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I think like it would be difficult to tell the story of him pairing with Wardlow. I suppose if I'm right though, didn't Wardlow destroy MJF in their match? So they built up to a match, and I think Wardlow absolutely destroyed him. So, you know, MJF could say, look, big man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I I know that you have my number because you showed it to me in our match, and this title means everything to me, and I know that you want a run with this. So I want to pay for your services for the next 12 months. I want to pay for your services because I know that you are the toughest opponent that I ever faced, and I know that you have my number. But I also want a run with this title. I want to create my own legacy. So here's the deal. I will pay you, and you will be my bodyguard, my protector. And in a year's time, when that contract runs out, you will get your title shot. What's amazing about that is that you have set up a match for 12 months' time, which is everyone's going to be looking forward to. Like, everyone's going to be thinking that's when it's going to end, and it might not. I mean, what if it actually ends before that? And then Wardlow, can you imagine the look between Wardlow and MJF? So you're not trapped. You're not trapped into it ending at that point. You could have it end early, and then MJF has got a big blow, the title opportunity that he said he was going to give him in that kind of 12-month periods. And also, any kind of dissension between MJF and Wardlow would instantly have been fixed. Because if Wardlow is a heel, he'll take the money. He'll take the money. And MJF can be like, you remember the good times that we used to have? We can get back to that. And I think that if he is a heel, he'll take the money, he'll side with him, and the promise of the title match down the road should be enough to kind of keep him sweet, keep him going. And then you just build up those monster faces to go up against MJF. And if none of them are good enough, right? I don't think that I wouldn't look at it if I was booking. I wouldn't look at it as like, that's my person, right? I would look at it like Wardlow is a good option, right? I'm going to keep that on the back burner. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. I'm going to build them, and I'm going to see how over they get, and I'm going to see if they are the one that should get it. So let's say it's MJF against Samoa Joe. I'll build Samoa Joe. If merch is lukewarm and video views are lukewarm and Google searches are lukewarm, he's not the guy, is he? So MJF beats him. Then I'll do MJF against Max Caster. And, if merch is lukewarm, blah, 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 he's not the guy, is he? But then if I say I do Danielson and everything's going bananas, right? Everything's like it's a red hot feud. People are absolutely loving it. Then I will think, like, is this my guy? Is this my guy? I mean, with Danielson, you've got the added wrinkle of how long is he going to be around for? But I would be thinking, is this a better option than my Wardlow Plan B option, Or do I still go with Wardlow? And that I'd have to make a decision. But as I said, if he dropped it before he got to Wardlow, wouldn't be an issue. Wouldn't be a problem. Because all of a sudden you've got this really interesting story and dynamic between MJF and Wardlow then. So I agree. I wouldn't mind putting them back together. I think there would just need to be a little bit of work to explain why, why they're not, why they've got back together. Because I think Wardlow's quite angry with him at the moment. I Am Famous said WWE sign Kairi Sane back to keep her away from AEW. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think that she is a good sign-in. I think she's a good wrestler. She is a little on the small side, but to be honest, it's not the land of giants, is it, the women's division? We've got some big females like Nia and Raquel and Rhea, but then we have Candice LeRae's and Xia Lee's and Io Sky's and Nikki Cross's, So I don't think it's really a problem. And she can cut a promo. She can wrestle. She's a good wrestler. So, yeah, I think she's a good addition. And she's got tons of experience. So she's a good addition. She would have been good in AEW, in all fairness. I don't think she's anything, though, that's going to move needles. I don't think she's anything that's going to really, set the world on fire or set Twitter on fire or whatever. She's just a good piece to put into the puzzle. But she's not really going to do a great deal. But the strength in numbers, and she could be part of a group that does do something significant. EO, Kyrie, whoever else they put in that group, if that is to be a breakaway group, that could be interesting. That could be real interesting. And that could do something. Plus, also, you got to think that WWE is now a global brand. So that means that they are appealing all over the world. This is going to be great for their Japanese audience, isn't it? They're going to absolutely love this group that's in WWE now. So I've got to think that it would be a nice little boost over there. When we talk about WWE and we talk about the numbers, we're always thinking about the American ratings, but this gets shown and seen around the world. So it isn't just America, really, that we should be thinking about. It's those other countries as well, where WWE is trying to have a presence and even grow that presence, to be honest, because AEW are coming. They're trying, aren't they? They're trying to take away as much WWE space as possible, viewership as possible, and not just in America, but in other countries as well. Reagan has a lot of talent. There was an issue with family. We're talking about soccer. He finally answered, I can move on to the next question, says, I am famous. It's all right. It worked out in the end. Powerhouse Hobbs against Samoa Joe against Wardlow, a number one contenders for the World's End pay-per-view, said Aces. Why is Roman looking at me so angrily in the background, said the guy. Don't know, perhaps it's something you said. Was you a bit moody about his victory last night? Eh? Was you? Because could be that, couldn't it? Aubrey said, did you see the report? WWE got 50 million for Crown Jewel, equal to 3 WrestleManias from Saudi. No, I didn't. I did not see that report. Where was that? Crown Jewel earnings? Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel finances. Crown Jewel. I don't know. Well, I don't know how to search for that. It's great. I mean, that's crazy. 50 million for one show. That's crazy, isn't it? Where was that? I'd like to read that. 50 million for one show. What if I put 50 million in? Crown Jewel, 50 million. Here. WWF Old School. According to Brandon Thurston, Saudi Arabia paid 50 million for Crown Jewel, which is equivalent to 3 WrestleManias. Today's event was WWE's 10th. Okay, so where's Brandon Thurston? I mean, that is WrestleNomics, but I didn't see that on the WrestleNomics thing. Perhaps it was on their radio show. I don't listen to their radio show, to be honest. I do need to start listening to their radio show, so maybe it was on there. Or maybe it was on his account, Thurston, Brandon Thurston. WrestleMania retweeted that as well, that according to Brandon Thurston, WWE paid 50 million, which is equivalent to 3 WrestleMania. That's interesting. I don't know where he said it because I can't see it on the WrestleNomics thing. And I can't see it on his own homepage. So it must have just been mentioned. Oh, here it is. 2 days ago on his Twitter account, we found it. The Saudi government will pay WWE 50 million plus for today's crown jewel. The price for each event, the price for each event that's part of their 10-year deal, 50 million is equivalent to 3 WrestleManias worth of ticket sales. The government continues to punish critics, including Mohammed Al-Gamadi, who was sentenced to death for tweets critical of the government. Huh? What? Huh? Why has he put that in? Is that to remind people that this isn't good? This is the tweet, look. The Saudi government will pay blah, blah, blah. This bit here, look, the government continues to punish critics, including Mohammed Al-Gamadi, who was sentenced to death for tweets critical of the government. Repression in Saudi Arabia has reached a terrifying new stage when a court can hand down the death penalty for nothing more than peaceful tweets. And that is actually quite scary, isn't it? Human rights in Saudi Arabia. That's interesting, that is. Oh, look, this person here, look, Lee said, Brandon, stop. You're acting like this because the US government does shady things too, but you don't have this energy with them. It's only WWE equals bad. Now do the US government and our massive arms deals with Saudis. Imagine going at Triple H harder than Congress. See, this is what happens when you take that kind of a political stance. You get them kinds of... I wasn't expecting that at all. Wasn't expecting that. I suppose he's added that, to be honest. For anyone that sat there going, oh my God, that's amazing. They should do more shows there or something like that. I can only imagine that he's put that in as a reason as to why that's maybe not the right line of thinking, or why this isn't something that should necessarily be only celebrated. It should also, there should maybe be an awareness of maybe what's going on over there as well. But then, as you've seen from the responses, people have said, is any country any good? Is anywhere any good in this day and age? The UK. The UK is good. We're great over here. We've never done anything wrong. Perfect history we've got. But it is shocking. Over there, people putting principles to one side for money. WWE is at the front of that queue. So is that why Vince McMahon and Undertaker were in Saudi for Tyson to collect money from the Saudi prince? Yeah, well, I mean, them being there will have got them money because their presence, I think, will have been requested. Now, maybe it was part of the deal that's with WWE. Or maybe because Vince is in that TKO position now, it was part of a UFC deal. But either way, they were getting paid somehow. I don't for 1 second believe that he went there because he wanted to be there. He went there because he was invited and told it would be, it would be wise to attend. Like, this wouldn't be a good thing to turn down. Not from a life point of view, but from a, if you want to renegotiate deals in the future point of view. And so, yeah, that's why I think a lot of people were there, plenty of money was being splashed on that side of the railing. Aaron, shout out to you, said Crown Jewel was a fine show. Nothing bad, but nothing that made me want to rewatch. Drew should have won. Why can't Roman just win clean? Is it not making him look weak at this point? Well, to be honest, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters because we've said before, like, if you look back on, say, trying to think of a good example.
Let's just use Bruno.
Let's just use Bruno in the 60s, right? So Bruno in the 60s had its 7 years. Now, how many of those matches ended in interference, or how many of those matches ended by count out, or how many of those matches ended by DQ, or
The answer is,
right? We don't know. I mean, we could find out, but
we don't know.
we don't know.
What we do
But what we do know is he had it for 7-8 years, right? Now, the reason why that name wasn't a name I wanted to use is because he's actually a baby face. So my feelings are probably not many, right? But that's why I was trying to think of a heel that held it for a long time. But like Bruno had it, he dropped it to Ivan Koloff. He then dropped it to Pedro Morales. Koloff only had it for a couple of weeks, right? Bruno was a face. Pedro was a face. Maybe Superstar Billy Graham. Superstar Billy Graham title run. Again, how long in his title reign how many did he have? Where there was outside interference, count out victories, DQs, where the other person won, but he got to keep the title. Like, the point I'm making is that it might make him look a bit weak in the moment. It might make him look a bit weak to us now, but long term, it ain't going to matter. Long term, it's going to say, you know, longest reign. Look at Honky Tonk Man's what I should have gone with. Honky Tonk Man had the longest reigning Intercontinental title run, and he was getting mentioned because he had that longest reigning Intercontinental title run, and he cheated loads. But he still got the records, and that was still the record that Gunther needed to beat. So does it make Roman look a bit weaker that he can't do it on his own? Yes. Is it annoying and upsetting people? Yes. But is that designed to keep the baby faces that he's facing strong? Yes. And is it also designed so that when he loses it, it's going to be more satisfying, because they don't want you to like Roman. They want you to get frustrated and be fed up and want change and want someone to get it from him. So that when Cody does it, if it is Cody, people are going to be united in celebration. Yes. So I agree. We, you know, creatively, we could have found something different. We could have had, as we said, we still could have had Roman win, but the person that interferes could have been someone that could have set up AJ's next feud. It could have been a non-bloodline member that interfered, and that would have set up AJ, LA Knight's next feud, which, you know, could have been anyone, AJ Styles. But we didn't do that. We ended up doing bloodline interfering again, and everyone's fed up with it and whatever. But I mean, the alternative is that he beats LA Knight clean, and I don't know if people would have liked that. Would people have enjoyed that one?
Well, the fans in Cincinnati saw this a week ago. The scrambling ability of Joe Burrow is back, but they haven't seen it at home, and that was quite the roar when he took off, scrambled out, kept his feet, and completed that pass.
Tyrell Johnson had a hand on the ankle, couldn't get him. Burrow and Allen, when they get together, they like to put on a show. Both are exceptional extending plays.
Something else.
And something else is a run with Mixon inside. Terry Johnson has been very active in run defense so far. Gain of 3 to the ET.
There's Zach Taylor over there trying to decipher exactly what Sean McDermott is doing. The last time they played a single deep safety, they ended up switching out and playing 2 deep. So I think they canned it to a run, thinking they were going to do it again, but they stayed single deep and everybody up. So little cat and mouse game going on here.
They're gonna fucking beat us.
Finally, Burrow takes the snap, pressure high, delivers to his tight end, Irv Smith Jr. to the 6-yard line. So Bengal tight ends only 20 catches in the first 7 games, 2 in the opening drive tonight.
Yeah, it's one of the problems you have with this Bengals offense. You have so many different elements to cover The ones that you're going to leave one-on-one are the Bengals tight ends, and so far Joe Burrow has been taking advantage of exactly that.
Terrific opening drive for Cincinnati. This play 9. Empty backfield, first and goal. Burrow, end zone, Smith, got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati. What an opener.
So hard to cover. Anytime you have all that green grass, you see the slot fade, you see these corner routes down on the goal line, and for Jordan Poyer, just not much you can do when you make a perfect throw that high to a big tight end. And for Irv Smith, he's getting up with that Tanner Hudson stuff. Here we go.
And McPherson on for the extra point. Joe Burrow opening drive. Perfect. Hit ball 6 and revert to Chase. The other guys got the job done. Welcome to the jungle, Irv Smith Jr. First 4-year Vikings. That's first touchdown to Bengals. 7-0-6.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. Plus America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway.
To be honest, I think that it's been less. If Roman had gone in and beaten LA Knight clean, and there hadn't have been like a DQ type, an outside interference type finish, would that have been more satisfying? I don't think it would. I don't like the finish. I'm not defending the finish. I'm just saying that we can understand why they're doing it. And is it going to be a problem for him, his legacy or whatever? Only for those of us that are aware of it or that have sat through it. You know, once like 15, 20 years have gone by, it's just all that will be remembered is how long he had the title for. That's all that will be remembered. That's all that will be really spoken about. And that's all that will really matter, to be honest, is how long that he had it for. So I think Roman is clearly the top guy. He's clearly the biggest name in the sport. He's clearly the person that you've got to get past. It's been one hell of a run, but I think plenty of people are at the point now where they're ready for it to end. Mitchell said, I don't know much about the territory days, but did those long reigns have the long duration like Roman with defending the title? No, they defend the title all the time. They defend the title all the time. I mean, someone like Ric Flair was going from town to town to town to town. I mean, back then, the way you made your money was shows. You know, there wasn't this TV money around. So the way that you made your money was by selling tickets and putting on shows. Hence why back then, you know, you hear stories of wrestlers working twice a day, like 5 days a week. Some even more than that. Not twice a day, 5 days a week, every week, but like, you know, they're working whatever was needed, doing like, you know, 400 shows in a year. To make sure that they was making as much money as they could. So they would go into a territory, they would be paid, and the way the territory would make the money back is by selling the tickets. So yeah, no, they
Kick return here. Yes, they will for Buffalo. Taken out by Ty Johnson. Yes, the 15 brought down by Chris Evans along field for the Buffalo offense.
James Cook, line reception.
Gabe Davis, UCF, Coach Kier,
Boise State.
Stephon Diggs,
Maryland, Dalton Kincaid, University of Utah.
Deion Dawkins, Florida Snow University.
Connor McGovern, Penn State.
Mitch Morse,
Lasarge Thomas, Sacramento High School.
Spencer Brown, North Carolina.
For the year, in the top 5 in points and yards, but slow starts the last 4 games. This feels like a night you can't afford a slow start. Begin to the 15. Games took them back. Flipping out this Dalton Kincaid, tight end, is really coming on. Gain of 5 for the pass. Josh Allen leads the league.
Let's fucking go, Josh Allen.
Leads the league in total touchdowns when you add up the running and the passing. Concerned his shoulder, injured it 3 weeks ago on Sunday Night Football against the Giants. Aggravated it 10 nights ago on the Thursday night game against Tampa. Didn't practice Wednesday, but was a full go on Thursday and Friday. 5 on the first one. The next one. Out of hands of Kincaid. Incomplete. It'll set up 3rd down.
Yeah, I wonder if Dave Davis is over there going, yeah, I had a couple of those early in my career too there, Dalton. Dave Davis was telling us that every once in a while, Josh Allen will rear back and throw us so hard. Leaves big black bruises on his hands.
Especially at the start of the game,
At
right?
the start of the game, and he's a little amped up and fired up, and he leaned back and fired that. Man.
Yeah, if you don't fuck with us first round here.
Allen throws underneath. It's complete. First down at the 30-yard line. As Stephon Diggs fights through Chidobe Awuzie and the Bills keep change.
All right, Mike, watch this one. Completely different touch here, right? You can tell it when he threw it. Comes out, he sees him, it's like, oh yeah, let me just get out. Okay, good. Because you know Diggs has probably yelled at him a couple of times. I mean, what are you doing, man?
Stephon Diggs leads the league in catches coming into this week. It was number 65 for the season. There's 66 for the season. Good edge bump up to Shakir. And there goes Diggs through the secondary.
Diggs, baby.
Stephon Diggs running with purpose all the way to the 36-yard line.
There are some players in the National Football League that are just different. Stephon Diggs had no business picking up more than 5 yards on this play. No way. Simple ball at the flat, out there, no worries, come up, make the tackle, here we go. 1, 2, 3, goodbye, everybody else.
34 on the game.
That's
Allen
fucking
back to work, back to the air, fires on the run.
Nice.
By Shakir. 16-yard line. Allen's on the roll to start this one.
Watch this route right here. It is going to look like a million other routes. In, out, and then he goes up. He must have put on about 3 or 4 moves here and completely spun around Mike Hilton, the veteran, who has seen everything. And I tell you what, I've told these quarterbacks pretty good.
Shakir moving like Shakir. First 10 for the Bills in the red zone.
Buffalo.
Allen once again Kincaid inside the 5-yard line. Another Buffalo first down. And Allen is 5 of 6 to start the night.
Don't you get the feeling that when these quarterbacks get hot, the old saying about you start playing on your heels and you start losing confidence, and when you feel like a defensive hot streak is going on, it just feels like the defense is attacking. Right now, the Bills are attacking the Bengals.
Latavius Murray, the 33-year-old vet, is the back. First and goal, Buffalo. Allen fakes it, flips it, and runs it in for the touchdown. Flag is down. Right where Allen got past it to the pylon on that right side.
And I think Josh gave a little point back as he went in the end zone.
Alex Kent is the referee in charge tonight. That point is the call. And Nick Scott, the safety.
And the only sign that his shoulder might have been bothering him was he didn't spike.
The touchdown is good. Taunted, offense number 17 for pointing at the player on the way in the end zone. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. That's number 17's first taunt towards disqualification. And 2, and you're gone. So
Josh's got to keep his emotions in check as the night goes on.
I don't think anybody has to tell Josh to not get to it.
Exactly. It's one of those, the Star has one technical. You're going to give him the second to throw him out of the game.
Man, what a start to this one.
Two quarterbacks have opened 11 for 12. And Tyler Bass to square this one. Two drives and two. Drive and 10. That's why it is a good quarterback to give you a great game. Allen and Burrow put on a show on the opening drive. I'll leave it at 7 in Cincinnati.
Oh! Rico? Help yourself, man. Dude, dog food in the fridge? It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies, real weird. He was bad luck anyway.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food food. Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Or your husband, I don't think so tell me you want a new iPhone. I bet I'm playing for us.
Wait to take this break.
Yes, they will, and you'll get iPhone 15 Pro and Apple TV 4K and a simple one, all three of them. Do that. We tried to tell them they played us
It was a lie.
This holiday, turn any iPhone in any condition into a new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. It's holiday every day with Verizon.
Plus, Black Friday early access continues with our 3-day deals. Hurry and get Lego sets for 30% off, Levi's for 40% off, and save on select Keurig coffee makers with coupons. Then take 15% off some of your saves and in full cash.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The NFL is back in Frankfurt as Jonathan Taylor and the Colts take on Mac Jones and the Patriots. Rise, shine, and watch a full day of football next Sunday at 9:30 on NFL Network.
Lucas joining the voice, Winona Judd. Mega Mentor helping everybody's games. Don't miss Winona on the voice tomorrow on NBC. And streaming on Peacock. 7-7 here in Cincinnati. Playing this has the fans that coordinate in orange and black, and they have striped the jungle. It looks great. Beautiful view of Paycor Stadium. The Bengals fans here tonight. Tennessee would do that. Neyland Stadium, Knoxville. Since folks copy it, it's perfect in this building here tonight. After the penalty on Josh Allen, Tyler Bass's kick comes to the 20. So the Williams return the games to the 7. Company in field position. Down around the 32-yard line, Chris.
There you go. Cincinnati Bengals since 2021, 20-2 when scoring first, including the postseason. But I don't know how that stat comes out when the other team goes down and scores and ties it back up. We just get the feeling. We knew we were going to get a good one tonight. We just didn't know how good.
Drive 2 for Burrow and the Bengals begins from the 31. Tyler Boyd, the motion man. The target to chase for the first time tonight. And it's broken up.
Oh, he took serious.
The flag back by the quarterback.
Personal foul. Go for the passer. Defense number 99. So 15 penalty, first down.
Tim Settle.
I don't think Settle could believe that he couldn't get there in time, and this is going to be a foul. He basically ran a straight line to the quarterback. That did not look like roughing the passer to me. Did to Joe.
Joe sold it with the neck. He looked for a hit to the head or something with that, but there's not body weight because he brought Burrow down on his body. So it wouldn't be falling off. So the 15 takes it to the 46-yard line. Toss to Mixon. On the cross for the completion. Andre Yosevich. And he will gain about 9 yards. Good rookie out of Princeton, 6th-round pick. He's got a couple of touchdowns. He's really opened everybody's eyes as he's coming to the Cincinnati lineup as another receiver.
Yeah, track All-American, heptathlon, big guy with a 4.43 speed, and he just seems to be settling in. He's really clever around the goal line, too. We saw him with a touchdown pass last week against San Francisco, sort of a busted play. They jumped off sides. He kept going. Good little move for the touchdown.
And same one on his first touchdown against Seattle, the game before that. Second inches, Nixon inside. He's got the first down at the 42-yard line. Christian starts to look around the league. He said, Joe Mixon's been here a long time. Yeah, it's year 7 as the running back for the Bengals. Well, Derrick Henry has a longer tenure as the lead back with one team in the NFL.
Yeah, third most rushing yards in Cincinnati history now behind Dillon and Brooks. They're pretty good ones themselves, but that's really going to be the key. My belief is that Mixon, can they get that running game going like they did in the playoffs a year ago, but especially in the passing game? Some of the swing passes, they think they can manipulate him into a position to make it awfully hard one-on-one to make the tackle.
Von Miller's in the game for Buffalo. They run to the other side. Nixon, beautiful open field tackle by Dave Jackson. The injuries in the secondary to Tre'Davious White, their excellent quarter out for the year. Guys have had to step up, and Jackson has been one of those.
How about Dave Jackson so far in this game? He has been sensational. There was a lot of green grass to the outside if he does not make that tackle. As a matter of fact, they made a trade this week with Green Bay to get Rasul Douglas in here. He's up and ready. Got Josh Norman, who was at Carolina, right, with Sean McDermott back in the day when he was so good.
This hasn't played yet. Linval Joseph has been in for a couple of snaps. In there now is Burrow with Chase. Who gets rid of it. Jackson trying to get in front. Make the pick. Burrow put enough on it to get it out of bounds and incomplete.
Well, it's going to be the key because, A, the pressure has been getting after Joe Burrow already. And we know what the Buffalo Bills can do rushing the passer, one of the top teams in the NFL. And that despite the fact that they lost arguably one of their best pass rushers in Daquan Jones up front. Lost Matt Milano, lost their best corner in Tre'Davious White. So they've been piecing it together on defense for the Buffalo Bills.
Bills bring the pressure. Perfect to Boyd at the 25-yard line. Tyler's got a first down. What a throw by Burrow.
Anytime you rush 6, you know you've got a problem as a quarterback, and they brought everybody here. And once you do that, if you do not get home, you're one-on-one with these Bengals receivers, and you're not going to win. You're just not going to win. That entirely was on the fact the Bills' pass rush did not get there, and the pass protection got it done.
Mr. Consistency, Boyd is 34th of the year. From the 27, Burrow. He's got 2 receptions on the night. And another first down to the 14-yard line.
These are strictly zone routes here. This is what we used to call the smash. I don't know what they call it now. But you just kind of drift inside there, and as that zone dissipates backwards, you just have to have somebody that understands exactly what that defense was and where that hole is. And as a former quarterback, you appreciate what that receiver understands. He's seeing it through Joe Burrow's eyes right now.
Of the 14, we're not Burrow. Burrow's this one incomplete, trying to get to Higgins. And he was covered
by Dane Jackson. Just the second incompletion for Burrow. Allen's only missed once.
And so far, the star of the game for the Buffalo Bills is Dane Jackson. Well, other than that guy. But on defense, Dane Jackson's been sensational. They've asked him to go pretty much one-on-one a lot here tonight.
Let's
Teammates with Lamar Hamlin, we talked about at the top of the broadcast, inactive for Buffalo as he has been most of the season. 2nd and 10. Bottom of the for Burrow. Able to escape the trouble. To the pylon, the dive. And marked him out of bounds first. Terrific job by Burrow to keep it alive. Higgins took off for the pylon.
Let's take a look to see, did he go out of bounds? He did. Nice ball by the officials. But the story of the last 2 weeks is the fact that Joe Burrow is back and scrambling. He's making the plays that he made in all those runs to the championship game in the Super Bowl. He is back.
And goal for the 2, Mixon the running back. Burrow will throw it. Chase goes up, gets it. Dane Jackson stretched that play out. And he makes another impact play, although not credited for the tackle. It'll set up 2nd and goal.
That's one of those, maybe you outthink yourself. It looked like if they had handed that ball off to Mixon, he would have walked right in the end zone. But, you know, you got the head coaches basically calling plays against each other here, and both extremely talented. And so far, you know, we've seen both of them win on occasion, but at least so far, Matt Taylor's been able to march up and down the field.
They come back to that run with Joseph 93, the new Bill in there. Over the center, trying to plug up the middle. Burrow to throw. The corner, Chase, feet down, no, incomplete. Incomplete. As Chase went up to get it, Taron Johnson was going with him. It'll bring up 3rd and goal.
The ball comes out at the tail end of it. The feet were down, but it just got stripped out.
It's on his feet.
Yeah, he never had control of it at all.
Yeah. And they're coming back down to the hip. They hand back on it. Takes it out in the case, so it's 3rd and goal. And this time they'll run it into the end zone. Cincinnati touchdown. You saw it Monday night in Detroit. I'm just going to jump into stands. Join the fans.
There we go. Watch the double team back up into the linebacker, Dotson here. And they just pushed the whole pile straight back into the end zone. Could not have been easier.
Touchdown number 3 for Mixon on the season. And Evan McPherson makes it 14-7. 3 drives, 3 touchdowns. Joe Mixon, the latest response as the Bengals take 11 plays to bring it down the field. Go back on top, box up.
Love did this. This is Love's fault. And it hurts. It's devastating. But you've always come back for more. What else gets you up this early? What else makes you feel this wild, this ecstatic, this focused, this obsessed? Has to be love. It's in your soul, your head, your heart, your hands. You love the game. It's your nature.
Those people didn't necessarily go months and months and months and months and months without defending. But you know, it's a different world that we live in now. TV money means that we don't have to do as many house shows. I mean, WWE only tend to do the 2 house shows on the weekend now. I mean, back in the day, not even that long ago, they used to be doing house shows all the time. Used to be house shows like pretty much every day of the week, and like 3 different teams would be set. There was like an A team and a B team and a C team, and you'd have 3 different house shows going the same night, and you'd have 3 different rosters. So your main event back in the day, like Golden Era, your main event might have been Hogan on the one, it might have been Macho main event in the other, and it might have been Andre the Giant main event in the other. And so you would have your 3 teams that kind of went out. And so no, there wasn't this level of inactivity. Brody said they have Gunther win clean. I don't get why they don't give Roman clean wins. I get they want to make Roman's opponent look strong, but a clean win here and there would be nice. I think he has had some clean wins here and there, to be honest. I don't think all of his wins have been cheating. It's just that some of the most memorable ones have been cheating. But he has definitely had clean wins in this run. But that has been lessened, I would say. To be honest, I think that it's been lessened as we're getting towards the end of it. I think this is, which it's hard, isn't it? It's difficult because Roman is beatable, and we know he's beatable. And it's just, if someone could overcome the bloodline and the outside interference, Roman would be there for the taking. And I think if he was beating people like clean right now, that'd absolutely be fine. Like, I love the idea of like Andre Hogan not beating in 15 years, Andre, you know, the immovable force, the irresistible object. But I also don't mind the story of Roman being a heel that has to cheat to keep the title. He's losing his bloodline. He's struggling to win his matches. Like, you can make a story out of that. You can make a story out of that, how things aren't great in his world, you know? The Usos aren't together anymore. His bloodline is fractured. Jimmy went off and came back, and it's kind of under control, but it's not really. He's getting dirty looks from Solo. So I think that Roman's clearly not in a good place at the moment. And, you know, maybe he could use that as an excuse, like distractions and the lack of harmony within the bloodline, like is having an effect. It would be good if they dug into that. It'd be good if they dug into that, because it starts to make it feel like it's the beginning of the end. It's starting to feel like it's all crumbling down, and I think that will be the story over the next 6 months. I think in 6 months' time we could see Roman lose his title, the bloodline completely fall apart, Solo turn on him, all within the space of the next 6 months as we get to WrestleMania, and then, you know, even the slight fallout after it as well. We don't react to Gunther the way we did to heel Roman at first. We were cheering heel Roman in 2021, says Mrs. Armour Forever Firefly. I Am Famous said, I have a feeling Cora Jade will return and involve sabotage Lyra's championship celebration. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Where is Cora Jade? Don't know. Where is Cora Jade? That's a good question. You know, we was talking earlier about could we see someone getting called up? And Cora Jade is someone that we could definitely see get called up, because she said that she was done with NXT. And then she has gone off, and I don't know if she had like breast implants done. Someone told me that she had gone off and had like some surgery done, like not surgery that was required. Let's put it that way. Well, maybe it's required from a mental health point of view, but like not like diverticulitis or something like this, you know. So maybe she's in a process of recovering from that or something. I don't know. Johnny said, if Roman Reigns surpasses Hulk Hogan's title reign, then he would have to be champion at least until September 2024. Mitchell said, you should start watching Sunday night football games for fun. Hacker of Tomorrow said, where's Cora Jade? That is a good question. Serious Gaming said, boobies. 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 Bigger boobies. That's what I heard. Bigger boobies. Aces said, do you not find it strange? I like this. I like it when a question starts like that. Do you not find it strange that WWE are doing 2003 John Cena breakout year, then winning US Championship at WrestleMania 20, and then 20 years later, LA Knight is doing the same program, winning the US title? Do I find that strange? No, not really. No. I don't find it strange because that's the route one path, if you will. That's the path that you would normally go. So you come in, you have some feuds, the crowd take to you, and if the crowd really like you, then you get to go for a mid-card title. I mean, it would be more unusual for you to come in and immediately go after the world title. Like that's less. That happens much less. So like that's why the mid-card titles are there. That's your first stop. Some people might come in and go after the tag titles. You know, if they come in as a single star and it doesn't quite work, they get put in a tag team, then they can go after the tag titles. But some people come in and, you know, end up going after the mid-card title. Look at Gunther. Gunther came in, he got called up, and then he went after the Intercontinental and he won it. So it's, you know, the Intercontinental is sort of like the proving ground, isn't it? So you want to see if these people's, if you want to see if these people can carry a title, if they look good, being a champion, you know, do they carry themselves as a champion? Are they good at listening, taking the orders that you need them to do, for example? Have they got a connection with the audience? Are they good with live promos? I know that Tiffany Stratton was someone that we had a lot of praise for. We really loved Tiffany Stratton, thought she was brilliant in ring. Really funny, good promos backstage. It wasn't until she got a title that we realized that she was not that brilliant live on the microphone. So, you know, if you've got a title, you're going to get put in all kinds of situations. You're going to be put in, like, you're going to have extra responsibilities in regards to maybe going to charity events, maybe doing more meet and greets. There's going to be more responsibility. You're going to be used on a regular basis. You're going to have to do live promos, pre-record promos, backstage promos. You're going to have to do, obviously, matches on premium live events. They tend to be longer and a bit more detailed. So, you know, it tests a lot of things to see if someone is ready to then move up to take the world title. So that's why, like, the mid-card ones are there. It's good. The mid-card it's good. It's good that we go through that path. This is why I want LA Knight to do that. I mean, look, he's someone that's got experience, and he's someone that's shown that he can cut promos live and he can cut promos backstage and he can do wrestling matches, and he's clearly got a connection with the fans. But I still want him to go that way because I think that it shows that you've paid your dues, you know. He can say that he's been in the business for like 20 odd years, but for many of us that don't watch Impact or watch other companies, doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. You know, what have you done in WWE? What have you done more than other people in WWE?
Not a good kick. Irwin from the 20 and a good tackle. Well covered to clean up the poor kick. Tara Johnson makes the stop. The Bengals will take over 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. They're singing a happy tune in the Queen City so far.
Death is in our air, in sea and earth. It can come for us at any moment.
said we make the skies blue. Some said keep dreaming. So we did, lowering emissions on the road to zero. Now, we're working on an EV that has wheels. And someday, we'll turn your old Honda into your brand new one. Because we are a company of dreamers setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050. So, no matter where we go, we're going to keep dreaming.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
It comes to like Crown Jewel, I never really take those pay-per-views all that seriously, only because they're not like real. I think they're more like a spectacle. They're not really to progress storylines or anything. It's more just for a so I don't really consider those legit shows for story.
Right.
The fact that one belt, the United States belt,
Right? But this gives you a sense of how important these matchups within the AFC are going to be. These two of the 9 teams in the conference with either 2 or 3 losses at this moment. Burrow, complete to Higgins, another first down at the 33-yard line. Joe Burrow's great night continues, 12 of 15 out the game.
So, Mike, everybody can play along at home here. When you start seeing one of these safeties coming down here to play the run and the other one going back, you know they're trying to stop the run on first down. The problem, again, is now you have to cover these great receivers outside on both teams if you're going to play that style of defense.
Decent motion. Burrow gets into him. And a good play to stop him before he can get ahead of Steve and move up. Burrow Dodson in there for the tackle. That linebacker spot opposite Bernard. And for the moment, it's Dodson in there again.
Yeah, and I think the people at home can hear a little bit of when they're saying safety's coming, right? So I don't know exactly what the tip is that they're picking up on, but clearly they know something about when that safety or one of the 2 safeties, the veterans, Poyer or Hyde, are coming down to support the run or blitz as they did in that case.
Rasul Douglas in the game, acquired via trade earlier this week from Green Bay. Mixon on the run, and Mixon into space. 2nd and 12, he's got 13 at first down for Cincinnati.
So you're going to get a linebacker in here, so when you hit this gap, it is really left to Hyde to come up there and make that play. You can see the size of the hole, but the Bengals counter right there by pulling Orlando Brown out and through to pick up that first down.
Yeah. 44 right back to the run. Struck out by the Buffalo defense, gained just a couple of yards that time for Mixon. So does this go back to the playoff game up in Buffalo last year? Because Cincinnati was so good running the ball that Buffalo has to do this on defense.
Well, and remember in that game, the Bengals had 3 offensive linemen injured.
Right.
So they probably didn't feel very good about trying to pass protect against these guys. So it was almost forced upon them, but it really was the difference. You know, these 2 quarterbacks are so good. They're going to go back and forth, and the receivers, and they're going to make plays. But the difference in that playoff game, I thought, was the Bengals' ability to run the ball and stop the run in a very physical way.
Trevion Williams is down the back. He'll take his 3 straight runs here for the Bengals, and Williams gets just across midfield. And then the next part of that story, too, is I feel like Buffalo and Sean McDermott keeps thinking about that because they got Leonard Fournette, who's not active for the game. He's still in the practice squad. I think he wants to have the ability to play that card
in Buffalo in December and January.
They got Linval Joseph too,
Right to
you
stop
know,
it.
and he's that big guy in the middle of the defense. He got plugged into the Philadelphia Eagles defense, started every game, started all 3 playoffs. A big guy. Maybe try and protect Terrell Bernard, your middle linebacker. Inside.
Hurry. No snap. Motion by the right guard, Kappa. We'll see what happened first.
It definitely looked like Kappa moved first.
He's 65.
Let's start. Offense number 65. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
I don't think he was the only one moving, but when an offensive lineman moves at the same time as anybody else, you're going to call it on that offensive lineman, and Von Miller was in the starting blocks and ready to go. Boy, they sure hope. Von Miller, it's like every week you can see him coming back a little bit, can't you? You know, just a little. They're really hoping that he sort of hits his stride maybe 5 or 6 weeks before the playoffs.
Chris Evans to back, slide down to the top. Okay. Well, just takes it to the tight end. Sample puts his shoulder down about 6 yards out of it. He's a couple shy of the first down. It was Terrell Bernard who took the worst of that hit. 4th and 2, and you see what Joe wants to do.
There we go. Von Miller on the outside against Jonah Williams. And Jonah Williams, who has made the switch over to that right tackle position, handled that one pretty well.
Despite Joe Burrow shaking his head up and down, saying, "Come on, Zach, let's go for it, coach." Going to kick the ball away. The analytics say go for it here on 4th and 2+.
I know those guys.
The analytics guys. And they say go for it a lot too, don't they?
They do.
Here goes the from Michigan, Brad Robbins. Fair caught the 11-yard line by Deontay Hardy. Good kick by Robbins. On the field for the Bills for their 3rd drive. Their defense has stopped the Bengals for the first time tonight.
That means that you should be a world champion. Why should he be a world champion more than Sami Zayn? Why should he beat Roman more than Cody Rhodes? So as a fan, you know, I'm looking for people to climb that mountain. Now, he's climbed a mountain just to get to WWE. That should be absolutely applauded, right? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm pleased that he made it. But all he's got to now is the bottom of another mountain. That's where he is. He hasn't got to the top of a mountain. He's got to the bottom of another mountain. Now, maybe he's found a quicker path to get to the top, right? Because of the support that he's getting. But for me, that should still see him go through a mid-card title. So I'm still looking for him to get that mid-cards title. I don't see it as a replay of like a John Cena story or anything. But even if it was, it wouldn't be a problem. I mean, we do have to retell certain stories because there's only so many you can tell, unfortunately. There's only so many things, you know. I remember we brought up the Riot Squads, and at the same time we had Absolution. We had 2 women's groups that were looking to take over their brands, run the division, and we just happened to bring them both up at the exact same time. So there's an example of 2 very similar stories being told at the exact same time on 2 different brands. And I think that's, you know, that's going to happen, isn't it? Because there's only so many different stories that you're going to be able to tell. Wrestling has kind of been putting out stories like this since going back at least to the start of or the end of the war when TV came in. You know, wrestling's been doing that, and we've had all the territories. WWE's got 3 shows that's putting out TV content. And then you've got all the other companies as well. So of course, there's going to be stories that overlap and whatever. But no, I think this is just the path that people go. Really, this is the normal route. And then you know, there are other paths that you can venture down, of course. But some of those are less traveled. Let's put it that way.
first down. Deep ball, way downfield and incomplete. With the shot for Deontay Hardy. Coverage to Jimmy Luzier. It's second down.
They were happy to get Rougier back again. He tore his ACL in week 8 in 2022. And sort of slowly worked his way back in and really has been splitting time with the rookie second-round pick, DJ Turner out of Michigan. And he's starting to show signs of his self.
Allen started hot. Missed his last 3. 10. Bengals just rushing 3. Allen picked off. Cam Taylor Britt. Trying to get it to Gabe Davis, but the Bengals drop 8 in coverage. And Allen has thrown his 9th interception of the season.
So this is a simple cover 2 defense here, where he's going to force him to the boundary, but then roll back with him, knowing that he has inside help on that particular play. And because they rushed only 3, they end up with 5 on the underneath coverage, which allowed him to play even deeper. So for Josh Allen that time, that would be his 9th interception on the season. For Cam Taylor Britt, they had a plan, and they thought he was going to have a significant role, and I think we're starting to see it.
5 straight games, Allen's thrown a 2. The 32, Burrows. Burrows running again. Tanner Hudson has 4 catches in his 2 games this season. He's got 3 here in the first 23 minutes tonight.
It's the old fake the wide receiver screen. That's the power of having Jamar Chase out there. And then instead of blocking, just go up the field. But Burrow that time threw it to the outside shoulder, saw Poyer coming, but made it a safe throw and catch.
Gain of 9, 2nd and 1. And Buffalo's going to take a timeout. On the first line we had out there. Timeout taken here is the Bengals trying to take advantage of the Josh Allen mistake, and that's been part of the problem with Josh thus far this season. And you get in one of those games where you feel like you can't throw away possession because Cincy's looks so good, and that Buffalo's giving them a short field.
Well, and what makes Josh Allen is his ability to run the football, right? Yeah. That's the backbreaker so many times for defenses. And this year we've seen him get the ball out quick. We've seen him deliver the ball and not take so many hits, not run it quite as much and get down. And I think the shoulder may be the tiebreaker here. But we also know Josh Allen. And he's a guy that is competitive as any human being in the National Football League. And when the game starts getting on the line, you know what he does. And that is take off.
Second and 1, and Burrow will keep it. It's another big hit. Gets thrown back by Linval Joseph. Joseph seen a bunch of snaps here early on. We give Burrow the forward progress and shy the first down.
Holy smokes. What the heck? Linval Joseph is going around the center, and Joe Burrow is going back about 4 yards from there. Watch this shot put between the legs and just threw him. Joe Burrow said, don't call that.
Linval Joseph's been sitting on his couch, said, I'm watching this whole tush-push thing. Said, I've been ready for this. Here we go.
He did a tush.
30 inches. I'll do it again.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Wow.
What a sequence there for the Bengals to not pick it up, miss the block, now 5 yards back.
And credit to Brandon Beane and his Buffalo staff, being the GM of the Bills. What do? Well, we were at the trade deadline. We got to get somebody in there, right? And that big body is exactly the reason you want to get him. So 3rd and full 5 now. Full Burrow. Bills bringing pressure. Burrow trying to escape. There he goes. Out of the tackle. The first down, but a flag is down. down backward. Burrow escaped.
Holding, offense number 65. 10-yard penalty. Or no.
That's Kaplan, second penalty.
So lucky means we're going to slide left. So 3 guys go there, but then watch the delayed blitz come the other way. Burrow saw the whole thing and took off, picked it up. But they are going backwards.
Okay, I think we have an injury here for one of the Bills. It's Terrell Bernard on a knee there. Took a big shot earlier, now on a knee. So as they look at him, we'll step out. It's 3rd and 15 coming for Cincy.
Niece, you're 6. I'm not 6. What do kids like? Never. Lots of junk, generic toys, forgettable, garbage. But what about Etsy? That's cute. Personalized jacket. I win.
Personalized gifts under $50. Etsy has it.
Hit that pose, take that flick, hit your angle, post that. Tip in mid-air, quick, I need that with flair. Hit that pose, take that flick.
Buy the Google Pixel 8 Pro from Verizon and get it on them.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. There's big news for women going through menopause. Veoza, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, the medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza is proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. For some women, it can start working in as early as 1 week. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, back pain, and hot flashes. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Veoza and enjoy more not flashes.
7e semaine l'an dernier. Bâtiment chez eux, Cincinnati arrive et a battu la terreur de l'AFC du Bloc d'Or dans leur ville et ont annoncé les Bengals sont sérieux et sont arrivés au Super Bowl. Ils sont champions AFC depuis un mois, comment vont-ils?
Je pense que les attentes sont plus élevées pour les Cincinnati Bengals qu'elles ne l'étaient l'an dernier. Jusqu'à présent, la défense était très bonne. Ils ont vraiment été bons, la course, la protection de la passe, peut-être un peu plus faible, mais avec des armes de guerre comme Jamar Chase et compagnie, on peut jouer avec n'importe qui, partout.
I don't know what ouch for the finger is in French, but Joe Burrow's finger not feeling good right now.
No, we saw him coming off and put it in his mouth and try and cool it down. He's been messing with it the entire break here. They're in field goal range now, though. Use a little more.
Meantime, with Bernard out, at least for this snap for Buffalo, the Bills go 6 defensive backs. 3rd and 15 after the penalty. Burrow's inside, everyone's got it. Slow flag come down, so the offside will take that 3rd down to a 3rd and much shorter.
Offside. Defense number 56. Sorry about that. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's still 3rd down.
T. Higgins just sliding on through.
Yeah, but that is an opportunity here, right? 3rd and 14. That's tough. Oh yeah, he's
there. You
go. That fingernail. Good. No doubt about it. Can't see that. It's contrasted on that.
Caught that right away when he was gesturing with that finger injury before we went to break. The offside makes it 3rd and 10. It's getting worse. Wraps it around Burrow, and he'll go down. Flag comes down as well. It's a guy that he saw one time through Super Bowl a couple years ago when Leonard Floyd was in the Rams. He and Jordan Phillips get in there. And Burrow's still dealing with that index finger.
Holding, offense number 67. The penalties decline. 4th down.
Fourth down, the ball at the 33. Field goal for here is 51 yards. Very much McPherson's field goal rate.
Yeah, his career long is 59. And I think that right now, Sean McDermott has found somebody he wants to rush, and it's the left guard, Cordell Polson, who's the youngest and least experienced up front.
Get the math right. That's 55 here for McPherson. His long of the year was 56 in San Francisco. Told me on the field before the game, this is the side that's the most true, picking in this direction. Feels like it's a little more comfortable for Money Mac. Out here, got the free look at it and made it. Now can he make it for 5 more?
Ball starts. Offense number 75. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
This ball was at the 23-yard line, and penalties along with the Bills' defense has pushed Cincinnati back and back and back. And now they're going to punt it.
And worse than that, you've got your quarterback coming out with a bad finger. So
Very small movement. The Bills are pointing to it right away. It may have helped to get that flag thrown. So instead of second and short going for a touchdown or a field goal, it's a punt. And the interception throw by Josh Allen does not cost the Bills any points. 5:38 to go to the break. Bills down 7.
There ain't no law out here. Only outlaws.
Want to wager on that? It's hard work. Few men survive long enough to be good at it.
You know, like you and I, man, we need to put this world back in order.
My job is to take care of more. You ready to ride?
Advanced Radio's new series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Lowe's knows same-day delivery means getting what you need right when you need it. Holiday shopping got easier on affordable decor and more.
Now you can get these all at once, right, Dad?
The holidays got sweeter with same-day delivery. You got this. We got you.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, it all starts with members like you. Because we were founded as a not-for-profit with a mission dedicated to your well-being, with everyday banking tools and loans, all backed by 24/7 support. The kind of support that comes from being a proud partner within your community. Because when you're a member, it all starts and ends with you. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Confident about which used car to buy? Nope. Why not ask the most confident person you know?
My old high school coach.
Just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
The holidays are here, and Dick's Sporting Goods has all the best gifts for everyone on your list. The hottest footwear from Jordan and Nike, Hoka, On, Adidas, and Crocs. And the latest apparel from all the best brands. Plus, must-have gifts from Yeti, Stanley, Callaway, and TaylorMade. Download the Dick's app now to find even more great gifts online. Choose 1-hour pickup for a fast option. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. This season, get the gift of sport. Every holiday starts at Dick's.
Saturday is a Peacock exclusive. Maryland, Nebraska, then on NBC and Peacock, Minnesota, Purdue, and it's prime time. Michigan State, Ohio State on Big Ten Saturday night. Remind Bills fans, all fans, that we will be exclusively on Peacock on the Saturday night before Christmas for the Bills and the Chargers. Another one of those big quarterback battles with Allen and Herbert. Only place you can see it is on Peacock, so download the app. Subscribe now. Great American Ballpark. Just down the road a little bit. Long time the home of Joey Votto, who finally will no longer be around with a 2-decade career, one of the great Cincinnati runs for an athlete. Didn't pick up his contract that was out yesterday. Here's a run against the Cincinnati defense. Good for about 5 yards. Josh Allen loves to listen to all kinds of music, even Frank Sinatra when he's warming up. Well, here's a little bit of the musical story, 2 sides of it. 200 TD passes the TD has scored. That's second fastest to Patrick Mahomes. But the B side, or the flip side, It's the bad side. 91 turnovers, the most in the NFL since 2018.
They certainly would have been helped if they could run the football. I think they have about 5 yards rushing in this game so far. It's all Josh all the time right now.
Well, not going to get much out of that. That was something to pull forward for a couple before he's brought down by Jermaine Pratt. In case you were wondering why you're playing that Frank Sinatra song, That's Life, he told us that that's the best song of all time. Like, that just describes everything. That's me. That's like, you got to take it, move on, no matter what people say. And that, along with Elvis, some of the music that he listens to before a game to get himself right. So Tooney singing after the third recovery. Coming, and they get to Allen with B.J. Hill. Those inside guys have been a big factor. Hill and Reader. And Hill gets his 4th sack of the year.
Anytime you get this game going, it can be awfully tough on those offensive linemen. They think they have it picked up. That picked up, though, when you have Hill going out and slamming into the tackle, then he turns back to the right and has a clean path to the quarterback. It's almost everybody's favorite stunt in the NFL.
Sam Martin, that's a good one. This is not a good one. Line drive, 46 yards. Trent Irwin turns it upfield. Since he'll take over the Buffalo territory for the second straight possession. Coming at the 45, and we're back in 30 after this.
Nice.
To build the NFL schedule by hand, it used to take months. Now AWS runs 1 trillion combinations to find the perfect season in a fraction of the time. The AWS has millions of simulations with AI to help predict and prevent injury. Machine learning to take fans inside the most incredible plays. AWS is helping to transform the NFL. Imagine what it could do for your business.
Still got
Three touchdowns in the first 3 drives of the game. Now settling in a little bit. 13-7, Bengals on top. That last Bengals drive. I told you they were marching, knocking on the door of the red zone. They had 4 penalties, 3 of them accepted. And this is the least penalized team in the league. 16.
You got to give a little pink outfit on.
From the 45, Burrow again to town. Hudson this one incomplete as he was trying to get it to the tight end one more time. Melissa.
Mike, when Joe Burrow just came off the field, he sat on the bench and they cleaned off that right index finger on his throwing hand. They sterilized it for quite some time, and he did not take any warm-up throws. They also put a heating pad on that right calf that he hurt in training camp.
That was the second day of training camp that he hurt that, aggravated it a couple of weeks into the season. Really, after their bye, Burrow started to look better and really was back to that Joe Burrow complete game last week against the 49ers. Second tip, Pillsbury pressure. Burrow throwing, double coverage over there, broken up. Good job by the safety high, and it goes down hard as he and Chase collide. The athletic training staff of the Bills out to look at Micah Hyde. They step out. 3rd and 10 coming when we come back.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
But just okay. It's okay.
I was done settling.
Okay, maybe that.
Still have symptoms.
Keyshawn, great ending. Perfect. Exactly what I would have expected from this kind of match.
I think I have to say I think that match was worth the wait. Putting it off. Yeah, that was actually really good.
Yeah, that was actually, considering, it could have been a lot sillier, and it was pretty weird, but overall, pretty good. That's something I would probably actually watch again.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I would definitely watch this again.
Done settling? Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
Gravy bowl match.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Jesus Christ.
Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the new Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. An unlimited double
A.
miles
Jobson
means
says
you
House
can
of Horrors match. I slightly remember that.
And Doug says you can
But,
customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty
House of
Mutual.
Horrors
This marks
match.
center stage. And is
That was with,
crushed
I
by
thought so, with Bray Wyatt and Randy Orton. I actually enjoyed that match.
Yeah, me too.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
I don't
Right,
know.
we
Some
came to
people
the
don't like
end
those
there.
type of like cinematic matches, but I
Yeah.
kind of do. I don't know. They don't bother me that much. I'm sure we can find some trash. You know, there's lots of it. So
Right. So if you guys like find some, tag us in them on Twitter or something. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Tag us in some on Twitter and we'll make a decision of what we're gonna watch.
we'll take some votes. I'm totally into that. I want more. I need more weird in my life.
Right. Weird matches that are not talked about enough.
Yeah. Oh my god. Botched electrocution at Halloween Havoc.
What?
Oh god.
That
Now you gotta hear what Jim Cornette says about the fish fight. I'm bringing it up, buddy. I'm sure he has very, very strong opinions on that.
did you I know last week you said you were gonna tweet out Meltzer. Was it Meltzer about the
Yeah. He did not get back to me, guys.
Aw.
David Meltzer did not. Maybe I should ask him about this one. Maybe I should just keep tweeting him every match we watch until he
I
gets
think
back to me.
until he gets back to you? I think so.
I think that's the plan.
I think that's a perfect way to get him to tweet back to you.
Just keep going. Okay, here we go. Jim Cornette talking about the fish market match. Let me see what
right
he
here.
has to say. I feel like Jim Cornette hates everything fun. He hates everything that's fun in this world. I just went down the list of weird matches of history of wrestling, and I'm so happy I never seen a kiss my foot match.
Wait a minute.
Excuse your mouth?
Between Bret Hart and Jerry Lawler.
Ew.
King of the Ring 1995.
That's disgusting. Yikes. There are two. A. Jobson. Actually, there's two of them. Okay, hold on.
Oh, with Michael Cole and oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
That was at Augusta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, why can I not read that word? Augusta.
it's
bad. Balls
at
Mahoney.
December 2006.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandpa did. So I'm already in. But I was talking about your serve. USA.
Oh yeah, Viagra on a pole match.
Your bathroom needs for
Another slammer.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely do December to Dismember. I like that. A what on a pole match?
Viagra on a pole. We'll definitely watch that too. Aw. Jim Cornette doesn't like, if you didn't have enough reasons not to like Jim Cornette, he doesn't like Curry Man. He thinks it's an insult to pro wrestling. Of course he does, though. That's not really a shock. I mean, he did have a bowl of curry on his head. Kind of weird. What about child custody on a pole match? Another good on a pole match. Thank you. You can all say thank you to Vince Russo for that. Pro wrestling god. JK. Judy Bagwell match was even funnier. So essentially, he thought it was an insult to pro wrestling. He thought it was an insult to Christopher Daniels for having to be in that. Well, he's not completely wrong, but he's a little bit wrong. You know, that's how I feel about that.
Right.
I liked it. Wasn't that bad. Could have been way worse.
So Google says there's a capture. I don't even want to say this word. It's a capture the midget match.
I captured the midget match. Should we? I don't even know if we should. I don't know. What would that? I have so many questions.
Oh my god, I have to find this. I might have to watch this on my own time. I don't know if we can watch this.
Oh my god. What? Oh, pro wrestling is terrible. I love it. That's awful. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Oh,
I mean, they put it on TV. It's good enough for us to watch. I mean, fair. Out there. You might have to. I don't know. We're going to have to run that by the manager of the channel. Because I don't know if he's going to like that. Oh my god. That is beautiful. Oh my god. Okay. We're going to have to run that one by KJ for sure. But yeah. What day is it today? Yeah, it's Sunday. So what is going on the channel coming forward, forward?
So we got Raw tomorrow with KJ and Nick and NXT. We have NXT on Tuesday, and then we have you coming back with WrestleMania 10 on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Wednesday is Dynamite with, I think KJ does Dynamite by himself, and sometimes Nick is there. And Thursday it will be us again for Impact Wrestling, and then Friday SmackDown Rampage, and then Saturday Collision. Don't have anything for Sunday planned. I do know the following Thursday, so Thursday, November 16th, there is a Wrestling Revolver show and an Impact show. We haven't discussed the details yet. Both shows, I believe, will be covered that night. Mm-hmm. It could be all four of us.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Ooh.
It could be all four of us. Apparently, Nick wants to see the Josh Alexander match and Wrestling Revolver. Same with KJ. So it could be a packed house Thursday, November 16th. So
that'll be so much easier with all four of us. 8 eyeballs on 2 shows might be a good idea because that Thursday the 16th when Unreal is on, the Revolver show on Impact that same night, it's going to be Josh Alexander versus Will Ospreay. It is going to be so good. We're also going to finally get that match of Crazy Steven. No, that's this Thursday.
Yes,
right?
That is this Thursday. Crazy Steve and
Tommy
the other
Dreamer.
Tommy Dreamer.
I love how you just call him the other old dude. So yeah, the next 2 weeks on Thursdays are gonna be do not miss episodes. So swing on by, tell a friend, be a friend, your whole bald uncle thing.
Oh yeah. Be a friend, tell a friend, tell your mother, tell your neighbor, and your bald-headed uncle. That's it.
And I think that's it. But yeah, so this week that just passed when I watched WrestleMania 9, I watched it on Wednesday. This week I am back on Tuesdays at 11:30. So I'm very excited. I'm getting there, y'all. Yeah, so that's it, I think.
I think that is it. We ran down the next 7 days.
Awesome. And also remember, tag us on Twitter or the channel with stupid matches so we can get some together for next Sunday. 'Cause I need something real dumb. All right. Bye-bye.
Some first downs after that opening drive. Not much since.
It was fast rush. It's gotten after starting drive and you're off and running, right? You got Latavius Murray in there, who is by far their best pass protector.
Chips and heads out. Allen looking for somebody. Slings it in the middle. Khalil Shakir is there. 23 to the 48-yard line. And there's plenty of time now. 20 and 1 timeout. Diggs targeted twice, 2 catches.
Great job that time by Josh Allen. He saw Trey Hendrickson drop and set a rush and threw it into his zone for the easy completion.
50 seconds left. Allen right back to Kincaid. He's tripped by Cam Taylor. He's just sliding down. Walking at the 38-yard line, and Kincaid is hobbled. Remember, they're without Dawson Knox. He's on IR with a wrist injury. Very thin at that spot. Kincaid can barely get off the line. Allen goes that way anyway. Somehow he's in. He gets out of bounds there. Feet in. The clock is stopped, and we have an injured Bengal in the secondary. Here's Taylor Britt. I would think that's tripping. I mean, as he goes down there, it's something they've been watching a little bit more. And you see why they watch that. Meantime, Taylor Britt was down after the next snap, and the athletic training staff's looking at both guys involved in that play. Cam Taylor Britt's second-year pick out of Nebraska 2 seasons ago.
Two key guys right there. If you remember Josh Allen telling us that he texted Brandon Beane on draft day with 2 words. Dalton Kincaid. That's who he wanted. He's beginning to show why.
Circuitous route to the Bills that ended up as the 25th overall pick out of Utah. Both players on this same play getting hurt. Taylor Britt goes down. Kincaid still was able to come back and make the next play. Taylor Britt went down after it.
It's got to be a trip, isn't it?
That's what I had to say. Said it when the play happened. I don't know. I agree with you, I guess.
I mean, the difference. Yeah, the difference between another 15 yards and the clock stops.
It's 3rd and 6 at the 38. Pressure coming from the Bengals. Allen puts it up. Nothing going there. Gabe Davis and Allen on the same page. 4th and 6. From here, a field goal attempt at 56. They're going to try with Tyler Bass.
Another good play by Chinwe Awuzie on the outside. He cut that route off, and basically Allen thought that Davis was going to keep going, but the coverage was so good, he decided to cut it off.
Here's Bass. His career long is 58. There's a flag thrown here. Is this intentional grounding?
Intentional grounding. Offense number 17. It's a 10-yard penalty and a loss of down.
I don't think Josh Allen agrees.
All right. Terry, go ahead.
Terry McCauley, 3-time
All right,
Super Bowl
let's look
record.
at it. If the receiver is outside the numbers, the quarterback can throw it over his head as far as he wants to. However, as that look right there, he threw it way downfield. I don't see that as overhead, so I do think it is intentional.
All right, I'm just gonna, let me tell you what happened. That's an option route. So if you're cut off as a receiver on the coverage and you're trying to go deep. The quarterback thinks you're going deep, but you have the option, if you feel like the quarterback's in a better position than you are, to stop. And so that ball was released before Gabe Davis stopped. Nobody was trying to intentionally ground anything. I understand the rule and the definition of it, but in reality, football, that wasn't grounding. No, he wasn't trying to throw that one away. It was just a mistaken read.
Looks like there's Alex Kemp. So we'll run from 24 to 14 seconds, please. The clock will start on my signal.
But Chris, let me just say, the route doesn't matter. It's where the ball lands. Is it in the vicinity of or the direction of the receiver? And it's just not there. That's the way we officiated for a very long time.
Terry, I know. I totally agree with you. My point is that's something that the referees on the field understand and they know as football fans, but they have to call it the way that you're describing. I get it.
And the clock was running because there was 10-second runoff. This is the Angeles first there. They didn't take it, and they take the timeout to save the runoff. The clock, Cincy 21-7. Here's the toy at halftime with Maria Taylor.
All right, thanks, Mike. You know, both of these teams are trying to keep pace with the Chiefs and the Ravens at the top of the AFC. Patrick Mahomes was rolling across the Atlantic. Lamar Jackson was rolling at home. We're going to have the highlights of both games coming up next.
Want to stay up to date? Just tell Siri. Show me football scores.
For the first time ever, we're bringing together an all-star cast of ex-Islanders, ready for some healthy competition and a second chance at love. I'm ready to win this game.
Let's go.
These games have what's on us coming out.
Two-Face, I would say.
It's way more intense than I was expecting.
Y'all really brought my ex in?
It's time to play. Bloody hell. What's a place?
However you do the holidays, do it together in the Chevy that's right for you. The strong and capable Chevy Silverado, the award-winning Chevy Equinox, or the all-new Chevy Trax. This holiday season, do more together in a new Chevy. Get 1.9% financing on all 2023 Silverado 1500 pickups, or get $2,000 total cash allowance on this Silverado. See your Tri-State Chevy dealers.
Boundless. It's in our teams, clinicians, researchers, nurses, and more, connected to each other and to experts across the globe. It's in our care, compassionate, innovative, unlike anything, anywhere. It's in you, able to reimagine recovery and the possibilities of life ahead. At UC Health, being bolder, brighter, and boundless means you're bound for better.
Your wow awaits at Cincinnati Museum Center with 3 museums to explore and an OmniMax theater to take you around the world and beyond the stars. There's always something new to discover, from dinosaurs, astronauts, and steamboats to caves, tree forts, and flying pigs. History, science, and play come to life at Cincinnati Museum Center. Even cooler than you remember. Plan your adventure now at cincymuseum.org.
It is great having everybody home again. Some of the most interesting conversations and important questions about the present and future can happen around the dinner table with the ones you love. For answers you can trust, rest assured Western and Southern's family of companies is always here, enabling you to cherish every moment, big and small, so you can live the life you want to live for generations.
And that's why I didn't play quarterback.
Hear from the Bengals players and coaches.
Stay with us after the game.
This is for the community. This is for my papa.
Christine Gonzalez.
For the nation that's always in my heart. And for everyone who will come next.
Welcome to the Toyota Halftime. Let's go places.
Cincinnati up 21-7
7 at the half. Welcome back inside the studio for the Toyota halftime. Maria Taylor alongside Chris Sims, Devin McCourty, and Jason Garrett. Let's get to the best of week 9. Another big day for the Texans rookie CJ Stroud.
Wow, he was phenomenal. Continues this great rookie season. Clutch drive. 40 seconds down the field, 75 yards, touchdown, Tank Dell. Houston wins. Stroud is awesome.
Best single game performance we've seen from a rookie. And Devin, the Chiefs win it with defense in Germany.
Chiefs were aggressive. They were in Tyreek Hill's face all day. And when you can score on defense, that is how you win big games. And like, we know we got Mahomes, but we can put some points on the board too.
Yeah, well, Patrick Mahomes very proud of his defense, and he didn't mind actually being able to go out and tell Peter King that's exactly what happened.
And I love this one. Game on the line, get in your face, blitz. Let's go.
Here's Mahomes and Peter King.
This is the best defense that you've had as a Chief. I think it's the best defense in the NFL. So, I mean, if we have a defense like that, we're going to get this offense figured out, I promise you. And then we're going to be a hard team to beat.
Well, another team with a great defense, though. I got to say the Baltimore Ravens, especially against Seattle.
Yeah, Maria, Baltimore's defense was dominant, but their offense was just as good. They rushed for 298 yards. That guy right there, Keaton Mitchell, had a touchdown. 15 yards and a 10th. They dominated the third quarter. Cowboys dominated the fourth quarter. It's 3rd and 26. 5 seconds left. Take a shot. CeeDee Lamb just comes up short.
Yeah, the Eagles moved to the NFL best 8-1 record, but the Cowboys, not just that drive, but several drives came out very close. They had opportunities to win this.
Yeah, talk about a game of inches for the Cowboys. They got down, but they were coming back. This is Shoemaker. This is the 4th down play. The ball is behind the line where his knee hits. This is the 2-point play. Trying to make it a field goal game. Dak lays out. The right foot on the line. You can't make this stuff up. This is the end of the game here. The fumble. Looks like they have it. The ball squirts out. Philly gets it back.
Well, you know, the Eagles also had 5 sacks in this game, so their defense was certainly able to show up. Listen, Josh Dobbs, he was traded on Wednesday, and on Sunday, he somehow found a way to lead a game-winning touchdown drive with the Vikings.
Dobbs is doing a little bit of everything. 66 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, throwing the ball. I mean, MVP for Minnesota right now without Kirk Cousins.
Well, he certainly deserved the game ball. Kevin O'Connell so thankful that they had Josh Dobbs. The celebration was immaculate in the locker room, and Mike Moria had a chance to catch up with Dobbs after the win.
Hey, when you just show up, you don't need to know the whole playbook. You just need to know the plays that are in the game plan. He barely did. 2.5 extra hours on Friday. Coach Kevin O'Connell constantly in his ear. And Devin mentioned those 66 rushing yards. I asked him, when do you run? He said, when all the guys are covered, because they didn't have a spy on Josh Dobbs for the Atlanta Falcons. Meanwhile, Giants quarterback Daniel Jones suffered a knee injury, non-contact on Sunday. He'll have more tests on Monday. The fear is a torn ACL. He would just be the latest starting quarterback to be seriously injured.
All right, thanks for the update, Mike. The PFT Power Rankings presented by Toyota come out on Wednesday. But right now, let's look at the first ever Grand Highlander from Toyota, the official automotive partner of the NFL.
Hey, you.
Let's go.
Let's see what Princess had to say.
This is gonna be the best day of my life. This is gonna be the best day of my
Life's grand, the first ever Grand Highlander. Toyota, let's go places. Tomorrow, a today exclusive. Tomorrorow in the field in Cincinnati. His message to those who saved his life. They have a place in our heart forever. It's love. Tomorrow, only on Today.
Tomorrow morning on Today, an exclusive interview with Bills safety DeMar Hamlin on how he felt coming back to Cincinnati and how he's honoring those who saved his life. That's coming up tomorrow on Today. Guess what is also coming tomorrow? Big Ten men's basketball. It tips off on Peacock, and it's Rutgers versus Princeton.
Let's go.
At 6:30 Eastern. That's why Devin was throwing shots earlier today.
Yeah, story of the NCAA tournament last year. Mitch Henderson, the Princeton Tigers, almost a Cinderella story. They're going to continue it this year.
I don't need to say anything. You said it. Big Ten basketball, not Ivy League basketball.
It's the Mike Francesa podcast on the Bet Rivers Network.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the Mike Francesa podcast. After what is, in essence, the last nail in the coffin for the Giants after a 30-6 drubbing at the hands of Antonio Pierce's Raiders. You know, the Raiders went through a complete purge this week, getting rid of the coach, the general manager, benching the quarterback, and they came out, ran the ball with Jacobs, got, solid play from the quarterback, and Daniel Jones with Tyrod Taylor not there. Gano going to the IR, Tyrod Taylor going to the IR. Which means DeVito is the backup. And then Daniel Jones going down with an apparent knee injury. Now, Dable in the postgame said he's only had x-rays, but from what we are hearing elsewhere, multiple reports are that it is believed, they will await the MRI tomorrow, it is believed he has suffered an ACL injury. It has believed it could be a substantial ACL injury. Those are multiple reports that early indications are that there is an ACL injury, which would finish him for the season. So the way they talked was that he was gone. The way he talked about next week, about having a different quarterback or having DeVito brought up to snuff or bringing someone else in or bringing someone off the practice squad. They did not mention Daniel Jones. So it sounds like they will tomorrow confirm what everyone is already rumoring everywhere, and that is that he has suffered a substantial ACL injury. Very tough go for Daniel Jones. And the Giants, let's be honest, they've had a lot of bad breaks this year. They also have played terrible football. They've done a terrible job from management, coaching, to player. From the get-go, this season started with a disaster. It has been nothing but a total disaster. It now, for all intents and purposes, is over. The Eagles holding on today moved to 8-1. The Cowboys, who lost a hard game today, are still in a very solid playoff position. The Redskins won today. So the Giants at 2-7, going nowhere, now will finish the season with a journeyman quarterback at best. Who cares who it is? It's a journeyman quarterback at best, and all they will try to do is secure a good draft pick for next year and play for some pride, because their season, as we are still a couple of weeks pre-Thanksgiving, is over. That's all there is to it. There's nothing else to be said about it. There's nothing to get upset about anymore. There's nothing to talk about in any way. Things weren't going well in this game. Listen, I thought with Jones coming back this week and with all the unsettled nature of the Raiders, if the Giants could just jump out to a quick start today, they could be in good shape. But it didn't happen. Jacobs, who has had trouble running the ball all year, came out running the ball well today. They hit the Giants with some running plays. He had some gas in his tank for the first time. They didn't get Devontae Adams going until the second half, but they got Jacoby Myers going early. The Giants got nothing going. Then Jones gets hurt. They went on a fourth down play and didn't make it. They had some bad penalties, and the next thing you know, they're already in the hole. And then Jones goes down, and DeVito throws a couple of picks, and the game turns into another disaster. And the Raiders just coast home after shutting the Giants out in the first half, which is something the Giants should be extremely used to, because it seems like they get shut out in the first half of just about every game. They can't score points. They are averaging. They came in averaging 11 points, so now they're probably averaging less than 10 points a game. They didn't score until the fourth quarter today. As it is, they are just a complete disaster. And what I tweeted earlier is just what I feel, and that is, after having some fun last year, the Giants have completely turned to the land of the pathetic. That's basically it. That's where they lived for a long time. They have gone back there, and now it isn't even worth discussing how they have given back all the gains of last year. They have now it's like last year didn't even happen. Dable is just another coach trying to find his way. Daniel Jones is just another quarterback trying to prove himself. The team is an utter mess. Case closed. There's nothing else to discuss. And when they go into this offseason, there are going to be so many question marks and so many things that have to be answered. And now the biggest question that Giant fans are going to have is, hey, how high is my draft pick going to be? That's basically it. As they are 2-7 in a league that, you know, let's be honest, is, you know, very, very much as far as the bottom is concerned, competitive. I mean, they're not going to have the first pick. I mean, let's be honest, because Arizona's having no season. They're 1-8. Carolina's 1-7. Chicago's 2-7. So there's other teams fighting them for their ineptitude, and will continue to fight them for ineptitude. But the Giants should be able to handle that and provide plenty of ineptitude the rest of the way. That's basically it. So let's be honest. With Jones going down, why yell and scream? You know, there's Tyrod Taylor's gone. Now Daniel Jones is gone. All hope is gone. All they can do is try to play the role of spoiler the rest of the way. That's basically it. They're not going to beat teams that are fighting for anything. They're not going to beat, like next week they play at Dallas. They're going to get killed. Dallas defense coming off a tough loss is going to take them apart. We know that. Okay, they're going to be an overwhelming underdog, and they're going to get taken apart. But when they see a good team, whoever that good team is, the team's just going to, you know, beat them up. The question is, can they beat the Commanders? Can they beat the Patriots? You know, those are going to be the only questions that you even have any interest in answering. Okay, and you know, on the other side of their bye, you'll just wish they, you know, what you'll hope they didn't come back, because that's basically where this season is. You know, that's how bad this has gotten. It's bad. It's going to get worse before it gets better, and there's not much there to discuss. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time beating up on anybody or spending a lot of time yelling about it, because it's just not anything to gain. The season is completely over, and they have completely dissolved any goodwill or any credits that they put in the bank from last season. They have all been cashed. They have all been wiped out, and now they are just an utter disgrace again. And they're back where they were. And you don't know where the head coach stands, because you don't like the qualities you've seen from him this year. You don't like the decision-making you've seen. Everything you liked from him last year has been wiped away this year. And there's no, you know, Daniel Jones, who needed to build on last year and move himself away from the mediocre part of the league, it didn't happen. He sunk himself right back into the mess. And now he's got another injury to boot. He had 2 injuries on the season and didn't stay very long. And I mean, none of these guys stayed very long. But, you know, that's basically the way they take a beating. There's no question about it. Now, a couple of things about the league before I say goodnight. Number one, wild finish in that Dallas Eagle game. And that was a pivotal game, especially for the Cowboys. I mean, the Eagles now are in a very, very good position. Okay? I mean, they are going into their bye week. They are 8-1. They have a chance to get healthier where they need to get healthier. They come out and they'll play a Monday nighter against the Chiefs. But they're 8-1. They've got a big lead, 2.5 game lead on Dallas. They've got a big lead on San Francisco. They've got a lead on Detroit. They have a lead on everybody for the number 1 seed. They should be able to take the number 1 seed home. And they will be an extremely formidable team come the postseason. I picked a Philly Cincinnati Super Bowl. I'll stick with that. I think Cincinnati's getting healthier. Big game with them tonight with the Bills, just a couple seconds. But I think the Eagles are in a very commanding position. But the game was wild. Dallas went for it on fourth down, had 3 timeouts left. Eagles almost fumble, punt the ball back, and then the Eagles decide to give Dallas every opportunity. Give them a pass interference penalty for 36 yards. Give them a roughing the passer penalty for 15 yards. Give them an offsides penalty for 5 yards. That's 56 yards of penalties, which left them with no timeouts. Neither team now with any timeout. No timeout for them to be able to just get their breath. 2 injuries in the secondary. And Dallas is on the 11-yard line with 27 seconds left. And you're thinking, my God, they're going to win this game. And from there, it didn't happen. They got the sack. They had to get a sack. They got the sack they had to get. Dallas committed a penalty. And they decided to basically build a picket fence on the goal line. Only rushed 3 guys with 5 seconds left. Dallas threw it underneath, and the game ended in that way with Dallas not able to find the end zone one last time, and the Eagles with a very hard-fought 28-23 victory, which now places them at 8-1 in the division. 8-1, with a commanding lead on the Cowboys, with a lead in the NFC, and going into their bye week where they got guys banged up in the secondary. They also have a quarterback who's a tough guy who is banged up in a couple of spots, and I'm sure could use the time off. So that's a big positive going into Week 10 that they get a week off this week. The Chiefs are off, the Rams are off, the Dolphins are off, and the Eagles are off. And in Week 10, and that's a very big one for the Eagles who come off that win. And then I want to talk about 2 arrivals. And as we turn into the month of November, which is the month of decision, where we separate the men from the boys and we separate the contenders from the pretenders, and we see who's going to really be a formidable team, add a team to the serious Super Bowl mix, and that team is the Ravens. They got off early in the season with a lot of injuries. They've gotten stronger and stronger. They pounded on Seattle today. They're 7-2. They are in very good shape. Their offense is doing really well. The quarterback has really grasped Monken's offense. They are getting strong on the offensive line. They're getting better on defense. And they are a team now that should be, they have scored 100 more points than they have allowed. And they are a serious threat to Kansas City, which beat Miami this morning, and anybody else who wants to put their hat or put themselves in the ring for being a serious contender. But count the Ravens now as a team that has arrived as a serious Super Bowl contender, not just to get there, but to win it. And they deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as anybody at the top of the league. The other arrival is a player, and that is C.J. Stroud. Now, C.J. Stroud has played well all season. He has stayed away from mistakes. I took Houston as an over this year because I had heard good things about him, but I also am very high on their head coach. And I thought they would be a very good over this year. They won today with a great come-from-behind win against Tampa. They're 4-4. They have a long way to go. They're still young, and they got a long way to go. But what Stroud did today was break Luck's rookie yardage record. He threw for 470 yards and 5 touchdowns. And he clearly announced his arrival, not just as a formidable quarterback, but as a star in this league. Forget being the best of the new quarterbacks this year. That goes without any saying. There's no reason to even discuss that. But when he hit Tank Dell down the middle with 10 seconds left, to beat the Bucks, it firmly established him and announced his arrival as maybe one of the real new guys in this league. I mean, he has had a very, very good start. And listen, that doesn't mean he's not going to have a couple of rough days. Okay, I'm sure he is. The one thing about him is he doesn't run a lot. You know, his numbers are interesting in that he is a guy who, you know, wants to stay in their pocket. He wants to throw the ball. He wants to move to throw it. He's not looking to run all over the place. And so many of these quarterbacks are. He has not had more than 4 rushes at any game, even when he's been under duress. So he is doing it with his arm. And he is doing it in a big way. He has stayed away from interceptions all year. He has just 1 interception on the season. And today, 30 of 42 for 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, and drove his team for the winning touchdown in the final seconds from behind in classic fashion. Threw some incredible passes today and has now established himself as that next quarterback to watch. So the Ravens have arrived. C.J. Stroud now has completely arrived as the Giants say goodbye to any meaningful football this year. The Jets tomorrow night, big game. Big game. Because if they can win these next 2 games, they put themselves in a position where they are in the mix in a highly competitive, you know, they're 4-3 right now. They're the Chargers this week and the Raiders next week. If they can put themselves in a 6-3 position, they will have firmly established themselves as a team that can get to the postseason this year. Now, you heard the talk this week about them trying to trade for Devontae Adams. Does that signal that they really believe in all this stuff about Rodgers coming back? All that remains to be seen, and it's too early even to discuss. But the bottom line is that is a very big game they play tomorrow night. The Chargers are hoping to spit out this bad start and get back to 500. That's what they're hoping to do. Okay, they know that there's plenty of season to play, and they are hoping to get back to 500 and then see if they can launch themselves a playoff bid off that. Their coach is obviously on the hot seat. Seriously on the hot seat. So that is a big game tomorrow night. And let's be honest, all football eyes now in this town turn to the Jets because the Giants season has nothing left to offer. It is just dust. It is in ruins. I feel bad for Jones. Off last year, this just turned into a nightmare. I feel bad for Dable, but I also get the idea that Dable's made a lot of his own mistakes. Like he's caused a lot of this stuff this year. I think he's lost his way. I think there's a good head coach in there. I saw him last year, but he has clearly lost his way. He needs to refine it. But there aren't a lot of opportunities to do that in the rest of the season. We'll see you later.
Thanks for listening to the Mike Francesa podcast on the Bet Rivers Network.
Reaction on the ground as well. T. Higgins could catch and run to the 43-yard line.
going to pick up a 21.
Tough catch right here. And not only did he catch it, he was able to get himself in position to make that next move. And this is when the Bengals get really scary. Between Burrow's injury, T. Higgins was out with some ribs for a while. We really haven't seen the full complement yet. And this is about as close as it's been this week, last week against San Francisco, and it's looked good.
43, Burrow back to work for a deep shot downfield. Chase out there. He can't hold on. Came down hard as well as he was up in the air and vulnerable. Dame Jackson once again on coverage, and seatbelt locked him down.
He didn't lock him down. That time Chase was well behind him, and Burrow just came up a little bit short with this throw. Good separation, but Mike, I have done this before. When the backside of your lower back hits first, he is going to crawl out of bed tomorrow. I promise you, he will crawl out of bed.
See, no way to brace yourself. Right?
No.
Second and 10. Halfway through the third. Burrow scans, gets it open, and Terry Johnson. The Bills nickel. Two good nickels in this game. Hilton for Cincinnati, Johnson for Buffalo.
He really is. He's second on the team in tackles and just so sophisticated. I can remember the big play he made in the playoffs, the interception return for a touchdown against Baltimore to really completely seal that game up. You've got to have sort of the brains of the operation in some way, a veteran player that understands the run game and the pass game playing there. We have two good ones in this game.
So Junior, without their defensive signal caller, Terrell Bernardi is out for the rest of the game with a concussion. Showing pressure, one cup, the other drops, and it's deflected and incomplete for the Bills defense. After giving up a couple of plays against Micah Hyde down to the core, knocks that away, and Cincinnati will punch it.
Well, it's one of those plays that is planned, honestly, because Joe Burrow's had a lot of passes batted down in his career. So you end up blitzing more than they can block. So you know the Bengals have to run a short route, get your hands up, work perfectly that time.
Those batted passes in the last couple of years, but Brett Robbins to kick it. Deontay Hardy's back. That's another motion penalty. Hardy's going to let it bounce. And Robbins executes it well. Out of bounds at the 8-yard line. 6:24 here. What, head to Kentucky after the game? Across the broken suspension bridge. You want to spend a night in that state.
I'll have the avocado toast, minus the avocado.
So, toast.
Yeah. Everything is so expensive these days.
Hey, Chevy gets it. That's why they're keeping prices down to earth, like on the most affordable EV in America. A super strong and capable Chevy truck. And a high-tech Chevy SUV. Why is Chevy making affordable vehicles connected by OnStar? And so together, we can do more.
Do Ethan. You always inspired me to get outside, even in the icy cold water. So I got this puffer blanket just for you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mike Francesa podcast for a Football Friday, Week 9. We have made it past Halloween. We have hit the month of November. We already have frost here in the Northeast. It's already in the 30s, so winter is fast approaching. And you're ready for the second half of this NFL football season, which you would have to call at least relatively wide open. It isn't wide open in the NFC. The winner, the Super Bowl champion the Super Bowl representative is going to come from Philadelphia, San Francisco, or should I dare say Dallas. I think it's going to be the Eagles. I don't want to discount the Lion fans, but I think that's still a little rarefied air for the Lions at this juncture. The AFC is more open, although the Chiefs are going to clinch relatively early. and be in a very good position. The question is, do they get the 1 seed? And that is something that is going to be very, very important for them. And I would watch the Ravens, and there's some interesting games this week, okay, including the Seahawks and the Ravens. The Ravens are a step or two away from being right there on that top echelon in the AFC. And here come the Bengals, as expected. Before the season began, I picked the Philly Cincy Super Bowl. I have no reason to get off that now. I think Cincy is going to have a big second half. There's going to be a lot of teams fighting for those last spots in the AFC, as we know. Yes, Jet fans, the Jets are in that mix. These next two games are very, very big for the Jets in terms of that